Hello, everybody. I think we are live. Surrender to Source. I'm live from Bologna, Italy, and happy to be here. And I'm going to play about 3 songs for you, starting with my version of Like Rain, a little accidental co-write with David Newman. How does a baby really ever get born? It's a miracle when a soldier comes back from war. Somebody found that was lost at sea. Something as simple as a new grown leaf. It'll lift you up and make you whole. Like rain, it's falling, shouting blessings on his soul. It'll make you strong, comfort your soul. Like rain, it's falling, shouting blessings on us all. Like rain, it's falling, shouting blessings on us all. Like rain, it's falling, shouting blessings on us all. It's not a free ride, but you get what you need. Somehow this body just knows how to breathe. The color of the sunset, the wonder of the snow. How you ever recover from losing someone. Somehow you keep going when the going gets rough. You think it's not even possible, then you're falling in love. The hug of another, a look in the eye, a touch of emotion, how a tear knows when to cry. To feel what it's like to move in this skin. The body responds. A friend lets you in. The current washes over. It pulls you down the road. God knows how to heal. And a smile never gets old. It's like rain, rain. It's like rain, rain. It'll lift you up and make you whole. Like rain, it's falling, showering blessings on us all. It will make you strong, comfort your soul. Like rain, it's falling, showering blessings on us all. Like rain, it's falling, showering blessings on us all. Grace is raining down, showering blessings on his own. Hope you're doing good out there. Thanks for showing up today. I've got a song for our times, a couple of them actually. But I need to put this on. Let's see. Mother, mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, 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 there's far too many of you dying. You know we got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Father, Father, we don't need to escalate. War is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate. You know we've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Picket lines and picket signs, don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so that you can see oh, what's going on. Oh, what's really going on. What's going on? What's been going on? Mother, mother, everybody thinks we're wrong. Oh, but who are they to judge us? Simply cause our hair is long, long, long. Oh, you know we got to find a way to find some love in here today. What's going on? What's going on? What's been going on? What's been going on? We got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Picket lines and protest signs, don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so that you can see what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? A lot's been going on. It's a little crazy. Sending love out to you all. And so I have a song written. It was written for the time of the Occupy movement. Some of you are old enough to remember that. Wasn't that long ago. What was it? 2011. It's called Lovolution. What we don't need now is the why, ask why. What do we need to occupy? What to do, what's the solution? Might we really need another revolution? No president will ever change the system. People want some power and you want to be with them. I heard the good words of Gil Scott-Heron. The people are resisting and their clothes are tearing. What does it take to rearrange? What's it like to really, really change? I ask it every day of my own damn self, and I see my reflection in the bloody hell. What to do? What's the solution? We got to start a revolution. Start with yourself to occupy. We got to learn to tame our own demise. I see a revolution coming home. I'd love it to be easy, but I might be wrong. It's probably getting worse before it gets better. And if it's gonna happen, it might be better than ever. Well, come on now, if you want a solution, you're gonna have to join the revolution. If you do, you're gonna see a better world for you and me. Sadly, I think it might first get harder. I know how it goes, I didn't write this charter. I didn't write this line just to bait you, but I'm quite familiar with the human nature. I wish someday we just get it. Why we got to be so telepathetic? I could see it come 1,000 miles away. How about we open eyes and see it and say, I see a revolution coming on. I'd love it to be easy, but I might be wrong. I see a revolution coming on. I'd love it to be easy, but I might be wrong. It's probably getting worse before it gets better. But if it's gonna happen, it must be better than ever. Well, come on now, if you want a solution, you're gonna have to join the revolution. If you do, you're gonna see a brighter world for you and me.
Soldier, here you are, right on time, exactly where you were meant to be. You're a seeker, a sage, a warrior, a peacemaker, a rule breaker, a fearless force of nature, a transcender of darkness to light. You radiate grace through purpose, purpose through grace. You're a daily practitioner of radical kindness, compassion, and full belly laughter. A quietly confident soul in service to source, living a life meant to be lived. So close your eyes and breathe. Unmind the mind and let truth rise. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you so much to Jim Beckwith. What a beautiful soul he is from Italy. It's such an honor to have you all with us on this momentous occasion. Today, we are surrendering to Source and just really experiencing what that really means. We are on a soul journey right now. Soldier is short for soul journey. And we are on this collective soul journey that nobody could ever imagine in their wildest dreams. And so in the last, actually in the last week, the idea for this program completely shifted when we decided as a team. I'm the leader of Soldier, Ashley Malin, and my team, when we got together and we decided to tap into the collective consciousness of what's happening at the moment. And when we did that, our program evolved into something that is just incredible. So I'm really blessed to have these newcomers literally in the last week, which was another lesson of just when you think you know what you have or you have a plan, just throw the plan out and go with the flow. So that's what we're doing today. We have a really amazing lineup for you. So today's theme is surrender, grace, and humanity. Okay, none of these things are very easy to do in a short amount of time, but we're going to do our best. So surrender, what a great concept. We must surrender right now to the moment and to what is happening. Otherwise, you see this reaction right now is very, there's a lot of reactionary feelings going on. So if we just learn to be with ourselves and learn this concept of surrender, and just not even learn, but just practice it, that's where magic starts to happen. And then grace, I love this word. It's a play on words. So the idea of race and grace, God, let's bring all of this into the forefront. And then humanity. At the end of the day, we are all just one, right? It doesn't matter the color of our skin, black, brown, white, pink, it doesn't really matter, because we all have that same DNA and we all have this soul that's inside. And so when we're able to connect on soul level, that's really where we're able to create a new paradigm. So today is also a benefit for Tree Sisters. This is an organization we really love so much, and we have decided to align with them for the remainder of 2020, if not longer. Our goal is to grow a forest. And so every dollar that is donated today, it doesn't matter, $1 will plant 2 trees. So if you look at it in the idea of trees, then we can really make a difference as a group. Today is a free event. A lot of people have put a lot of time and energy into making this happen. And it doesn't matter any amount of money, $1, $5, 10, whatever you're able to give is really appreciated. Donations are on our website, iamsoldier.com. And we love this organization because they not only empower women in rural villages throughout the world, but they also are doing something really great for Mother Nature and for the environment. So it's kind of a double win, and we really appreciate anything that you're able to give. Money is currency, currency is energy, and we are energy. So when we're giving, we're also taking, and we're giving and we're taking, and whatever comes in is also going out. So please do your best to make something happen to help us grow our forest. So without further ado, I would like to bring to the forefront Swami Anand Arun, also AKA Swamiji. He is from Nepal and he's the spiritual leader of Tapoban Ashram in Kathmandu, which is an Osho ashram. So there's a lot of interesting things about Osho, which we'll learn about today. And I brought him in as a request from my dear friend Keith Mitchell, who he said, this guy has changed my life. And personally, Keith changed my life. So anything that Keith says is legit, I'm down. So we're bringing in Swamiji, and thank you so much for being here. We're so honored and grateful to have you.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you very much for giving me this honor to have some time with you. Very important people who are interested in making this world a better place to live in. And much greetings and love from Himalayan commune, Osho Tapoban. In the present state, there everybody worried about the corona crisis, and I have received some question about the present day crisis, how we can solve it by meditative awareness. So I will start with that subject. I see there is only two problems in the world, no? And other problems are just the byproducts. The first problem is that we are living very unconsciously on this planet. We have been very cruel to the nature. We have not respected the ecological balance, and we have grown population, which this Mother Earth cannot sustain. No? In 100 years, 100 years before by the beginning of last century, we were 1.6 billion people on this planet. The planet is of the same size, but we have added now we are 7.8 billion people. So we have added 6.2 billion people within 100 years. And we are adding 1 billion people every 14 years. The world population is growing by 1 billion people. So this earth cannot take that much load. So if we live unconsciously on this planet and we don't do justice with the nature will take revenge in a very cruel way. So that is what we are facing in this world. So I see the one problem is, big problem, which nobody is going to address except Osho, my master. I met him 50 years before, and from that day, that was the world population was only 3.5 billion. From that day, he was saying that by the end of this century, the overpopulation will become a big problem and it will create many side problems. So there should be compulsive family planning, people should be aware and they should check population. Otherwise, there will be multiple problems by the end of century, which we are facing now. So I see the biggest problem is overpopulation, and no religious leader or no government is serious about it. If we grow in the same way, by the 2050, the WHO, UNA has also predicted that we will be about 9.8 billion people. So 2 billion people will be added. And this way, I will be not here. Many of us will not be here. But the problem the next generation is going to face, 2 billion more people on this planet, if we don't live consciously. And by 2050, there's another projection that 54% population will be of India and China only. So everybody you will see on the street, every second person will be either Indian or Chinese, because they are the biggest country and they are growing the population in a very unconscious way. China has little bit control it, but in India, every year 20 billion people are added every year. It's already overpopulated and they add 20 billion people every year. So this is the biggest problem. This is the biggest problem in the world. And the second problem is the economical disparity in the people and also in the region. The 75% of the economical activity happens in the 30 big cities of the world. And in 25% activity is spread all over the world. So you see, everybody would like to go to that place where there is economical activity. So this 30 cities is getting overpopulated, and these are the cities where maximum people are dying out of corona because it is overpopulated. So, and everybody would like to go to there. So the people have projected so that by within 10 years, about 1.5 billion people will migrate from poor country to the relatively richer country, and they will prefer to stay in a city, those 30 cities, which has 75% of economical activity. And so these data are very dangerous. One thing I would like to also add that 97% of the world wealth is enjoyed by 30% people of the world. And 70% people of the world live in 3% wealth. So this disparity, so these are the main two reasons I see for the modern crisis. The main reason is overpopulation and the economical activity is centered in some region, and people, they like the owner of the Walmart, his hourly income is $4 million hourly income, and his staff who's working 8 hours a day, he gets $11 1 hour. So see the disparity. So these are the two reasons I see the crisis in the world: the economical disparity, distribution of money, and overpopulation. So unless we address these two problems, the other problem are most of the other problems are byproduct of these two problems. So we have to address these two problems, and we have to be very consciously, without any delay, we should control population and also distribute the economical activity around the world. 30% of the human resources in the entire world, in average, is going into warfare and military industries. No? So that is useless. We have so much military gadgets, bombs, and weapons that we can destroy more than 70 planets of this size. So we have so much military gadgets. And still every year, even the poor country like Pakistan, India, and North Korea, they are not very rich country. They also spend a big amount of their money in creating atom bomb, hydrogen bomb, nuclear bombs. Majority of people does not have adequate drinking water in India and Pakistan. And there are a lot of other problems, but they are spending so much money just creating the killing weapons which has no value. So we are living on this planet in a very unconscious way. So we have to change our style of living, and we have to be conscious and respectful to the Mother Earth, and also we should consider the other people. So 97% people are living in 70% people are living in 3% wealth of the world, and 70% wealth, 96% wealth is enjoyed by 30% people. So how can be peace in this world, and how can this world be free of problems? I see these two areas where we should address and we should make change, conscious change. Otherwise, other problems are byproducts of these two main problems. I have a limited time, so I will take questions. If you allow me, I take question. The first question is from my very dear friend who has given me this opportunity to address this meeting. Is Mr. Kith, is a very dear friend to me and a very inspired soul. He had visited Tapovan, he knows this place. So his question is, what was it like creating with Osho? What was he like as a person? How did you meet him and who initiated Tapovan? I consider it my greatest blessing in my life that I met Osho when I was a student of engineering in India in '69. I met Osho. I was searching for Guru, Master, and I doing meditation. And that time there was a contemporary Guru in India, and I visited almost all ashrams and read their books. And I was seriously searching for my master. Then one evening I met Osho, and he changed my life, and he changed my complete understanding. And since then, not only I'm practicing his meditation, I'm preaching his meditation. I've initiated more than 100,000 people in meditation and opened about 200 centers in 20 different countries and travel around the world to spread his message of love, life, and celebration. So it is the greatest blessing of my life that I met him, and I have initiated about more than 100,000 people. It is also a blessing for them that they got the Osho message and they have changed so much. Because once you meditate rightly, you become a very conscious person, a loving person, a laughing person, and you become responsible for yourself and others. So that way we can create a better world to live in. So I enjoy my job. Then Kit, you have asked that who initiated Tapovan? Tapovan is a spiritual commune and it's a spiritual growth center, meditation center. Yoga and meditation is our daily activity. So my master has a concept that by the end of this 21st century, slowly family will resolve. The husband-wife relationship, marriage has already existence on this planet and it has served its purpose. Now, in this century, 21st century, both male and female are educated and they both earn. There was a time when male was dominating the family. So only one ego can live under one roof. Ego needs so many space. Too many ego cannot live under a roof. That's why family is breaking. When I was a child, in my home in village, my grandfather had 4 brothers and we were a family of 50 people. 50 people were eating in the same kitchen. We were eating in the same kitchen and living in the same house. But now, in 70 years, so much change has happened. Then I am living alone. Even children are in America, so everybody is becoming a loner in this century, because big family is not possible in 21st century because of this so many things, our education system, our economical system, and most of it, our mind and ego. That ego, it's very difficult for ego to accommodate with other people. In the ancient time, at least in the Malpa part of the world, the head of the family, grandfather or father, we all live according to his wish. And There is only one master in the house and we all have to obey him. So family continued. But now in 21st century, it's not possible. So also visualize that family will break. But we are social animal. We cannot live alone. We cannot live, male cannot live without female happy. Female cannot live without male happy. And we need friends. We need support. Sometimes we are sick. Sometimes we have a uh, moment when we need support and love. So alternative of family also visualize communes. Commune is the alternative of family, where like-minded people can live together, can support each other, and without any legal bondage. No? The marriage is a legal, it's like a legal agreement. Either we go into court and sign before the magistrate, a legal document. It is a declaration of love that you sign a marriage certificate, is a legal document, it is stamped by magistrate, or you go to the church or the priest give you certificate that you are allowed to live together. So it does not look good. It looks like a legal business document, no? And then even for separation, you have to go to court, no? Uh, if you can't live together, then again go to the court, and then magistrate give you a certificate that now you are separate on this and this term. So this is a very ugly thing. The love needs a certificate, business agreement, and it should be endorsed by a magistrate or a priest. It does not look nice. So Osho has visualized that in 21st century, more and more people will slowly start living together. There will be marriage, but less and less people will be interested in marriage, and more people will start living together by understanding. As long as love is there, they will live together. So that is happening already. That's happening more in your part of the world than in Nepal. But we will also follow you. We follow everything. What you do in America, they follow in Europe, maybe after a decade. And what they do in Europe, India follow after a decade. And whatever India do, we Nepali follow after a decade. But we are a follower. We dress like you. We eat like you. Our table culture, everything has changed. No, whatever America does it today, whole world will do it tomorrow. That's for sure. So that's why Osho started commune. The commune will be living together on understanding and love. No legal bond. You have not to get a certificate from my state that we are living. We are at the moment in Tapovan, we are 80 people living, say 65 days of a year. And we have visitors from 80 different countries in good numbers, sometimes 300, sometimes 200. So 80 people we live here, there is a bond of love. We love each other more than we love our biological family member. No? Because in biological family member, there is a condition that you have to love because he's your brother or he's your sister-in-law or brother-in-law. No? But here we live each other because we like, and we like-minded people only live together. So it is a wonderful alternative of a family. We support each other when somebody is sick or somebody needs support. There is a supportive environment, and there is a love, and also there is great freedom. People are free when they want their own space. Nobody can disturb them. So this is the best alternative of a family for 21st century. That experiment we are doing in Nepal. We have about a dozen communes where people live like this. No, we don't have private property. The property belongs to the society. So we all share. And the advantages of commune is that 2 people can cook for 80 people, and 78 people has a time for more creative work. 2 people can clean the whole campus, and all other people have time for creative work, for meditation, for painting, or whatever may be their hobby. So it saves a lot of labor. and also gives us a lot of time uh, to do something creative like writing a book. I am writing a book, or somebody playing a music, learning a music, or we all do meditation. So it is a very economical way of living. Like when we eat together, the kitchen becomes less expensive, and we get good quality of food, and just prepared by two people. Not everybody has to cook his own food, and we do alternatively. Someday we change the duty, so everybody does everything. We have respect for work. So I will request all of you, if you have a Corona wishing, no? Willing. We have to say God willing. No, now we say Corona willing. If Corona allows us to travel, then I will invite you to come and visit this wonderful Himalayan model commune. And I think on this blueprint, many commune have started, some of the commune in different parts of the world, and the future lies not in family, but living together with understanding. That's my master vision. Time is limited, my dear, so I take second question. The second question is from Suvarna, Washington, DC. His question is, what is the meditative remedy for the present day crisis? All crises, whether it is present day or past day or future day, all crisis is because of living unconsciously. When we live in unconsciously, we create problem for ourselves, we create problem for people who are around us, and we create problem for the world. No? So unconscious living is the root problem of all problem, or living in the ego and mind. No, because our education system, core training is such that it does not teach us compassion, it does not teach us love, it does not teach us tolerance. No, the whole university education is focused on bombarding information in our mind. No? So information-based education system. It is not intelligence-based education system. It is not compassion-based education system. So everybody becomes egoist, and the value of love and compassion and tolerance, which is more needed in this world. The crisis of this world is we don't respect each other. We don't respect each other's religion. We don't respect each other's color, the color discrimination. We don't respect each other's idea, way of living. No? We want that everybody should live according to my idea. Or the ego, every ego becomes so big that they think that nobody can think better than me. My country is the best country. My religion is the best religion. And in the same country, my color of skin is the most beautiful color, and all other are inferior. No, this is a general feeling all over the world, not only in America, everywhere. Even in Nepal, we have discrimination between higher caste and lower caste. People born in higher caste, they think they are more nearer to the God, or they are more wiser than others. No, so this type of discrimination, all type of discrimination, nationality also I consider a type of discrimination. Nationality is also a defined form of casteism or racism. No? In this 21st century, we should become a global citizen. The world has become one. I'm talking to you from Nepal by the help of technology. Technology had joined us, and we have become a global citizen. Anything happen in China is spread to America within few weeks. No, so now world cannot live isolated. World has become a family. Technology has made us a family. So we should understand this, that now we cannot live isolated, and we cannot think that we are the most important nation and we should govern the world, and the world should run as I wish. No, those days are over. Now we should consider that we are global citizens and everybody has a right to live according to his culture or her culture, her way, and every religion should be respected. And we should function not only from head, we should function through the heart. One of the theme of today's discussion is also that returning to the surrendering to the source. No, so where is the source? Our source of our life is in our being. But do anybody teach us that where the center of our being, and our being should be strengthened, not only our mind. No? The whole education system, whole training system is focused in just bombarding information in our mind, and we totally neglect other centers of our being. No, we have heart, which has a compassion, which can feel others. No, but there is no training for love. There is no training for compassion. So this education system needs total change, 100%, 180-degree change. There's the wastage of time. People spend so many years in university and they get a certificate. What we call that certificate is diploma. No. I call it certified idiots. No, we have certificate for university. Whether maybe we idiot, but we are a graduate certificate. No, or maybe we don't have a human value. We may become a exploiter, but we have a certificate to rob. No, we get an university degree. So this education system, it should be completely changed. No? It should be intelligence-based, compassion-based, not information-based. So, Suvarna, your question is, what is the meditative remedy of the present-day crisis? The remedy is that we should become responsible and conscious. We have been living very unconsciously, unwisely on this planet. As I told you, we have grown population, 6.8 billion people, and we are, if we don't change, by 2050, we will be 9.8 billion people. Just consider, 2 billion more people are coming within short time, and they will rush to these cities, no? The 30 cities of the world where they have 75% of economical activity. No? So those things have to be changed. So if we meditate over the problem, I think that every country, even the poorest country is spending so much money on warfare in military industry. That is the biggest industry in America. America spends 1.9 trillion in maintaining a big army and 1.8 trillion in weapon industry. No? So this is a huge amount of money. And even poor country like India and North Korea, they are poor country, Pakistan, they all spend so much money in creating nuclear bombs, which is looks idiotic, no? When you don't have sanitation for the 40% people, we don't have access to the drinking water for 40% people, where 25% children are malnourished, and you are creating atom bomb for what? No? So that is the unconscious way of living. So that has to be changed. So this meditative mind can think over these problems. I'm sorry to say that most of the politicians don't address the real problem. Their real problem is how to win the next election and how to remain on the chair, how to remain in the power. Every country, politician has first priority that they should win the next election or their party should win the next election and they should be on the power. That is their main concern. The main problem which we are facing is not in agenda, not number one agenda of our politician. So we have to create a conscious people by meditation. Meditation make you responsible person, a conscious person, a person who has a compassion, who thinks that other life is as important as my life. Other religion is as respectable as my religion, and other nation is as great as my nation. No? So that understanding meditation can give. So meditative mind, if we create more and more people, if we make them interested in meditation, then I think they will think consciously, they will act consciously, and more major problem of the world will be solved, because there is no real problem. World has so much wealth that everybody on this planet can live very happily. Technology has given us so much power. In the middle of 19th century, when James Watt created the steam engine and electricity was created, no? So the social scientists, I think the electricity was created around the same time by Thomas Edison and Tesla. So by the middle of the 18th century, 19th century, so it was thought that we have such a power in our hand, steam engine and electricity, and then subsequent many technology advance. So social scientists thought that by the power of technology and science, we will create a better world. We will have a better healthcare. We will have a better home. We will have faster transport, and everybody will get educated, and everybody will get good food and healthcare. Then world will become a paradise. What science has promised by the middle of 19th century, I think science has provided more than that. We never thought at that time that we will have a mobile phone which will keep in pocket, and we can communicate with people of any part of the world by just dialing some number. No? So science has not promised by the middle of middle century that we will have some gadget, like I can talk to you from Nepal to America and we can have a conference. No? So science has delivered more than it has promised. But the social scientists thought that once this technology will develop and we will have a better home, better food, better education, better healthcare, then life will become a happy and world will become a paradise. Unfortunately, one thing I will agree that our generation is the most comfortable generation on this planet. Never before any generation has so many gadgets, air conditioning, fast car, mobile phone, computers, whatnot, no? And so many gadgets for entertainment. So life is full of luxury, but unfortunately what social scientists imagine that life will become happy, it has just become the contrary. There is no more crisis in the world. More people commit suicide every day. Thousands of people commit suicide, and they commit suicide in richer country. And mental problem more is in the richer country where they are every amenity to be happy. Why they are unhappy? This question should be addressed. America is the most one of the most richest country, and more people are on medication and psychotic drugs and alcohol, and more people commit suicide, and just they do mass shooting without any reason. No? Innocent people are killed, and there is so much racial discrimination even in America. It's beyond imagination for anybody sitting in Nepal. I cannot, a Nepali person cannot think that an American can do such mistakes. No? So it is the time that we should rethink over our whole structure of society, and we should change. This is time to change. So there is only two alternatives I see, my dear friend. Either we have to change and learn the art to living together happily, or we will have to vacate this planet called Earth. We cannot survive the way we have survived till today. we will have to do 180-degree change. And that change is possible through meditation. Only meditation can dilute your ego. It can free you from over ambition, because everybody is suffering from over ambition. Meditation can give you a understanding that whatever life has provided, if we know how to enjoy, it is more than enough. We should not be over ambitious. So meditation is a need of the day. Do we have time for third question, or we should go for meditation? I don't know.
Just we have a few minutes
do
for
you-
meditation.
So we have few minutes for third question. For meditation. Okay. So if we don't have time for question, I go for meditation. Okay.
I think so. Yes, that would be great.
Okay. Thank you for patient hearing. So, meditation is a leisurely activity, and when we do meditation, we do for hours. No? So, but this time is such that people want instant coffee, they want fast food, and they also want fast meditation. Meditation is something which is done in a very relaxed mind. And when you are not controlled by watch. But I will try to introduce a small meditation because I respect your time. So I will try to demonstrate a small meditation so that you can have a spoonful taste of meditation, what meditation is. My dear friend, we in the East, we consider that we don't have only one body, we have 7 bodies. And we have 7 chakra. And each chakra governs one body. This is physical body. Just behind this body is a pranic body, energy body. Then third body is mental body, body made of thoughts. Then fourth body is a body of awareness. And so we have layer upon layer. I don't go in detail because our time is very limited. So we have 7 body, and there we have 7 chakra, important chakra in our body, in the physical body, the corresponding points who governs each body, 7 body. So this, it is evening here, it's morning for you. This morning we are going to do a short meditation, mini chakra meditation. This meditation will balance the most important chakra in your body. And if your chakras are balanced, your body, all the body will be happy and healthy. So this mini chakra meditation, we will meditate on 3 important chakra. One is third eye center. We call Ajna chakra in our language. This is third eye center. And the second, this is very most important chakra. I know most of you are yoga teachers, so you know the value of this chakra. So I don't have time to tell you more about the science of chakra. So this is a very important chakra which governs the whole body. That's why it's called Ajna chakra. It controls the whole system. Then second chakra, we are going to meditate this morning, is heart chakra. Heart chakra, we call it Anahata. No? It controls the 4th body, body of emotion, love, aesthetics. So this is very important chakra. And third chakra we are going to meditate is Swatisthana. Swatisthana chakra is an inch below the navel center. It controls our second body, energy body, pranic body. It controls the pranic body. So these are 3 very important chakra. Although all the 7 chakra is very important, and when we do meditation here at Tapovan, we do meditation all 7 the chakra, but because of the time constraint, we do a mini meditation on 3 chakra. Ajna chakra, third eye center, heart chakra, Anahata chakra, which governs the emotional body, and below the navel, the second chakra, which governs the pranic body. Swatisthana chakra is a name, Sanskrit name is Swatisthana chakra. You can call it second chakra. So technique of meditation is very simple. When meditation start, we'll start a music humming music. It's like Om, and we will hum Om. Oh, first part of Om, like Oh. So when you close the lips, it will become Ma. Om automatically become, but we will stretch the first part of Om. Oh, we'll stretch. So 3 minutes we'll meditate. Huh? Only 1 minute. Okay, that's the fast food and instant coffee. No, 1 minute meditation. Okay, I will try. So 1 minute we meditate on Agya Chakra. 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes we meditate on third eye center. When meditation start, close your eyes. There will be music, humming music, and you can also hum with open mouth. Hum like this. Oh, and feel the center of sound is at your third eye center. The center of sound is there. Visualize and just feel this center. Don't concentrate. Just focus your attention on third eye center, so the center becomes active. So just meditate over third eye center for 2 minutes and hum Om. Same thing after 2 minutes. We'll stop for a moment. Then same music will continue. Come to the heart center, and after 2 minutes, come to the second chakra, Swatisthana chakra. So altogether 6 minutes, then 2 minutes silence, then meditation will be over. No? So close your eyes and keep your spine straight. Everybody who is watching this, keep your eyes closed and just relax your mind and keep your eyes closed, spine straight, and then start the music, then we start humming. Humming with open mouth, we'll try to chant Om. Stress the first part of Om, and the Ma will, when we close the lips, it will become Ma. No? So are we ready? Can you start music? Or we should start the music? Okay. Start the music, please. Close your eyes, keep your spine straight, focus your attention at third eye center, feel the sound vibrating at your third eye center. Oh, music bajana, music bajana. Oh, we can play music here. Oh, where's the music here? क्यों होती है यार बड़ी भजन feel the sound vibrating at your third eye center. Unfortunately, music is not there. Oh, now it's music. Now come to the heart center, the fourth chakra, Anaha chakra. Come to the heart center, feel the sound vibrating at your heart center and chant for 2 minutes Om. Just stretch the first part of Om. Keep your eyes closed and the spine straight. come to Swatisthana chakra, an inch below your navel center. This chakra governs your energy body, pranic body. Feel that chakra and feel the sound vibrating at that chakra. Close your eyes and start. Just relax. You can take back support, relax your body for 2 minutes, feel the bliss that is showering upon you. Whenever you meditate, you become open for cosmic energy and cosmic bliss. It will shower upon you, drink it, and soak with this divine energy.
Please take a couple more breaths and enjoy the vibration that you've created. Thank you so much to Swamiji. What a beautiful talk, and just scratching the tippy top of the iceberg. Thank you so much to Swamiji. So we appreciate everything, Swamiji, from Nepal. If you are in the neighborhood of the iceberg, please
disconnected. Ready to connect.
Please join him in Nepal. We appreciate everything, Swamiji, from Nepal. Namaste. Our next presenter is a personal favorite of mine, Mr. Peter Sterios from Southern California, a master teacher for many, many, many years, and founder of Manduka. He is something else, and we're so honored and blessed. And thank you so much, Peter, for joining us today.
My pleasure. It's really an amazing thing that you're doing, Ashley, so thank you again. I'm Peter Sterios. I'm here in my home studio in San Luis Obispo, California. And the time we have together is designed for movement. So the movement is going to be inspired by the title of this program, Surrender to Source. And the movement is going to be accompanied by my good friend Jim Beckwith. And together we're going to create a yoga practice 35 to 40-minute yoga practice here that includes these elements of surrender. Why surrender? The cultural narrative, let's say, around that word generally is a negative one, something, the sense that we have to give up, usually under duress. But I ask you to consider that this surrender, when it's active, when it's by choice, when we move towards something that maybe appears as a setback or appears as an obstacle, where we consciously choose to accept things as they are in that moment. We surrender to what is. And in that space of surrendering, something in a way magical happens. And we'll talk a little bit more about this. This other word, source, surrender to source. When we think about source, we all come at it from different perspectives, whether it's you have this experience of source as a God, or you have a different type of experience that's more general, say source as earth or source as universe. For me, when I think of that word source, I think of three things. I think of the idea of earth, and this is where we come from. This is where, in a way, we return to. And this body that we live on has this magical energy called gravity. And to me, gravity is a source. It's a reminder that brings me to the ground, literally. And especially on a yoga mat, when we start to move, this idea of softening, surrendering into gravity is going to provide us with some inspiration. And this idea of movement has other elements, source elements. The second one is breath. This is a thing that obviously we've been doing since we were born, some well, some not so well. We get very little education in how to breathe. And in a yoga practice, we want to look at breath as what it is. It is literally nourishing, keeping our blood healthy, but it's also this element that we use to access the parasympathetic nervous system. And this is really important. We have been educated, let's say, if we're lucky enough to get education about breathing, to breathe deep. And I'm going to ask you, instead of breathing deep today, to breathe slow. And what research is showing is that slow breathing has a more powerful effect on our parasympathetic nervous system, which allows the body to soften. And this idea of softening, we're going to talk to, you can see on my little board in the back, this idea of softening, I'll talk to briefly as well. So breath is this element that sustains us, and it also gives us this opportunity to be calm. The last source that I connect with when I hear this word is our soul. And soul is something that operates in a non-physical world, let's call it. We have an idea of what soul is, but it's literally beyond the five senses that we've been gifted in this body to perceive things, to experience things. So this idea of soul goes into this non-physical realm beyond our five senses. And we all kind of relate to that in unique ways. And the way I relate to it is soul is a place where I access intelligence that's greater than my own ego-driven intellect. It allows me to move into connection with a higher intelligence. And whatever that higher intelligence is for you, for me, I relate to it as intuition, that I get in a place of stillness, in a place of softness, this download of information that informs the choices that I make in my life. And when we get onto the mat here, this is going to be something that I will cue you towards surrender to what is, whether you're working with limitation or not, and create a space of softness and wait, be patient for this intuitive intellect to inform you. All right, so I'm going to move towards the mat, and I would ask you to prepare yourself for movement. If you use yoga props, feel free to have them nearby and use them as you need to. Thank you.
Gam gana patay Namo Namah Gam gana patay Namo Namah Jai Ganesha, Jai Ganesha, Jai Ganesha, Jai Ganesha.
So as we set up for movement, I'd like to talk briefly about these three elements here. Each pose that we do, the movement into a pose while in the pose and exiting the pose. We're going to be looking for this ebb cycle and flow cycle of the breath, and I'll explain that more as we move. Also, this idea in the word hatha yoga. Hatha is, one definition is this simultaneous experience of effort and surrender, effort and non-effort. And I'm going to ask you to look in every cue that I give, in every movement that we do, there's an element of effort on your part, and there's an element of surrender or non-effort, release passively. And this last idea, soften versus stretch. I want you to temporarily, let's say, remove the word stretch from your vocabulary, and I generally don't use the word. And when we create movement, that we initiate movement with a process of softening. In beginning, it's a mental thing, but eventually as we groove these neural pathways into the relaxation response in our bodies consciously, we create a state of softness. And that softness allows us to experience movement internally. And again, I'll cue this so we have this experience. So let's start in child's pose, kneeling with your knees and feet together, sitting on your heels. Place your hands on the floor in front of you, arms straight. Keep your head in line with your neck. Stop, as you walk your hands forward, stop where you feel your belly meeting your thighs. With each inhale, follow the breath through your back, so targeting the back of the throat, back of the heart, back of the belly, into the pelvis. On the exhale, soften where your belly meets your legs. Soften your collarbones, feel your shoulders drop a little. Inch your hands forward a little, arms straight. Keep your head in line with your neck. Each inhale, letting the breath move through the back like you're coming out of the pose slightly, spine rounding. Each exhale, softening where the belly meets your thighs, soften your collarbone, shoulders drop, gravity taking you lower, inching the hands forward. Chin moves in a little, back of the skull moves forward through the crown. 3 to 4 second inhale. 3 to 4 second exhale. As you release, now the ribs, softening the ribs, gravity taking you onto the thighs. Keep the arms straight, elbows off the floor. If you're fully supported by your legs, you can let your head drop. If your head is not on the floor, stack your hands, one on top of the other. And as you stack your hands, support your head. If that's not enough, clench a fist, support your forehead on your fist. Smooth, even breathing. Breathing through the back, the full length of your torso. Each exhale, soften where the belly and ribs meet your thighs. Soften your collarbones. Inch your hands forward, elbows off the floor. With an inhale, slowly curl up, head last. Slide your right hip to the floor beside you. Bend your right arm and slowly lower your torso towards your thigh. Keep your left arm straight, walking the hand out wider. Each inhale, breathing through the back, coming out of the pose slightly. Each exhale, soften where the belly and ribs meet your thigh. Simultaneously press into your right hand, right shoulder lifting. Soften your left collarbone, left shoulder dropping. Each inhale like a pause, this ebb cycle of the breath, following the breath through the back. Each exhale, the flow cycle of breath, softening through the belly, softening through the ribs, turning through the shoulders, right shoulder lifting, left shoulder dropping. With an inhale, sit upright, come back to the center, and this time to the left. Drop your left hip to the floor, bend your left arm, right arm straight. Slowly lower your torso onto the thigh, wherever your maximum is. Turn your face, look at your left hand. Breathe through the back, into the pelvic floor. On the exhale, soften where the belly and ribs meet your thigh. Pressing into your left hand, left shoulder lifting. Soften the right collarbone, right shoulder dropping. Walk the right hand out wider. 3 to 4 second inhale. 3 to 4 second exhale. With an inhale, come back to the center, arms forward. Walk your hands as far forward as you can. So in a way, this is the first dog pose for your arms and shoulders. Gently press your palms flat into the mat, fingers and thumbs passive. Release your head. Breathe through the back, the full length of your torso. On the exhale, soften where the belly and ribs meet your thighs. Soften your collarbones, armpits drop a little. Inch the hands forward a little. Keep the weight even on your palms, front to back, side to side, fingers and thumbs passive. Then take the arms behind your back, interlock your fingers, squeeze your knuckles together, separate your palms, and with straight arms, slowly take the hands over your head. When you reach your maximum, pause there. Breathing through the back, the full length of your torso. Each exhale, re-release your collarbone, shoulders drop a little, move your hands a little further, arms straight, palms apart. 3 to 4 second inhale, following the breath through the back. 3 to 4 second exhale, re-release your shoulders, simultaneously move your hands a little further. Inhale, slowly sit up. Come up onto your hands and knees. Cross your right ankle over your left. Turn your toes out a little. Sitting back on your heels, sitting cross-legged. Push your feet away from you a little so your shin bones are parallel. Place your hands on the knees, pressing the knees in. Feet separate until they line up with your knees. If you need to, pull the flesh of your buttocks away from your sit bones. Hands to the floor in front of you, arms straight. If this is a challenge for you, you can take your hands out to the sides, just so your palms are flat, arms straight. Keep your head in line with the neck. Each inhale, breathing through the back like you're still in child's pose in a way. Spine rounds a little. On the exhale, collarbones soften, armpits drop, chin moves in, back of the skull moves forward, inch your hands forward. So each inhale, letting the ebb cycle of the breath lift you out of the pose slightly, breathing through the back, spine rounding. Each exhale, collarbone soften, armpits drop, chin moves in, back of the skull moves forward. If you're going further, inch your hands forward, palms flat, fingers and thumbs passive. If you're flat, chest on your legs, let your head drop. Keep walking the hands forward, arms straight, elbows off the floor. And that inhale, slowly curl up, head last. Change the crossing of your legs. Shin bones parallel, knees and feet line up, flesh away from your sit bones. Palms flat, arms straight, head in line with your neck. Breathe through the back, the full length of your torso into the pelvic floor. Each exhale, simultaneous, softening through the shoulders, chest and belly, extending through the back of the skull. Inch the hands forward if you're going lower. 3 to 4 second inhale. Through the back. 3 to 4 second exhale. Collarbone soften, diaphragm softens, Back of the skull extends through the crown, inching the hands forward. Don't be in a rush. Let gravity, as you surrender on the exhale, let gravity take you lower. Keep the spine engaged from the back of the skull. Elbows off the floor. If you're flat, let your head drop. With an inhale, again, slowly curl up. Hands on your waist. So above your hip bones, below your rib cage, gently squeeze the soft tissue of your waist. Then let your head drop completely forward, like your head could roll off your neck into your lap. Breathe into the back of the heart. Feel the skin spread across your shoulder blades. On the exhale, soften the top of the lung, heart drops, soften your throat, chin drops, lean back a little, elbows press forward a little. Now inhale the head upright. Press your right hand in more strongly. With an exhale, side bend to the right, head falls to the side. Breathe into the left lung, left shoulder, left side of the neck. On the exhale, soften the right ribs, let gravity take you lower. If this is too intense, use a block, placing the block under your right elbow. Let your head release fully, right ear dropping towards the shoulder. Those of you with the elbow on the floor, keep releasing your head. So if your elbow supported, floor or block, release your head, right ear dropping. Then pull your forehead back an inch. Release the left hand, extend the fingers down towards the floor. Pull the forehead back another inch. Slowly extend your chin forward. Slowly lift your head in line with your neck, so you're facing the screen, head in line with your neck. And then slowly turn your face, look up at the ceiling, and then slowly pull the chin in towards your throat, extend the back of the skull. Sweep your left arm up, reach for the ceiling. Those who want more here, straight arm next to your ear, palm down, extend through the fingers. Keep breathing into the left lung, left shoulder, left side of the neck. On the exhale, soften the right ribs, extend the hand further. And now bending your left arm, touch the back of the heart. Pull the elbow back behind you. With the left hand, cup the back of your skull. Pull the head up, chin drops, gazing at the wall beside you. Let the full weight of your head rest in your hand, throat soft. Then releasing your hand, clench the fist strongly. Press your left elbow to the right, over the crown, look straight up. Then slowly turn your face, look straight down at the floor, press the elbow to the side more. And last, sweep your left arm behind your back, reach for the right wrist. As you gaze down at the floor, turn your heart up towards the ceiling, lean back a little. Then left hand returns to the waist, press your hands in strongly as you inhale back to the center. Readjust your hands on the waist. Pressing the left hand in strongly, move the block if you have a block. Pressing the left hand in strongly, exhale left, head falls to the side. Breathe into the right lung, right shoulder, right side of the neck. And exhale, soften the left ribs, let gravity take you lower. Keep the sound of your breath soft, the texture of your breath smooth. If your elbows supported on the block or the floor, keep releasing your head, left ear dropping towards the shoulder. And pull the forehead back an inch. Release the right hand, extend the fingers down towards the floor. Pull the forehead back another inch. Slowly extend your chin forward. Slowly lift your head in line with the neck, facing forward. And slowly turn your face, look up. Pull the chin in towards your throat, extend the back of the skull. Slowly sweep the right arm up, reach for the ceiling. If you're going for more, straight arm next to the ear, palm down, extend through the fingers. And bending the right arm, touch the back of your heart, pull the right elbow behind you. The right hand, cup the back of your skull, pull the head up, chin drops towards your throat. Releasing the full weight of your head into your hand, throat soft. Chin dropping. Releasing the hand now, clench the fist strongly. Press your right elbow left over the crown, look straight up. And slowly turn your face, look straight down, press the elbow to the side more. And last, right arm behind the back, reach for the left wrist. Doesn't matter if you grab. As you look down at the floor, turn your heart up towards the ceiling, lean back a little. Right hand returns to the waist, press the hands in strongly as you inhale back to the center, head upright. Shoulders down, elbows gently press forward. Tiny circles with your head. So this is more about lubricating the occipital atlas joint than stretching your neck. And now slow the head down and gradually make your circles bigger. Going even slower where you meet any stiffness or kinks in your neck. Go slower. One more. Full rotation. Finish with your head falling forward. When your head is forward, soften your collarbones. Armpits drop a little. Press the elbows forward a little. Breathe into the back of the heart. Feel the skin spread across your shoulder blades. On the exhale, soften the top of your lungs. Feel your heart drop a little. Head drops a little. Elbows come forward. Torso moves back a little. With an inhale, head upright. Other direction, tiny circles with your head. And now slow it down. Make the circles bigger. Go slow wherever you meet resistance in your neck. One more. Finish with your head falling forward. When your head is forward, release your collarbones, armpits drop, press the elbows forward. Breathe into the back of the heart. Exhale, lung softens, heart drops, throat softens, chin drops, head drops. With an inhale, release the hands to the tops of your thighs, palms down, right near the hip crease, and roll your shoulders. Inhale up in the front, exhale down in the back. Inhale up, exhale down, inhale up, exhale down. Turn the palms to face up, curl the wrists, roll the shoulders back to front. Inhale up in the back, exhale down in the front. Inhale up, exhale down, one more, inhale up, exhale down. Keep the hands as they are, try to straighten your arms. As you press the wrists into the thighs, shoulders shrug up around your ears, and then slowly roll your head. Go slow. Keep pressing the wrists into your thighs, shoulders climbing up around your ears. And change direction, circle the other way. And release. Arms straight out to the side, shoulder height. Head upright. Soften your collarbones. Armpits drop a little. Extend out through your fingers more. Top of the hip bones gently press forward without leaning forward. Diaphragm soft, abdominal organs dropping. Feel the weight of your organs heavy in the pelvic floor. Chin moves in, back of the skull moves up. Now slowly turn your palms to face up. Check your hands, make sure they're flat. And then gaze at your right hand. Re-release your collarbone, shoulders drop, extend out through the fingers more. As you gaze at the hand, slowly tip your left temple forward towards the front of your mat. And then slowly lean your head back, past vertical, tilting the head back. Inhale, head back to the center. Gaze at the left hand. Re-release your collarbones, extend out through the fingers. Like before, slowly tip your right temple forward. And then slowly tilt your head back, past vertical. Inhale, head back to the center, pull the fingertips down. Press out through the palms, soften your collarbone, shoulders drop. Then slowly turn the fingers up. Pull the tips in towards your ears, press out through the palms. So fingertips up, palms out, straight arms. Then draw the arms back, spread the skin across your chest. Feel the rhomboid muscles of your back engage. Curl the wrists down, curl the fingers, curl the thumbs. Sweep the arms forward till they're parallel. Then collarbones soften, shoulders drop, press the wrists forward. We had a little technical difficulty there. Press the wrist forward. Breathe into the back of the heart, back of the belly, back of the pelvis. On the exhale, collarbone soften, press the wrists forward. Extend the fingers forward, turn the palms up. Bend your arms, touch your shoulders. Lift your elbows. Right hand grabs your left elbow. Pull the left arm behind your head. Sweep the right arm behind your back. If you can, hook your fingers. If not, keep the back of the right wrist flat, fingers reaching. And release, change. Left hand grabs the right elbow. Pull the right arm behind the head. Sweep the left arm behind the back. If you can, hook the fingers, head upright. And release, forearms together. Walk your fingertips down the spine. Try to hook the fingernails into the space between two vertebrae. Once you anchor your fingertips, soften your collarbones. Try to squeeze your elbows together behind your head. And then take the elbows out to the sides and as far back as you can. Curl the wrist, curl the fingers into a fist, pump your biceps strongly. And release, interlock the fingers, press your palms up. Full extension in the arms, whatever that means for you. When you create that full extension, relax your diaphragm, feel your abdominal organs drop, sitting bones ground a little, simultaneously press your hands higher. Then slowly slide your chin in toward your throat, lean your head back, look up. Throat soft, chin sinking, neck resting in the trapezius. With an inhale, head upright. On the exhale, lung softens, heart drops, draw the arms back, arching your upper back. When you reach your maximum, pause there. Breathing through the back, the full length of your torso. On the exhale, lung softens, heart drops, move the hands back a little further. And release. Hands to your shoulders. Press your elbows together in front of your nose. Press the bones strongly so you feel your pectoralis muscles engage. And slide your fingertips under your shirt. Hook the tips into the flesh. Pull the elbows together and down towards your navel, raking the trapezius forward. Slide your chin in towards your throat. Lean your head back. And slowly extend your chin up towards the ceiling. And inhale the head upright, elbows up. Exhale the hands forward, palms up. Inhale the arms apart. Exhale, right arm crosses over the left, palm down, arms straight. Inhale, arms apart. Exhale, left arm over, palm down, arms straight. Inhale, arms apart. Exhale, right arm over, left arm bending. Hug the right arm into your chest. Inhale, release. Exhale, left arm over, right arm bending. Hug. Inhale, release. All right, come up onto your hands and knees. Toes tucked forward. Knees and feet together. Arms forward, palms face each other. Turn your right hand over, thumb down. Take your left hand over the right. Interlock the fingers, squeeze the palms. With your right hand, pull the left hand back. With the left hand, pull the right hand back. Hands in the middle. Slowly wind your arms forward. Twist your hands to the left. Twist your hands to the right. Slowly wind the arms back. Twist your hands left. Twist your hands right. Change. Right over the left, interlock the fingers, squeeze the palms. With the left hand, pull the right hand back. With the right hand, pull the left hand back. Hands in the middle, slowly wind the arms forward. Twist your hands left. Twist your hands right. Wind the arms back. Twist left. Twist right. And release. All right, last exercise here. Arms up, elbows bent. I know your toes are screaming. This will help you take some of your mind off your toes. Slowly whip your hands side to side. So this practice is designed for me in a live class to see who in the room, who in the class has a big heart or who in the class has a big brain, okay? You'll see what I mean in a second. All right, release, slowly front to back, whipping the hands together, a little faster. as fast as you can, and release. Now, right hand side to side, left hand front to back. Faster, as fast as you can, and release. Left hand side to side, right hand front to back. Which one of you has a big heart? Which one of you has a big brain? Faster. Switch. 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 Very good. Last one, palms together. Alternate. Together. Alternate. Now the counter pose before Shavasana, the counter pose in this kneeling is to come up into a squat. So you're in a squat. Look down at your feet. Make sure your big toes line up, feet together. Lift your heels as high as you can. Walk your hands forward on your fingertips, arms straight. And lift your hips up as high as you need to. Lean forward onto your fingers. Take the weight into your left foot, and with your right foot, roll over the toes onto the face of the nails and roll right back. Again, lean forward onto the fingers, weight in your right foot, roll over the left foot, over the toes onto the face of the nail and back. Again, right foot, lean forward, roll over the toes onto the face of the nail and back. Last one, lean forward, left foot, roll onto the face of the nails. Now, those who want to go a little further here, we're all soldiers, right? Both feet. If this is too much, you can just alternate back and forth like we were doing. Those of you on both, sit on your heels. Walk your hands back to your point of balance. And if you find your balance, hands in Namaste for a nanosecond. All right, meet me on your knees. Come up onto your hands and knees. Cross your right ankle over your left. Feel how alive your toes feel right now. Sit back and lie back for Shavasana. As you lie back, just take a moment to hug your knees into your chest, grabbing your elbows or your wrists, and just gently rock your legs side to side. And now, extending your legs, take your hands to the floor, extend your heels once, relax your feet. Palms turned up, extend your fingers once, relax your hands. Lift your shoulders up away from the floor so you pull the skin across your shoulder blades wide apart, and then relax your shoulders down. Draw the chin in toward your throat. If you have any lower back discomfort, you can use a folded blanket or a bolster under the head of your hamstring, under the thighs. Close your eyes, pull the chin down a little toward your throat, and then let your head rest. Breathe through the back like the floor is part of your lungs, the full length of your torso. Each exhale, soften the diaphragm, feel your abdominal organs drop. Soften the sphincter muscles, feel your genitals drop. Soften the top of the lung, feel your heart drop. Keep the sound of your breath soft, the rhythm of your breath slow, the texture of your breath smooth. Feel your bones deeply at rest. Feel your organs deeply at rest.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. above his only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. You may say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. And the world will be one.
In your own time, slowly extend your arms over the head to the floor, palms up. Take your hands double shoulder width apart so your arms are in a big V shape. Bring your feet together. Extend your heels once. Then turn your palms over flat into the floor, arms straight. Keeping the eyes closed, lift your head like you were looking at your toes. Press down into your hands and slowly sit up, pressing into the hands, curling the spine up. Sit cross-legged. Those of you that sit comfortably in full lotus, you can sit in full lotus. Rest your hands on the knees, palms down, head upright. Adjust your forehead front to back until you find the perfect alignment of the head over your neck. And when you find that alignment, it's as if the weight of your head disappears. Release your collarbones, armpits heavy, arms heavy, hands or wrists heavy on your knees, palms down. Breathe into the front, side, and back of the lungs, the full length of your torso. Each exhale, simultaneous release through the shoulders, chest, and belly, organs dropping. Draw the chin slightly in towards your throat. Back of the skull moves up without the forehead tipping forward. 3 to 4 second inhale. Breathing front, side, and back of the lungs, the full length of your torso. 3 to 4 second exhale. Simultaneous release through the front body and internal organs. Gently lift through the back body, through the crown. You're looking for the same quality of stillness sitting as you had reclining. Keeping your eyes closed, slowly bring your hands together at your heart in Namaste. Keep the head upright, eyes closed, shoulders passive. The touch of your hands is so light, it's hard to tell if you're touching or not touching. and you're more conscious of the warmth moving between the hands than the pressure of the flesh. As you feel this warmth in your hands, notice how the sensation fluctuates a little, sometimes increasing, sometimes decreasing. As you notice this fluctuation, notice how it has a rhythm to it. And as you feel this rhythm of your hands, simultaneously become aware of the rhythm of your heartbeat until the rhythm of the hands and heart merge. When they merge, they get stronger. And as they get stronger, they spread, filling you to the boundaries of your physical body, feeling this rhythmic pulse of your own life force. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for sharing this practice digitally. Namaste.
Sophia, will you go back? Will you stop sharing for a sec? Oh, Peter, okay. Peter, thank you. And Jim, thank you so much. True soldiers. Peter teaches weekly Tuesday, Thursday. If you wonder where to practice with me, you'll find me practicing with Peter on those days. And Jim does a lot on Facebook, putting out his incredible music. So check him out on Facebook as well. Just visit their websites for more information. So thank you both. Really love both of you so much.
Thank you.
So coming up next, we have another one of my favorite teachers, Ms. Nikki Doan from Maui. And recently, Nikki and I were co-leading a group in India. And we were just at the beginning of the virus. So we made it through alive. We had a fantastic trip, and with 14 fearless women soldiers. So I'm so grateful to have Nikki joining us today, this morning from beautiful Maui.
So am I on?
Where's Nikki? There she is. Okay.
Do I pin myself? What do I do?
No, you're good. You're all good.
I'm good?
Yep.
Okay.
Rock.
I want to see myself. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all about me. Are we ready? Or are we giving people a few minutes to...
You're on.
Okay. All right. Namaste, aloha, and good morning. My name is Nikki Doan, and I'm coming to you from the beautiful island of Maui in the middle of the Pacific. Maui, of course, is one of the Hawaiian islands. I'm honored to be here to share the space with such an incredible group of human beings. It's really very timely right now. Of course, the theme this morning or for today is surrender to source. And that's a big part of what yoga is about. Okay. And as Ashley said, we were together in India. Feels like forever ago, but it was just a few months ago. And I felt like the whole pandemic was like just behind us and we were just cruising in front of it. An incredible opportunity. And of course, there's nothing like India for going to the source and then of course, having to surrender to it at every moment. So considering that you guys just did a fair amount of asana, thank you, Peter. I caught the end of that. That was lovely. Nice to hear your voice again. I'm going to ask that we start laying down actually. Okay. So I know not everybody has a lot of props, but I want you to get creative if you don't. So we're going to start laying down on your back. If you have two bolsters, we're going to do this pose. I call it double bolster because you use two bolsters. So you're going to put one under your upper chest. Okay. Gonna kind of wrap your upper chest around the bolster, like this. Your shoulders and your upper arms will be above the bolster. And then the second one, you're gonna put under your head, okay? So you want the back of your head supported. Your arms are in the space between the bolsters. And then if your lower back is agreeable, go ahead and straighten your legs in front of you. Now, if this is uncomfortable on your lower back, you'll bend your knees, separate your feet, and rest your knees against each other, okay? So this is the setup, laying on your back. one bolster under your upper chest, one bolster under your head. Now, I want you to be in this position. I'm going to sit up because I'm going to read a little bit to you. Okay. So I'm on this morning. I have a half an hour with you guys, which I'm grateful for. Tomorrow I'll be teaching a longer class. So we can think of this a little bit as a tease. Okay. So laying on your back, upper chest absolutely open and supported. Support the back of your head. And then I want you to turn your attention to your breath. Okay, turn your attention to your breath and close your eyes. So the type of breathing that we use when we practice asana is called Ujjayi Pranayama. And Ujjayi means victorious breathing. It's done through your nose and yet not with your nose. So with your eyes closed, bring your attention to your nostrils. And I want you to imagine that your nostrils are like straws. And you're sipping the prana, the life force that is in the atmosphere, through the straws of your nostrils. And you'll feel the effort of the breath more in your throat. Okay, so that's why it's breathing through your nose and not with your nose. So soften your jaw. Now, often when we breathe through our nose, there's a tendency to tighten our jaw. Right? We're asked to close our mouth, and it's almost unconscious. So I'm going to share something with you that I teach in almost all of my classes, and it's a way to literally relax your jaw. So listen carefully. Open your mouth just a little, and with your tongue, wet your lips, please. Then bring your tongue back inside of your mouth and seal your lips together in a state of touching and non-touching. So they're really soft. Now bring your attention to the tip of your tongue. Make it as pointy as you can inside of your mouth and touch the tip of your tongue to your upper palate, just above the enamel of your two front teeth. And the pressure with which you place your tongue there is about as soft as a butterfly landing on a flower. So it's perceptible, but barely. So it's deliberate and very soft. And what that does is it creates a soft tone. It literally sets the tone inside of your mouth. And the quality that we're going for here is sattvic in nature. Sattva is the quality of lucidity, of clarity, of ease. And we could all use a lot more ease, clarity, and lucidity in our lives. Okay? So, Jiva Bandha, which is the lock of the soul. Jiva means the soul, and Bandha is a sort of internal, I'll call it a lock because I don't really have time to explain it more. But it's a conscious effort to contain energy. Okay? So now as you're breathing through your nose, nice, smooth, deep, even inhale, followed by a smooth, complete exhale. And so bringing your attention to your breath. The breath is the most magnificent aspect of being human. It's the one thing, not even human, of being a living, sentient being. Everything that is alive breathes, whether it's a plant, an animal, or a person. And right now, this idea of being able to breathe freely not only is extremely important, very timely, in a lot of ways, it's a privilege. I mean, I live in Hawaii. I'm very blessed with the quality of the air. Of course, now on the planet, with everything that's been happening, the air is cleaner than it's ever been, okay, in a very long time, let's put it that way. So as you're laying here, breathing consciously through your nose, soften your jaw, soften your throat, and allow your breath to really fill your upper chest. And now as you're laying here, with your eyes closed, open your ears, and I'm going to read just a very short thing to you. And the concept, the word rather, I'm reading from David White's book. I always start my classes this way. And the word this morning is beginning. And whatever we're beginning. This is the beginning of the class, the beginning of this experience, the beginning of the day, the beginning of a movement. Beginning well or beginning poorly, what is important is simply to begin. But the ability to make a good beginning is also an art form. Beginning well involves the clearing away of the crass, the irrelevant, and the complicated to find the beautiful, often hidden lineaments of the essential and the necessary. Beginning is difficult, and our procrastination is a fine, ever-present measure of our reluctance in taking that first close-in, courageous step to reclaiming our happiness. Perhaps because taking a new step always leads to a kind of radical internal simplification, where suddenly very large parts of us we've kept gainfully employed for years, parts of us still rehearsing the old complicated story, are suddenly out of a job. There occurs, in effect, a form of internal corporate downsizing, where the parts of us too afraid to participate or having nothing now to offer are let go, with all of the accompanying death-like trauma, and where the very last fight occurs, a rear-guard disbelief that this new, less complicated self and this very simple step is all that is needed for the new possibilities ahead. It is always hard to believe that the courageous step is so close to us, that it is closer than we ever could imagine, that in fact, we already know what it is, and that the step is simpler, more radical than we had thought, which is why we so often prefer the story to be more elaborate, our identities clouded by fear, the horizon safely in the distance, the essay longer than it needs to be, and the answer safely in the realm of impossibility. So nice and slowly now, just let your attention come back to your breath, to the sound of your breath, to the feeling of the rise and fall of your chest, of your belly, and moving from what we consider to be the core, which is the breath, allow your attention to gradually, slowly work its way out to the edges of your being. Go ahead and stretch your legs. Squeeze the muscles to the bones. Straighten your legs if they're not already. And if your shoulders feel okay, stretch your arms up and over your head. So you're reaching from your waist to the tips of your toes and from your waist to your fingertips. And breathe freely and deeply through your nose. Soften your jaw, teeth, tongue. And then when you've had enough stretching, just relax your arms, bend them, hold your elbows one in each hand, and then slowly bend your knees one at a time, and roll in either direction. So as you roll off the bolster, push the one under your chest back and out of your way, and just go ahead and stay on your side for a couple of breaths. Breathe through your nose, and then slowly, when you feel ready, keep rolling in the direction you're already facing. Use your top arm to help you sit up from your side. And then please come on up and find a seat that is comfortable. Okay, so it doesn't matter what it is. If you do Padmasana and you like that, do it. Simple cross legs, Virasana, any simple seated pose. Okay, the only thing that I'm going to ask that I'm, kind of particular about with the seat is that your hips are higher than your knees. When your hips are higher than your knees, it takes the pressure out of your lower back and gives you the ability to sit up. And sitting up is the metaphor for waking up, right? And the practice of yoga is that. It's about waking up to the possibilities. So, like I said, beginnings are important. They set the tone for everything that follows. So it's really important to me that we start this practice, at least my session, always with a mantra, with a prayer. And the one I'd like to share with you this morning is called the Shantipāt mantra. It's the mantra of peace. It is dedicated to Brahma. Brahma is the creator and represents birth or beginnings. So we're going to do the mantra call and response. That means I'll say a line and I invite you to say it back. You're going to do it in Sanskrit, which is the original language of yoga, which functions and emits a vibration, a high vibration. Okay, so once you've found your seat, sit up nice and tall, and I'm going to use my Shruti box. This is really an electric tambura. So I'm going to have a little bit of sound to set the tone. So as you sit up nice and tall, feel your sitting bones, press into whatever it is you're sitting on. Lower your chin towards your chest and align your shoulders over your hips. So notice if you're pushing your chest forward, you shouldn't feel any strain in your back. Okay? Feel like you're sitting up and not forward. Soften your shoulders away from your ears. And lower your chin towards your chest without putting any strain in your throat. So remember Jiva Bandha inside of your mouth, tip of your tongue resting at your upper palate. Now slowly bring your hands together in front of your heart in Anjali Mudra. And we place our hands right at the spot where we just had the bolster, where we're opening our heart. This is where the metaphorical heart resides. This is where the Anahata, or the heart chakra, resides as well. So as you place your hands here, your thumbs connect to self. As the practice of yoga is strengthening our relationship to ourself and to God. Surrendering to source. So your thumbs connect to self. Your index and middle finger reaching up, connecting towards spirit, a higher power, God. Your ring and pinky fingers reaching forward towards your teachers, your family, your friends, your community, and all of humanity. And in the middle of that is the space between your palms. And that space is important because it reminds us of the space we need to create inside of ourselves for the teachings to land. Now, if you haven't already this morning, please set an intention for your practice. And that can be something small and personal that you might need right now in your life. Or it might be something more global and magnanimous, right, that you want to send out. Whatever it is, please don't ever doubt the power of your intention. And then secondly, with the hands connecting at the heart, our emotional center, I want you to think about the idea of unconditional love. And what unconditional love really means is allowing love to radiate from the center of your being without any concern for the results. Okay, so I want you to think of someone in your life right now, and it may very well be you. I want you to think of someone that needs more love. And let your love radiate towards that person without any concern for the results. And now to introduce the mantra, to set the tone, we'll chant Om together 3 times. So please take a nice deep inhale, sit up tall, fill your lungs with air, then hold it in. And together exhale all your air, breathe out. At the bottom of your exhale, stay empty. And then together, inhale. Sana Vavatu Sana Saviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinam Aditamastu Mavid Vishai Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So in this mantra for peace, here we ask first and foremost, may all sentient beings everywhere, including ourselves, may we always feel safe, and may we always feel that shroud of protection around us. And please, if you can ever provide safety or protection for another living being, please don't hesitate to act. It is our moral responsibility. Secondly, may all beings everywhere feel nourished, fed, and satisfied. As we come together in this moment and in all moments, may we work with virya, which means courage. And the true meaning of courage is having the strength to speak from your heart, to speak your truth. When we do that, everything in our lives will continue to brighten. And most of all, whatever we do, say, think, it will be that much more effective in helping us move forward on the path towards freedom, moksha, liberation. And last but certainly not least, let us not bring hatred nor dispute amongst each other, certainly not amongst systems of yoga, and certainly not amongst each other. And when it happens, because it will, we're human, we will have issues with other humans. If we can remember to work towards resolve, if we hold on to hate, it is toxic and it will absolutely make you ill. So do the work and don't hold on to hate. Really, the antidote to hate is love. And that is not an easy thing to do. It takes regular practice, which is why we practice regularly. Practice implies repetition. Om, peace of the past, of the present, and always for our future. So now slowly bow your head, surrender to your heart, to God, to Source. Now keeping your eyes closed, gently lower your hands back to your thighs. And being mindful as to which eye opens first, slowly open your eyes and allow your focus to gently come back. Now, we're going to move a little bit. So we're going to come out of the seat, straighten your legs. Uttanasana. So if your hands reach the floor, fantastic. And if they don't, then I want you to put your hands on a block. Okay? And if you're using the block, I want you to put it about a foot in front of your feet. Okay? Move back a little bit so you can see me. So look down at your feet and separate your feet about the width of your hips. Lift and spread all 10 of your toes. So spread your big toes towards each other, your little toes away from each other. And then see if you can put your toes down softly. So if you can put them down softly and feel like they're stretching forward, great. But if you put them down and they scrunch the mat, keep them lifted, okay? Now look at your knees, your arms are straight, okay? Now if you're on the stiffer side and one block isn't enough, you can use two, right? It might be that you're gonna stack like this with a wider one on the bottom. It might be that you need 2 blocks. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. I know many of you can put your hands on the floor, and if you don't have any props, then that's what you're doing, okay? Now look at your knees and lift your kneecaps up. Internally rotate your thighs towards each other. Okay, so they spin towards the midline of your body. And as you can see, the alignment here is such that your sitting bones, the bones in your buttocks, should be directly over your heels. Okay, and that makes this pose a full leg stretch, meaning it goes not just from your butt to your knees, to the hamstrings, but all the way down into your lower legs. And keep breathing through your nose. Now lift your chest, lengthen your sternum forward so your spine is reaching forward. Draw your shoulders back. And if your neck feels okay, look forward. Okay, if it doesn't feel good on your neck, then don't do it. You can let your head be forward, be down. Breathe through your nose. Soften your jaw, your teeth, your tongue, your lips. Good. Now walk your feet together. Block down. And now Vajrasana. So this is the footwork. And I actually think Peter might have done this pose. This is a pose I always teach. So I want you to be on your knees, curl all 10 toes under, and see if you can touch your inner ankle bones together, okay? And then sit back on your heels. Now, if this causes any pain in your knees, that's not good, okay? It's contraindicated, in which case you gotta put something between your butt and your heels, and it might be something nice and soft, like a bolster, it could be a blanket. If this is crazy uncomfortable in your toes, which is where people usually feel it, toes and the feet, I'm not worried about you, but I understand it's not comfortable, okay? In which case you could put something under your knees, takes the pressure out. Now, if you can, rest your hands on your thighs, drop your chin towards your chest, soften your jaw any amount, and breathe freely and deeply through your nose. See if you can breathe into your kidneys. Soften your jaw so Jiva Bandha is still present in your mouth. Soften your shoulders away from your ears. Draw your navel towards your spine. And here your pelvis tucks under so your sitting bones are moving towards your knees. Free breathing simply means keep breathing. Now, inhale, open your eyes, lift your head, come forward. So lift your bottom off your feet and then point your toes straight back. So your knees are still together. Now, as you sit back, you want to keep your heels together. If they stay together on their own, great. If not, you could take your fingers to your outer heels. Press them together and see if you can get your heels between your sitting bones, which might feel a little strange, but that's where they go. Pelvis tucks under. And again, if this bothers your knees, something between your butt and your heels. And if you can rest your hands at your knees, that's ideal. If the weight is too much in your feet, you could always put your hands on blocks. Okay, and that goes for the first one. Now again, see if you can lower your chin towards your chest, close your eyes, and once again, bring your attention to your breath, to your mouth. Soften your jaw, your teeth, your tongue, your lips. Breathe into your back body. Very nice. Now inhale, lift your head. Curl your toes under. Straighten your legs and stand up. Now, hopefully you have 2 blocks, and if you don't have 2 blocks, then you can either get creative, use something else, or you could put your hands on the floor. Parsvottanasana. So this is a standing pose, accessible to everybody. Right? I teach this to people on their first day of yoga. So have your right foot forward and your left foot back, and make the distance between your feet about the length of one of your legs. Line your feet so they're heel to heel. Straighten your legs and have the blocks or your hands on your blocks, shoulder width apart. Okay, and you can see that my wrists are under my shoulders. Now look at your right foot and lift all 5 toes. Spread your big toe to the left and your little toe to the right. And see if you can keep the weight on the big toe side of your foot and lift your right kneecap up. Engage your right quadricep and keep breathing. Now draw your right hip back. See if you can draw your right hip back, your right sitting bone closer to your left without it affecting your right foot. And then press into your back heel, the left one. Straighten your left leg and draw your left hip forward. Keep breathing, and now lift your chest like we did in Uttanasana. Lengthen your sternum forward and draw your shoulders back. Soften your mouth, your teeth, your tongue. Engage your quadriceps. Sthira Sukham Asanam is a sutra that tells us to always be looking for effort without tension and a state of relaxation without being dull. Now to switch sides, bend your right leg, step your left foot forward and your right foot back. And again, be meticulous, organize your feet so they're in alignment of heel to heel, that the distance between your feet is about the length of one of your legs. The weight is on the big toe side of your front foot and the little toe side of your back foot. If you feel like you're on a tightrope, right, if your legs are kind of stiff, if you're pregnant, if you're just, this is a new pose and you don't feel steady, you could separate your feet laterally. That would be the left foot to the left, the right foot to the right. Now, straighten both knees. Draw your left hip back, your right hip forward. Lift your chest and lengthen your spine forward. Keep breathing. So the only way to stretch your hamstrings, the muscles in the back of your leg, are to engage the quadriceps, the muscles in the front. So soften your jaw, your teeth, your tongue. And then everybody, bend your left leg, step the right foot forward, put the blocks down. Now come onto your hands and your knees. Okay, we'll just do like a minute of this. Curl your toes under. Look at your hands so they're your shoulder width apart. Look at your knees so they're your hips width apart. Look at your hands and make the index finger knuckles heavy. Now as you inhale, arch your back, lift your head and your sitting bones. As you exhale, round your spine, draw your navel towards your back. Inhale, arch your back, lift your head. Exhale, round your spine. Do it a few times, moving slowly, waking up your spine. Now, inhale with your head up, open your eyes. Exhale to downward facing dog. So keep the weight in the inner triads of your hands. Feel like you're pressing the front of your mat away from you. And as I always say, if you're not sticking to your mat, it's not working. And if you're sliding on your sticky mat, it's not working. And I'm on the Amazing Soldier cork mat, and I love this mat. So thank you, Ashley. Now everybody can way up on your tippy toes and inhale, step your right foot forward between your hands, first lunge. So bend your right knee to about 90 degrees. Now listen carefully. If you are pregnant, this is not for you, okay? If you're pregnant, you got to take your arms to the inside of your right leg. Otherwise, everybody else, straighten your back knee. Look at your front foot and lift all 5 toes. Spread the big toe to the left, little toe to the right. Make your hands light, okay? I'm not suggesting you do it with no hands, but you want to feel like you're pushing your right foot into the mat so your hands are light. Shift your hips to the left, straighten your back leg more than you ever have. Keep breathing through your nose. Straighten your back leg, soften your jaw. Now everybody, put your hands flat. Inhale, lift your hips and exhale to downward dog. Bend one knee, stretch the other heel, do it a couple times. And then way up on the tippy toes, inhale your left foot forward. And if it doesn't go easily, grab your foot and drag it up there. It doesn't matter how it gets there. Now bend your left leg to about 90 degrees. Straighten your back knee. And then look at your left foot. Lift all 5 toes. Push your foot into the floor. Take your hands off the floor just for a second. Get your belly off your thigh. And then put your hands down really lightly. So your belly can touch your thigh, it just shouldn't collapse. Shift your hips to the right, straighten your back leg more than you ever have. Breathe through your nose. Very nice. Put your hands flat. Inhale, lift your hips. Exhale to downward facing dog. And then inhale, come way up on your tippy toes. Exhale, bend your knees. Big toes touch each other. Child's pose. So if you can take your arms back at your side and your forehead to the mat, do that. If that's not comfortable, bring your arms forward, stack them, rest your head, forehead on your arms. If neither of those are comfortable, then lay on your back or your belly. Let's see if you can let your back be round in child's pose. Breathe through your nose.
Time is flying as we're having so much fun.
Now take your hands under your knees, press yourselves up, and find a seat that's comfortable. Sit up nice and tall. The hardest thing in the world for me is teaching a short class, so that's all I've got for you guys today. Tomorrow I'm teaching a longer class, an hour and a half, and I've got Noelani Love with me. She's an amazing musician from Oahu who I've known for a few years, and we're going to be doing an event together here tomorrow. That's a donation-based class. So namaste, thank you very much. I'd like to finish with one Om together. So if you could join your palms together, sit up nice and tall. Take a deep inhalation through your nose. Okay. Aloha. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the rest of your day. There's an amazing group of people. Aloha.
That was such a scratch on the surface with her. In India, we were doing 3-hour classes every time. So yes, she loves to teach traditional yoga in its finest form in her own way. And that's why we love her so. So thank you so much, Nikki. And then tomorrow she'll be back for a 90-minute class, which will be a deeper dive. So if you liked it today, we got more uplifting Hawaiian vibes manana.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Okay, aloha.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
So my partner in crime, Ms. Talea Thomas, will be introducing our next guest.
Yeah, welcome everyone. Our next guest is Tyrone Beverly, and I've known Tyrone for, gosh, almost 6 years now. He has taught at a festival that I put on called Steamboat Movement Fest, and his way of guiding people through meditation and guiding them to themselves, to be more connected with themselves, has really transformed my life. And so I'm really excited that he's here and he can share his gift of sharing meditation with all of us. So Tyrone, whenever you're ready, we're excited that you're here with us.
I just want to say peace, everybody. Honored to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you all. I hope you are well wherever you are in the world. I happen to be in Denver, Colorado. It's really gloomy. It's gloomy, but it's beautiful. That's indicative of what's going on right now in our country and the world, really. There's a lot of gloom, but there's a lot of beauty, and I think we have to be balanced in our thinking and remember that this is all a part of the journey. This is all a part of the process. As we talk about our soul journey, we have to talk about how we contribute to the world around us as well. So today we have about 10 minutes, I believe. So we're going to do a 10-minute practice. And what I want you to do is take a nice seat. So get a nice seated cross-legged position if that's in your practice. If not, you can straighten your legs out. And if you prefer to lay down, go ahead and lay down. Lie down. And from here, we're going to close your eyes for a moment. Sitting up nice and tall. And I want you to take this internal journey in yourself. Breathing in through the nose if possible, and slowly allowing the exhalation to follow. And every time you exhale, begin to soften your shoulders a little more. Now, man, I want you to pay attention to your hands, with the eyes remaining closed, with the shoulders soft, face relaxed. As we talk about your soul journey through this experience we call life, I want you to ask yourself, how has your hands contributed to peace? And how have they contributed to pain? How have your hands contributed to peace? And how have your hands contributed to pain? And as your shoulders soften, I want you to answer this question. What kind of burdens weighs you down? And now I want you to take it down into your legs. And as you've taken your journey through this life, how have your legs contributed to peace? And how have your legs contributed to pain? And I want you to draw your attention to your belly region. And I want you to reflect on your journey when you were a child. And watch yourself grow up to where you are right now. And through that journey, what gave you butterflies? Maybe it was your first test, your first kiss, your first public speaking experience. And we find out what we value in these moments, because the things that we care most about is where we can become very emotional. Now, what do you value can oftentimes determine where your hands are committed to peace and when your hands are committed to pain, when your legs are committed to peace and when your legs are committed to pain. And now we bring your attention into your face. And in this region, we found your mouth, your tongue. And here we ask you, how has your tongue contributed to peace? And how has your tongue contributed to pain? Breathe. And lighten the load that you carry by softening your shoulders, by relaxing your face. As we talk about the balance of our existence, we must be present with what's currently going on in the world. There's a lot of pain, and there's a lot of people working towards peace. Because at the end of it all, is that not what we all really want? To be free to express ourselves, so we're not afraid of public speaking, because we won't be criticized by those who listen. Criticized by ourselves, thinking we aren't good enough. Or criticizing someone else because we live in a society that tells us who's worthy and who's not. How have your tongue contributed to peace? And how has your tongue contributed to pain? Now, these next few moments, I want you to take this time to self-reflect. It might not be peaceful as you take a journey through yourself, around your lived experiences, but it is your testimony. Sit with yourself in these moments, to reflect, to contemplate, to remember. Now from here, allow your palms of the hands to face up towards the sky as they rest upon your knees. Symbolically representing the peace you have created and the pain you have created in the world. And as you inhale, reach your hands out to the side of you, symbolically reaching them both up all the way over your head. And continue to keep reaching towards the sky. Let your head release back. Breathe in through your nose if possible. Open the mouth up nice and wide. And exhale it out into the sky. Now as you inhale, draw the hands together. And as you exhale, allowing this rebirth to take place within you as your hands slowly draw down to the center of your heart. A part of us dies every day, but we're not prisoners of our past, our mistakes, our shortcomings, and our glory. Not living off our past accolades, but being present to continue the journey. Anew, refreshed, restored, rejuvenated, replenished. Yes. Take in the deepest breath that you have taken today. Slightly open the mouth and slowly, softly, gently exhale. And no longer manipulate the breath. Allow it to flow freely. Continue to keep the hands pressing on center. And as you exhale, allow the hand to release back down to your knees. As you journey through this life, how do you want to be remembered? What will the words be that define you? As you explore yourself, what's the answer to this question? When was the last time someone told you how important you are? When was the last time someone told you how important you are? And the following question to that is, when was the last time you told someone else how important they are? How much you appreciate and value them? As we go through this journey called life, remember when your hands create peace or pain, that becomes your legacy, that becomes what defines you. And that's how you will be remembered, by what you stand up for and what you don't. Your name will be written into the history books by how you show up in the world, by how you treat other people. And once again, inhale, reach the hands all the way over your head. Allow your palms to press together and slowly lower down to our center. And gently open your eyes. And before I leave, today it's my 10 minutes. I would like to ask you all to grab your cell phone if you have it around, to grab your cell phone or your computer, or however you communicate with people in the world. And what I would like for you to do is I want you to find someone that you haven't spoken to in a while and check on them and tell them how much you appreciate them, how much you value them, and continue to build your legacy by how you treat other people. And plant a seed in someone else today, and that seed begins to grow, and it reaches someone else, and eventually it makes its way around the world. And we've created a little joy within these few moments, and that's where change happens, is when we're actively showing up to the things that matter. And right now, appreciation is one of those things. That's my time. Thank you all for having me. Thank you to Leah for bringing me. And I hope you all have a beautiful, blessed day. Continue your journey. Peace.
Tyrone, thank you so much. That was incredible. You guys, Tyrone's going to be back this afternoon. We're doing a panel, and he's got a lot of wisdom, and I've got a lot of great questions to ask him. So please come back and join us for that.
Thank you, Tyrone. All right, well, that was fantastic. We're going to continue with fantastic. That's the theme for today, aside from all these other important things. And we have up next Dr. Magati Mokoena and Sapphire Boucher-Leon. So Magati was with us last experience, if you were joining us. And she was so amazing that we invited her to come back to do another writing activity. So far she's the only one that has gone back to, that has actually come back, and especially on a back-to-back basis. So we're so honored. She is from Cape Town, South Africa. Well, she's not from there, that's where she lives. So she's coming from South Africa. And the beauty of technology is that we have my other Superfly soul brother, Mr. Sapphire, in Portland, Oregon. And they have just met yesterday for the first time. And so we're also going to continue with this handpan drum that Tyrone just tickled a bit. And Sapphire will be playing handpan alongside Magati. So thank you both so much for being here. It's a pleasure. Oh, and if you have, this is the time, if you have a journal and a pen, you're going to want to grab that because we're going to be writing. So grab your journal and your pen, and maybe just, I'm going to move venues over to my other, I'm going to move to my other place, and we'll hear from Magati.
Thank you, Ashley. Good evening, everybody. Well, I'm saying good evening because it's 8 p.m., 4 minutes past 8 here in Cape Town. And it's a beautiful, cold winter's evening. And what a pleasure, what a blessing to have just had a snippet of Tyrone, well, actually the entirety of Tyrone's meditation. I feel like I definitely have stepped into the field, and I feel the essence of what he created is going to continue there. And Sapphire, how beautiful it is to see you. If you're saying anything, Sapphire, I can't hear you. Ooh, what's happened? Is it me that have... Can you hear me? I can't hear a thing. Oh, yes.
Okay, can we hear me now?
Yes.
All right, sorry about that.
I panicked. Ever so
you and me both. Very good.
Okay, all right. So Sapphire, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to holding space with me for this particular session. And everybody, as Ashley invited you, please make sure that you have a pen and lots of paper with you, because we are going to delve deep within and capture some of, well, not some of, but hopefully all the prompts that I'm going to give you as I take you through this writing exercise. And like the last time, this is going to be a free writing exercise, and we're doing a free writing exercise precisely because it doesn't require you to delve too much into your cognitive brain. We are wanting to appeal rather to your creative, to that creative aspect of your brain, so that the thinking brain doesn't become very critical about what it is that you are creating. So in order to participate in the free writing exercise, really give yourself permission to just delve deep. We're going to be going deep immediately. Go with it. And the way you do it then is to write. I'm going to give you a prompt, a question typically, and you just write whatever is communicated, typically through you, not from you so much, but typically through you, and you just capture and capture and capture. I'm going to give you 5 minutes each time to write. If you feel like you're running out of anything to write, just write, I don't know what to write, I don't know what to write, I don't know what to write, until whatever you need to capture comes through for you. Stay with each activity. And as much as you can, don't move around, so that we can really honor and intensify this field and community that we are creating together across the world. don't stop until I ask you to stop. So I will keep time so that you don't have to worry about it. And in fact, when I ask you to start writing, Sapphire is going to play some music to help create that wave of creativity for you and to hold your own creative essence. Avoid being analytical. Don't worry about wanting to use grammar and punctuation, none of that. Just write, and we will harvest absolutely everything at the end. And lastly, enjoy. Give yourself permission to surrender to the activity. And to start us off, I'm going to read a small piece of writing. And this reflects the work of St. John of the Cross, Dark Night of the Soul. I have lain in prison for 2 years. Out of my nature has come wild despair and abandonment of grief to grief, terrible and impotent rage, bitterness and scorn, anguish that wept out loud, misery that could find no voice, sorrow that was dumb. Now I find hidden somewhere away in my nature something that tells me that nothing in the world is meaningless, and suffering least of all. That something hidden away in my nature, like a treasure in a field, is humility. Your first activity is a warm-up, and I'm giving you 5 minutes for this. And this is the prompt. When you look into the eye of your beloved, who is the you see reflected back to you? When you look into the eye of your beloved, who is the you see reflected back to you? You may start writing. Starting to finish off. And thank you, Sapphire. Taking a deep breath in and exhale. And I'm going to give you the next prompt, but before that, there is something mysterious and whole which existed before heaven and earth, silent, formless, complete, and never changing, living eternally everywhere in perfection. It is the mother of all things. Your next prompt reads as follows. I am a soul inhabiting a black body, a body of color in this lifetime. And this is my message. Or, I am a soul inhabiting a white body in this lifetime. And this is my message. You have 5 minutes. starting to finish. And thank you, Sapphire. Let's take a deep breath in together. And exhale. Thank you. In this uncontainable night, be the mystery at the crossroads of your senses, the meaning discovered there. And if the world has ceased to hear you, say to the silent earth, I flow. To the rushing water, speak, I am. And your prompt for now is, my name is, and I let go. My name is, and I let go. We have 3 minutes. Starting to complete. And thank you. Abandon all these attitudes of wanting to prolong pleasure and avoid suffering. Let the heart be itself and feel whatever is there. Freed from clinging and avoiding, the heart regains its poise and revels in creation. plunging deep into its center, discover that the heart is moved by a pulse that is everywhere. Your last prompt, and what I'm going to ask you to do is, once I've given you this prompt, you're going to spend 2 minutes working on this. And after that, you're going to go back to everything that you have written, to harvest, to underline, to circle words or phrases that rise up at you, that jump out at you. And after that, you're going to create a poem, or from those words and phrases, you're going to create a poem. I'll give you 5 minutes to create the poem. But for now, we're going to have exactly 2 minutes to respond to this. Source is calling my name to complete its mission through me. This is how I commit to reflecting you back to you. Source is calling my name to complete its mission through me. This is how I commit to reflecting you back to you. 2 minutes. Starting to complete. And thank you. Now you're going to harvest, you're going to look back at what you've written. And from that, underline, circle, any words, any phrases that jump out at you. And you're going to write a poem. And the first line is, I am called. That's your first line. And that you can use as a refrain. You have 5 minutes to complete the entire activity. I am called. 5 minutes. starting to finish. And thank you. Ooh, let's take a deep breath in and release. I hope that you have your poems there, and it would be great to give witness to what has come through you. And I would like to invite whoever is around and is able to share to please go ahead and do so. We have the next 10 minutes for this. Ashley, I can see you speaking, but I can't hear you.
Sorry, I just unmuted. Are there any attendees who would like to share their what they've written? It would be great to hear from somebody. Where are our attendees? Somebody's got, come on, soldiers. You're out there. All right, I'll read what I've written and maybe that'll spark some conversation here.
There's Kimberly saying she would rather have somebody else read it.
Oh.
I'm happy to read it for her if that's what she'd like, if she puts it somewhere where I can, like in the chat or something.
Okay, all right, yeah, sure. Put it in the chat and we'll have somebody read it. Anyone else? I don't even see where our attendees are. Okay, so I'll read mine. I am called Ashley, white for now, black and Indian before. Nature, truth, love, the soul. A victim no longer, I design an awakened planet. An energizer, a dot connector. My mission is to gather an army of awakened soldiers. Seekers, sages, and warriors, here to spread their light. I am called to the vision of the soul connected to God, where faith, love, and wonder intersect. Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling.
Beautiful, thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, okay. All right, it feels good when you read your story. So, or when you read what you've written, it's like a nice weight off your shoulders. Anybody else?
I will read mine.
Keith, did you write one?
Okay. Ellen, tell us where you're from.
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm from Cape Town.
Oh, beautiful.
I will read you my poem. My name is Ellen, by the way, as you can see. I'm called to be strong and capable, but I'm just a human being. I'm letting go of my need to stand out, of my need to follow the rules of the older generation. I commit to being a bridge that you can cross over into becoming who you are supposed to be.
Nice, beautiful.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else? Sapphire, you could probably do it off the fly.
Oh, don't be putting me on like that. I was in music zone.
Fair enough.
Oh, okay. Looks like Kimberly's is up.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, I got it right here. I am called Kimberly, a lover, fighter, strong, courageous. I am a force of nature like a tidal wave, a daughter and granddaughter of beautiful souls, souls who wrote their own playbook. I now live in the land of trailblazers, but the circle remains unbroken. I remain committed myself and my essence. My breath is my life force. I love fiercely, deeply, and fully because I believe and have faith in the human spirit. I am a soul inhabiting a white body in a time where black bodies are cast aside and souls are destroyed at the hands of those called to protect and serve. I am called to bring attention to the things often regulated to the shadows. Like the dark night of the soul must be revealed to be healed. We are better than this. The human spirit is love, not hate. Black lives matter. We must do better if we want better.
Oh.
Wow, that
All right, Kimberly.
was really powerful. Nice work, Kimberly. I know she's going through a lot right now, and I appreciate that she wrote that.
Yeah.
Anything else? Anyone else? Sometimes people feel shy, but I just want to encourage you that even if you don't feel like reading it here, share it with somebody else. There's great power in being witnessed, particularly when you write something as deeply, when you delve deeply as you have. So don't cast it aside.
I agree with that totally. and if you don't already have a journal practice of some sort or some kind of writing practice, it's definitely so helpful in the healing journey, and something that as soldiers and at every soldier experience, we always commit to having some kind of writing activity because of the power of it. So, you know, whatever you write before you go to bed or when you wake up in the morning, whenever I have journals I have journals all over the place because you just never know when you might want to write something down.
Yeah. And part of that power of writing is that it gives expression to something that could be circling over and over in your mind, and in some way making you feel powerless against that which is going around and around in your mind. So when you write something down, you almost externalize it. And once it's outside and you can see it on the page, you feel more empowered to be able to do something, even if it is to integrate it into yourself.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Magati. If anybody is ever interested, we have, Soldier has a vegan journal that we have that's made out of apple peels totally, and it's recycled. And it has our little manifesto on the inside. And then it has, in the back, it has this kind of cool, just remembering words and phrases and mantra and all kinds of different things. So I'm not trying to plug anything, right? I don't want to be a advertisement, but it is a nice journal, and it's totally sustainable and doesn't use any trees, which is important if you're a soldier. So
I actually want to say those are really great. I use the one that I got from you all the time. Like the size of it and the feel of it actually is a really great. It's kind of my favorite journal. It's they're really great, Ashley. I'm impressed, I got to say.
Thank you. I'm so glad to hear you're using it and it's coming in handy, and it's nice to flip back in the back and you'll always see something different that you didn't see the first time. So so again, thank you both. Sapphire, love your hand pan as usual. Sapphire is actually a black belt NIA instructor, and his weekly class, which you can do online now, is one of my favorite. In the last 6 months, it turned into my favorite class that I was doing in person. So if you don't live in Portland, now you're able to see him anywhere, and he's really a special person, very soulful, and it's not your average Nia class. I'm going to say it like that. It's a Sapphire class. So
it's at Dance with Joy Studios.
Yes, in Portland. So you can check that out on his website. And Magati is in Cape Town and leading plant ceremonies and priestess healings and all kinds of amazing things there. So we thank you so much for joining us, and really it's always a pleasure.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Nice to work and play with you, Makati.
Go to sleep. Magati, I think, was up all night. Yeah. So now she's probably very tired and it's time for bed.
Yes. Thank you again, Sapphire. Much love.
You too. My pleasure.
Good night.
All right. And so coming up next, we're going to be cooking and listening to our dear friend, Mr. Keith Mitchell, talk a little bit about nutrition as well. So they are both pioneers in, I would say, like the new paradigm of food. And really the healing process begins in what you put in your mouth. That's the step one. And even though there's a misconception, I think, of the idea that food is medicine. And so these two have really made it their life mission to speak this as, and really live it and embody it. So I believe fully in that concept that food is medicine. And so Keith, I have known for a couple of years. I started working with him, and he really, wow, what a game changer being able to work with him on a nutrition front. So I really feel strongly about having him join us today. And then Koya is new, and Talea might be able to speak to her a little bit more, but I'm super honored and blessed to have both of you guys here today and speaking about something that is all near and dear to all of us. So, and if you are, we're going to be transitioning to the kitchen. So we'll be standing up and kind of moving around. So, so it's a nice time to just not take a break, but just move a little bit in a different way.
Hi, Koya. Yeah, so everyone's getting ready. There's Koya. I see Koya. How you doing, Koya? I met Koya in LA. Gosh, I don't know how long ago that was. Koya, I think your sound is off.
Yeah, I just asked her to unmute.
There you go.
Hi.
In February. I met Koya in February. I went over to her house and got to spend some time with her and some other people. And I was just so taken back on her knowledge of food. I mean, I just remember her talking about like eating the avocado pit, or what you could actually do with the avocado pit, and all of the different things you could do with the avocado. And I was just mesmerized. Her ability to explain what food can do for you, how it can heal you, it just blows my mind. She's such an intelligent woman, and so I'm really excited to have both Keith and Koya here sharing with us. So whenever you guys are ready, take it away.
Awesome to be here, and thank you so much for the kind words, Ashley and Talea. Koya, would you like to just kind of start with the setting the intention for what we're creating on this journey? Would you want to?
Yes, I again want to echo you in the thanks and honor for being here and being able to present and share my passion for food and nutrition and how that affects us mentally, spiritually, and physically. And I just want to first set the intention of just closing our eyes for a moment, taking a deep inhale and exhale, sigh it out. Inhale, hold the breath, and exhale, sigh it out. So everything that we take into our body is nurturing us in a certain way. And so as we start to dive into food and how we are nurtured by food, remember, our thoughts, our actions, our words, and our food are affecting our body, are affecting our state. So when we are intentional about what we're putting in, especially our mouths, but also the other areas, we can start to change our bodies. And in tune in changing our bodies, we make a big impact in the world. So I would start with that intention.
That's so awesome, and thank you so much for setting this beautiful intention. I've learned so much from Koya in the kitchen. That's why I say it's a journey. You know, I see cooking is similar to, no different than a meditation, no different than a yoga. It's the giving love to self, to be aware of the ingredients, because you care what's coming into your body. You want the highest vibration, the substance to come into your body to nurture you. And yes, food is the medicine. And ironically enough, as I go into just briefly, you know, my journey in this discovery, you know, I played pro football for 8 years, and you know, my diet was terrible, and you know, it was processed foods, it was the Coca-Colas and things like that of that nature, and I went through a whole process when I got injured, rediscovering food and what food was. I learned conscious breathing. That was my first step. It got me to get my mind straight, so to speak. And then with yoga, as I learned that and got on my journey with yoga, I began to go into how I could begin the process of healing my body. And now, and I, ironically enough, I was watching this YouTube channel, and I met this guy, this amazing man, this teacher, you know, his name was Dr. Sebi. I was watching YouTube, and he was with Lisa Left Eye Lopez, and they were in this like far out rainforest, and I was like, man, and I just was hearing them talk about food and herbs and all that. I was like, I don't know this part of it. And my body was like in pain. I still had a lot of pain that I was dealing with. If 10 was the highest, I'd be every day from like 8 and sometimes 9 for pain, even with my yoga practice, even with my meditation practice. And then when I saw him out in Honduras, I'm like, I felt I just needed to be there. And I was like, I don't know, I've never been to Honduras. I'm like, I got to get there. And 10 times after, right, because I've been there like 10 times, learning and just taking and absorbing all the information about food and detoxing the body, I'm here to speak to you today. And it's just been a beautiful journey of mine. You know, so when I break down food, you know, we begin to count the, you know, Sebi had the philosophy about alkalinity and everything over 7.2 being alkaline. And we don't, and everything lower than that is typically acidic or is typically a hybrid. So, and interesting enough, I've been having a lot of conversations about the environment and what's going on today. And one of the most interesting and simple disruptor to this thing is not committing your dollars to genetic modified foods, spending your dollar on more food of substance, meaning not buying fruits without seeds, meaning buying more foods of substance like live foods, because we want to live and expand and grow. So the basic principles of what Dr. Sebi talked about is the deficiency of iron and calcium and magnesium. And there's some interesting things, and I want to make this interactive with Koya too. So how, because I know you're an athlete and you're going to tell your story too, but iron and how that, and like absorbing iron and how the body does react to iron and how it is a healing mechanism, a healing factor for us. What have you noticed with iron in your body as you kind of went through your transition? I know you were being a vegan for a long time, so what have you noticed the most?
Thank you for that, and I appreciate you passing the torch. I know people have some ingredients, so I'm just going to speak to them really quick. First, we're going to make the dirty kale salad. So you guys should have some kale. So just a bowl or a bunch of kale. Make sure you de-stem that kale. We got 5 ingredients here. We got kale, we have lime, and we can talk about the lime and how that's even more alkaline than the lemon. And then we have avocado, and we have Bragg's. So really those 4 ingredients are all you need: Bragg's, avocado, lime, and your kale. That's the bare minimum. But to that, we're gonna add some raisins and some walnuts on top. And I just got this bunch of organic cherry tomatoes. So the tomatoes, walnuts, and raisins, you can add on top. So go ahead and grab those ingredients, and we're gonna start putting the salad together. Okay, so first I'm gonna put like 2 tablespoons of Bragg's. And then I'm gonna squeeze my entire lime. If you don't like lime, you can put a half a lime instead of a whole lime. Just squeeze that right in. And then I already cut an avocado. I'm gonna put my whole avocado in. Now, if you're sharing this, put a whole avocado. If you're not sharing it, you can put a half. Some people just like to eat an avocado a day. Whatever your diet is absolutely fine. It's going to be more creamy with a whole avocado and less creamy with a half. So
I
now,
love
as
an
I start to
avocado a day.
massage,
That's a nice message.
you like it?
I love that. Yes.
So as I start to massage it, I'll talk a little bit about the importance of iron. Well, we need all the minerals, you know, and what I learned too from Dr. Sebi is that we want our body to be alkaline. What makes the body acidic is stress. What makes the body acidic is toxins. And when we have a more alkaline body, we can, you know, heal from almost anything, and that's been proven. So one of the minerals that we're most deficient in, whether you're plant-based, I've been vegan for 15 years, so I'm proof that it works. But one of the things we miss out on is iron. And so not all iron is created equal. You have to make sure you have the right sources of iron, and you have to make sure you're taking iron every day, either through your nutrition, or I supplement herbs because I want to focus more on eating food that I love in the quantities that I love. And I have herbal supplements like sea moss, bladderwrack, that give me the nutrients that I need.
Was that the 102 minerals that we need a day? And speaking of that sea moss, it has 92 minerals complete, and it's really high in calcium and magnesium. And so iron, as I see it also, and we'll come back to, I like how because we want to keep everybody abreast on how you're doing what you're doing, the magic.
Yeah, I'm now massaging the avocado, lime juice, and Bragg's together.
Yes. And so how I see iron is like a transporter. You know, it transports the nutrients. Because it's oxygen. With iron, basically, Dr. Sebi used to say iron is oxygen. And how it travels through the body, it's carrying this 7.2 and above, which is the oxygen has been known to be our healing mechanism in our body. So that iron is very crucial to our diets for the regenerational process. And also those sea mosses and the bladderwracks, those sea vegetables I call them, are really they're able to absorb. We're able to absorb them so easily. So they're readily available for our bodies to not spend so much energy of trying to process and break it down, but using those nutrients and minerals to heal our bodies, regenerate ourselves. So that's a really interesting thing there too. You want to say anything else to that, Koya, about iron? We can go to the next one.
No, we can go to the next one, oxygen, but I will just agree with you. Like, oxygen is what's going to help the body repair and the body and heal and release trauma mentally, physically, all starts to release when we have oxygen present.
And so also, what we're doing is, you know, again, we're elevating that our relationship up with food to let food be our medicine. So the next mineral that Dr. Sebi would stress would be calcium. And calcium is bone, skin. And when we think of the skin, we typically focus solely on the outside, but we also have an internal skin that when the body is given large amounts, like, so for me, when I had, you know, abused my body from playing football so much, my bones were aching. You know, I was just in that pain. It's just my body was in. And when I realized taking those large quantities of calcium from like ingredients like sea moss, my body would begin to just really regenerate and rebuild itself. Anything you want to say to that, Koya?
Absolutely. I feel like calcium should be in our everyday diet. So making sure we get a lot of greens and that we rotate our greens. So not just kale, but also arugula and mustard greens and spinach. And so I think it's important to have at least 3 or 4 different types of green, so you get different amounts of calcium. And also fruit has lots of calcium in it as well. So making sure we have a lot of fruits and vegetables, 3 to 5 servings is what every single day. That's going to help us naturally, in addition to our overall supplementation, get the amount of calcium that we need in our diet.
And reason why supplementing is so crucial is, you know, we have a deficiency in the soil, and 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 some of the foods are not what they used to be. So it's imperative that we use nature and the intelligence that it presents to us through the various herbs and plants that have medicinal value. And it's been so beneficial to me. When you talk about, I used to come from the idea of building muscle with animal flesh, but then I began to realize the body is the protein. And what I mean by that is it begins to adapt to what you do on a day-to-day basis. You have like about 5 to 7 trillion cells in the body. So what you do every day, you recruit amino acids. It will synthesize amino acids to support your endeavors. If you're into working out, if you're into the brain health, if you're studying, memorizing certain things. Well, the body has the capability, when it's properly fed, to support you to whatever you need to do. So it really just changed my game, because I was thinking counting calories. I stopped counting calories. I started counting chemicals, and we stay away from those chemicals. So the next mineral that I stress a lot is magnesium. Magnesium, and what I found with magnesium in particular, I played linebacker, so I suffered a lot of concussions and a lot of head injuries. And magnesium, what I know about magnesium is for brain development. It's for regenerating the brain. And a lot of the dis-ease happens through the emotional body. I don't want to get too far ahead of you. Are you doing some different things over there? You want to tell us, like, get everyone caught up to speed
Yes.
what you're doing?
Absolutely. So those of you who, we're going to do a salad, and we're also going to do a burger. I'm cooking the Impossible Burger. This was a direct request from Talia. So the salad, I'm just putting the salad in the bowl, and I'm going to top it with the walnuts and tomatoes. But I have these cute little coconut bowls, and I'm going to top it with the walnuts, tomatoes, and raisins. And in my skillet, I'm with my Impossible Burger. So check this out. This is plant-based burger. As you can see, it cooks just like meat. It looks just like meat, looks just like ground beef. I'm making 2 burgers right now. You can also make meatballs and other things, but while I'm finishing my salad, I'm also got my burger started, and then I'll let you know how we're gonna put it all together and after you speak again.
Awesome. Well, magnesium, and what I know about it for is depression. And as I was going through my transition from being an athlete to finding who I was as a person, like the depression and all these types of things that seep in with the mind, magnesium began to be my healer for that. Magnesium began to just allow me to have that high frequency in my body to support the highs and lows of life. It's not going to prevent you from having depression, but the thing is, what I've learned with having high vibrational foods in the body, it will sustain you to not be in those lower levels as long. So again, it's been a total game changer for me to just, again, as I transition with my age, to again have muscle without eating the flesh that I had been raised upon my whole life. And so the next mineral that's pretty interesting, and what Sebi stressed, was potassium. And I don't want to go too. How are you doing over there, Koya? Before we get into
I'm doing really good. And so I want to show people again what this looks like, plant-based, because a lot of people don't want to give up meat and burgers and things like that. And you can eat totally plant-based and not eat any faux burgers or things like that. But there do have faux burgers. And I know another big thing people don't want to give up is cheese, but we have vegan cheese, vegan burgers, things like that. So there's options if you want to play with this and try it out for a little while. So now that the burger's almost finished cooking on the second side, I'm going to put some cheese on top and let it melt down a little bit. And then I'm going to cut my tomatoes in half.
Awesome. So, and how we would get the potassium, I look at the potassium and how it works in the body. It's like we have a nervous system, we have the endocrine system, and it's like, it's the arteries and so forth, the veins. These are like freeways throughout the body, and the body communicates through the hormones with their signals to the receptors throughout the body. And so when we're congested, right, we get to clear those pathways so the body can actually communicate with itself. And in this time can be more efficient and not delayed. It's just like a traffic jam. When we have so much congestion, well, the body can't send these signals immediately. It slows down the response, which we find ourselves, you know, in our society with dementia cases and things like that. So when we begin to clear those pathways, the body is moving efficiently, and you know, and it's really something amazing. I think when I see society and majority of the population has never done a cleanse, I suggest you get into an idea of cleansing religiously, or create a regimen, even maybe once a quarter, or once a month, depending on what level and how, you know, elevated and that you want to take your practice. For me, I've been cleansing for 15 years to this point, and it's really changed my life, you know, the efficiency of my body and the responses and things like that. What have you noticed with cleansing for you, Koya?
I definitely think cleansing is so important, because even if you're vegan, plant-based, vegetarian, or you just eat as plant-based as possible, we have fungicides and herbicides in our clothes, in our foods, in our environment, and we have to detox those out on a regular basis. We have heavy metals in our waters, and so I've found that now that I've started cleansing on a regular basis, I drink a lot of celery juice in the morning on an empty stomach, I feel better, my skin looks better, I have more energy, I have more vitality. So even if you don't take our word for it, just try it. When you start eating more plants, and if you even try a week at a time, okay, I'm gonna just do plant-based for a week, and let that be your cleanse, you'll notice a huge shift. Okay, I'm gonna eat plants, and I'm gonna get some of those herbs that they mentioned. I'm gonna get some sea moss and some bladderwrack. I'm gonna get some magnesium, and also magnesium is really great for sleep. And I know with all the unrest, people are having a hard time with sleep. So taking that is not only gonna help your brain and your body repair, it's gonna help you have a restful sleep so your body can repair efficiently. So yeah, I definitely think like all of this working together. And even if you are doing all the healthy things, cleansing, because no matter how much you take in, we still live in a toxic environment. Cleansing is really important, once a month.
That's a great point. And when you talk about sleeping and why sleeping is so important, we take in about, I mean, I think it's as high as 90% of our daily oxygen. We take in the most oxygen when we're getting our sleep, and that's the healing mechanism. And again, and what about intermittent fasting? Are you into that? I know that's my practice, but I wanted to know if that's your practice as well. I believe so. Yeah.
Absolutely. Intermittent fasting is so important because our body needs an opportunity to rest and regenerate. And so when we're eating through the day, if we eat really late at night and then we wake up and have a heavy breakfast, then our body hasn't had enough time to digest the food. And then after digesting the food, it has to use the food, the nutrients the food gave us to regenerate our body. And that takes 10 to 12 hours for that process to happen. So I normally stop eating my last meal of the day around sunset, you know, and then I don't eat anything else until the morning. And then in the morning, I usually around 8 o'clock, I either have my celery juice or I have my water with lime. So I just have liquid. And then the first time I eat, like around 11, it's a smoothie. So it's still liquid with a lot of nutrients and all my herbs and things. And then my meal is around the highest peak of the day, around 12, between 12 and 3. I have like this kale salad, this beautiful kale salad that I make. And you can have 2 of these if you eat a lot, but I make that and then I eat that. And that is helping my body. If I fast from sunset all the way to sunrise, at least so you can say 8 to 8. That would be, or you can say 10 to 10, depending on your sleeping patterns. But that gives your body enough time to digest, regenerate, and do the healing that it needs so you can have your optimal energy.
Oh, that's great. And like from an esoteric breakdown of that, you know, noon is when the sun is at its highest peak. So we get to allow the serotonin, the energy of the sun to help us process our food. You know, every time we eat, 85% of our blood goes to our gut to help process this thing. So we only have 15% to regenerate, to heal, to grow and expand, to be better humans. In the evening during sunset, well, we start secreting more melatonin. So the body wants to relax. So we kind of go with it to take away the struggle, allow it to go into its ease, into the rest. And then we wake up to flush in the morning and to do it all over again. What about a regimen for water for the people? I know a lot of people suffering with arthritis issues. You know, dehydration is a big cause of a lot of people's illnesses. What is your take on the water regimen?
You want to drink your weight in ounces of water a day. So a lot of people say half your weight. I say your weight in ounces, because we really need to hydrate, especially when we're supplementing and doing herbs too. You really want to make sure you're hydrating. And so you want to drink that water, but you don't want to drink tap water. You want to drink purified water, water from a trusted source, spring water, but you want to make sure it's not in a plastic bottle. You want to make sure it's not tap water, because that's going to come with a lot of contaminants, and it's going to come with a lot of heavy metals. So pure water, and then you want to drink your weight in ounces.
And I like the colors, how you put in the food. I mean, again, I was a football player looking at my food, and I met Koya, and she's telling me about the colors that you put in the food. I mean, I'm like, I don't want to sound so corny, but isn't that pretty amazing? Now, that looks so, it's making me hungry, you know? Tell them about how you like to really mix up the colors of the food and how the effects that you feel it does to the body. And
so this is something, everyone's going to get a free digital copy of my book. And in my book, I talk about the spiritual energy centers called the chakras, right? And so the chakras resonate with different parts of your body. And each chakra, your root, your sacral, your core, your heart, your third eye, and your crown, different colors resonate with them. So why do people always, from McDonald's and Wendy's, why do we always see yellows and reds? Because that stimulates our sense of security, of food, of nurturing, and it makes us want to eat. So when you're eating the rainbow and eating a lot of colors, it's actually giving your body the nutrients that it naturally needs. But marketing uses that against us and uses these colors and gives us toxic foods, but we're not getting the nutrients that we need. We're just getting edible things we can eat. But when you're eating fruits and vegetables, nuts and seeds, you're actually getting the nurturing and the nutrients you need. Plus you're getting the color therapy of your body, knowing, okay, the red is going to my root chakra. The green is going to my heart chakra. This is raising my vibration, not only on a nutrient level, but also on an energetic level.
Wow, that's powerful. And also what I notice is when I put more substance in my food, I don't find myself snacking. I don't find myself as hungry often. How about you? And you're like, you've been in this for a long time, way longer than me. So what have you noticed with your clients who are making that transition, and what maybe we can tell someone who's wanting to make that transition, but they're kind of hearing what we're saying and maybe it sounds a little bit too complicated. How can we make it simple for them?
Here's how I think the easiest way to make it simple is have a smoothie every morning, or a fruit bowl, or a lot of people like the acai bowls.
Yes.
Just commit to that in the morning after you have your celery juice and your lime water. And then for the evening, commit to one salad. So one smoothie a day, one salad a day. Have your salad, arugula, spinach, kale, whatever floats your boat. Have a huge salad. And then have one beauty bowl for dinner around 5, 7, whenever you eat. And let that be a nutrient-dense, complex carbohydrate like quinoa, lentils, chickpeas. Put you some greens with it like broccoli, asparagus, and then whatever sauce you want. You can make it barbecue, you can make it Italian, you can make it Indian, you can make curry. And that just simplifies it. It's so simple. And you can change the flavors every day. Every now and then you can put you on a burger, a vegan burger, or have something like that. So it's really about making it fun and simple. And if you think of smoothie, salad, and beauty bowl, you'll be good to go.
But that's beautiful what you just said. I mean, commitment, right? And it's like, we want to commit to others, but we have the hardest time committing to ourselves. And this is why I say cooking is like a meditation. It's like a yoga. It's a different type of asana, but it is what it is. And that commitment is necessary, because all the things that we want to see change and happen in the world, it must first start with us. So I love how you just said that for us, the commitment that we're making, and really the steps of self-love, and it's a beautiful thing. And the skin, how I've noticed the skin changes. I've had injuries, again, like bones broken, and there's no way I could be doing some of the things that I've been doing now from my past of all the damage done. So man, the food is so powerful, and hopefully you're taking some of this in. Even if you're like a meat eater, right? Sometimes, you know, you may eat three meals a day with meat in it. Maybe you back down to 2 or maybe to 1. You know, just scale it, just make it manageable. Don't make it so complex like an SAT in your mind. Keep everything simple when you approach something new, and allow yourself the opportunity to grow and develop in it. And it can happen for you, because I never saw myself as a cook, but I've been learning how to cook. And then also the opportunity is to surround yourself with people like I have with Koya. She's like, you know, you can go learn from her. She's like a chef, but she's not a chef. She has the credentials to be a chef. So you have to find a Koya near you, I guess. Yeah.
I think I love what you said about do what you can. Like maybe it's just one plant-based meal a day. Maybe you start with, okay, I'm just gonna have a plant-based smoothie a day, or I'm just gonna have a salad a day. And you start there. I'm gonna try a couple meals. Maybe I'll try to make that. I call this salad the dirty kale salad. It's fully complete now. Maybe I'll just have that dirty kale salad. And I can eat both of these myself. Like I'm gonna share it today because I'm having a burger, but don't shame yourself, but eat a lot, because when you start eating plants, you are gonna need more. You can't just eat like a salad like you normally eat a salad and think that's enough. You need 2 whole bunches of kale. And especially when you start, your body is actually deficient of a lot of nutrients. So when I started, I eat a lot more. And now that I'm more nutrient dense, and now that I supplement too, I eat a lot less. So you really do have to give your body a chance to make the transformation. It doesn't happen overnight. Remember, this is a journey. And like you said, it's not a sprint. So I think if people just commit to it and commit to doing the best that they can, they will notice how they're feeling better and better, and they're going to keep up with it.
Yeah, give yourself a chance. I like that too, because again, we tend to want to look at the whole game, like, oh, how am I going to go without meat? It's just being present with it. It's one day at a time, one meal at a time, and just seeing what happens and seeing how your body transforms. So what do you add in there?
So a lot of people, they miss condiments, and they're like, oh, okay, so I have some rosemary, garlic, vegan mayo made from avocado oil. And then I have some mustard, just some regular yellow mustard. And I have some ketchup. So I'm going to put that all on my burger. And look at this yummy looking burger with the cheese on top, all melted down on top.
Wow.
So we're getting down over here.
You know, understand, I'm so hungry right now. I'm like, man, I don't have that in the kitchen. Hopefully you guys have your vegan burger brewing up, and you're following this because it looks so good on this side. So yeah, so I guess when you find and see yourself like feeling better, I think that's something that you just begin to want more of it. How much better can you feel using your food? How much better can you feel doing your meditation? These are all things and concepts that's going to allow us to be our best self. You know, food alone is not going to make you a loving person. It's a start. It's one of the pillars that can contribute to you being a complete loving person, or in that realm. But it's bringing all these tools together and building that foundation that we can actually begin to grow and prosper and be the humans that we need to show up on this planet as. So it's a beautiful thing. How are we looking over there, Koya?
Oh my God, it's looking so good. It's tasting so good. I mean, this rosemary garlic, this is actually my first time tasting it, and it's going to be my new favorite. This is ridiculously delicious.
Awesome. And I think we're going to take some questions. I think some people may have questions, right?
I have a few questions. Well, while we're waiting for that, I've got a few questions for you. A couple things. Will you explain what a hybrid vegetable is? Like, I think that I'm not sure that people most people think that just vegetables are all good for you, but I know that if, you're talking about Dr. Sebi world, like, just explain what a hybrid is.
I would like to say most vegetables are good for you in their natural state. And when I like to think about vegetables, I don't want to scare people. I think of good, better, and best. So good is a fruit or vegetable. Untouched, uncontaminated, no herbicides, no pesticides, fruits and vegetables are good. Better if fruits and vegetables are fresh, meaning not canned, Maybe they can be frozen, but they're not canned or processed anyway. And best if that fruit or vegetable is alkaline, meaning it hasn't been crossed with another breed, and I'll let Keith go deeper into hybrid foods, but it hasn't been crossed with something else that's not from nature to make it different. So I'll let Keith get into the hybrid foods, but think of it as good, better, and best, because I still want people to eat fruits and vegetables. And this list of alkaline is very small. I mean, it's big, but it's small considering all the other fruits. But I say include as much alkaline fruits in your diet as you can. So Keith, can you tell us a little bit more about the alkaline foods, non-hybrid?
Definitely. And to keep it really simple, and you said it brilliantly as well. When we were kids, right, we remember having the grapes with seeds. We remember having watermelons with seeds. And now what you find is there's no seeds in them no more. What's changed and why? You know, and at this point, it's not really about, you know, marinating in this thing. It's just like, where are we going to put our dollars? And if we buy it, they'll continue to produce it. If we don't buy it, then they'll stop producing it. So I think we have to put our minds into just basically simple things. You know, it's like I look at it, it's like a fruit without a seed is like a human without a heart. It has nothing to give you.
That was deep. That was deep. I felt that in the heart chakra. And infertility, a lot of people look at infertility. A lot of the infertility is caused because a lot of us are eating foods without seeds. So if we eat foods without seed, it makes it harder for us to go with seed, because the seeds and the fruits are what nurtures our bodies as women. And so we need that in order for our reproductive system to be strong. We need to eat fruits with seeds in them.
Powerful. Wow. What other questions you have over there, Ashley?
Oh, I've got a million, you know. So, okay, so Koya, I have a question. So you're eating vegan cheese and Impossible Burgers. Now I want to, and Keith, we're talking about chemicals. So when you look at the ingredients of vegan cheese, like 9 out of 10 is, in my opinion, pretty chemical rich. And Impossible Burgers, I'm curious, and Beyond Burgers, because when I look at those ingredients, I'm like, yikes, I don't know if I want to put that in my body, because it doesn't seem like I can read half of them. So I'm just wondering, like, there are certain types of vegan cheese, like Miyoko's makes a really good one, but you really have to be careful when you just buy it, because the outside looks like one thing, the ingredients say something else.
Absolutely. I'm glad you said that, but look at this burger real quick with the cheese on top. And then I'm going to put this on top. So again, I go back to my analogy of good, better, and best. So I've went many years, like I went 2 years completely raw vegan. So no burgers, raw food. I didn't even cook it. I just dehydrated, and that's amazing. Amazing, right? But I'm actually a foodie, and I love to travel, and I love to go to restaurants. So you have levels. You have a purist. And if you're a purist, I am not going to tell you to eat an Impossible Burger. Not that it has chemicals, but it's been processed. And anything that has been processed or if it does have chemicals, it's not as good for you, right? It's just good, but it's not better. And it's definitely not best. Best are fruits, vegetables, nuts, and seeds from nature. Farm to table, actually. So it hasn't come all the way from China or the Philippines to get to you. Maybe you grew it yourself or your neighbor grew it. So that's the best. And then eating that is the best. When it comes to processed food, processed vegan food, if your entire diet consists of processed vegan food, you're not going to be healthy. So it doesn't matter that it's not an animal. The fact that it's processed, the fact that it has chemicals, like you mentioned, it's not going to be healthy. But if once in a blue moon or once a week or once a couple times a month, you have something, it's okay. And I think when we talk about transitioning and we talk about people wanting to still have fun with food and go to events and not feel ostracized, I have helped a lot of people transitioning by not doing any food shaming, but saying, do the best you can, include as much as you can, but know the facts. This is not the best thing for you, but it's okay. It's not going to make you feel as bad as a real burger and real cheese. It's not going to be as toxic on your body. So it's a good alternative. But mostly you got to eat smoothie, salad, and beauty bowls that are clean and nutrient dense. And if you are sick though, I would stay away from any processed foods and eat all real foods, whether they're plant-based or not. Hopefully that's clear.
Yeah.
That's a brilliant answer there. And really what you mentioned, you talk about traveling and like you find yourself in India in a commune or an ashram eating dal every day. It's like, you got to do what you got to do. It's like, you know, if you want to explore and see the world, I mean, you're going to be limited, but it's like you have to modify, just like a yoga practice. You can't touch your toes. You got to get a block, get 2 blocks, you know, get pillows, things like that. So we got to have to think more mindful in this department, I guess, you know, is to do the best we can, because we are in a critical situation and we don't have access to the foods we used to have.
And this isn't the best I can. I'm eating this because it's fun to eat. And Talia asked me for it, and I eat it sometimes. I eat pizza sometimes. Ain't nothing necessarily the best I can do about this. I just definitely am not a perfect eating person, and nor do I want to be, actually. But I went through seasons of my life when I'm gonna eat perfectly, or what I consider perfectly, and see how I feel. And I felt great. I also feel great now, because life is all about balance. And it's not about perfection. It's about balance and what means something to you. Now, a month from now, I might be like, I'm going to eat really clean, no processed food for a month to detox my body. And that's when we go back to cleansing. Over time, point blank period, the more processed foods you eat, plant-based or not, it's going to be harmful to your body. So you have to decide where you live, what you eat, how you consume it, what times you consume it, and all those things are going to affect the impact of the food on you. And then let's talk about constitution. Some constitutions are stronger and they can take more. Some constitutions are a little bit weaker and they can't take as much. So you also have to look at your DNA and what your body can handle.
It's awesome. Awesome.
I have so did you guys talk about inflammation? I know for me, when I went kind of more Dr. Sebi, went vegan, it really changed the inflammation inside of my body to a place where I no longer have asthmatic issues. And Keith, I know you have a story with your mom, right? You kind of went in and helped her with her diet, and she was having cancer, right? She was diagnosed with cancer. Is this correct? Am I remembering the story correctly?
Yeah, she was. Yeah, stage 3 breast cancer. And when you talk about inflammation, it's the body's inability to flush itself. You know, congestion, and like we mentioned with potassium. And Sebi's philosophy was simulation to chelate. And when we chelate, we begin to flush this out. We use some very, really hardcore herbs, like one is Cascara sangrata, to really just flush the colon. And when the colon's flushed, everything's flushed. And the body can circulate. And that's what's really thinking. You know, when I realized things like arthritis, I realized it's dehydration. What we'll find is sleep deprivation and dehydration are the 2 greatest causes for all our dis-ease in our body. Sleep deprivation, dehydration. My body used to crack and pop every time I was dead. Now, no crack, no pop. Even with every now and again Impossible Burger.
Yeah, and I want to mention, I did put some lettuce on there, especially if you're eating it solo without the salad. And even with the salad, the more greens, the better. You should have greens with every meal, including your smoothie. Throw some greens in there. Parsley is going to help with your iron. Thyme is going to help with your iron in your smoothie. Put some greens on your burger. Put some greens to have a green salad, but greens with every meal. And it's going to help decrease the inflammation from an acidic burger. Balancing it out. Life is all about balance.
Yeah. I like that balance. Actually, maybe she's a little extreme.
You know, but it's true. Like when you go extreme, it really causes suffering in your mind almost. Only on Sebi's diet, and I did it for a solid year, and then I realized it's kind of not that fun. So like what Koya's saying is like you add. It was time for me to add some variety, and it doesn't mean that I don't pay attention to Sebi and don't pay attention to my alkaline and all these things you're saying, but it just means that there's like. I like this idea of a balance. I think that's really, really cool.
But think about this. Actually, I'll say one more thing for someone who it's like, it depends on where you're coming from. If you have a pathology that you need to take care of, then you have to go more extreme. Like when my mother got breast cancer, we were extreme. I was like, none of this, none of that. And like, keep it, focused. And then therefore, with that inflammation gone, my mother at the age of 60 in 4 months, she was cured of breast cancer, stage 3 at MD Anderson. So, I mean, these are really things we have to consider. And I think it's all around the realms of being mindful and strategically planning our ways that we navigate. So
I'm going to shout out to Doritha, his mother that took care of me for 8 hours while Honduras, and I was eating the duck plant, which is another story. We can have a podcast or an episode. And his cute mom took care of me and sat with me in my room while I was throwing my life out of my body. So thank you to Keith's mom. And his dad, who took care of my son playing football outside while I was dealing with not a hallucinate. It wasn't fun. It's purely physical plant that you eat in Honduras to get rid of all and toxins in your body. And it's a very intense process. Nobody gets out alive easy, or nobody gets and his mom took care of me, so thank you for that. So we actually do have a question from Peter, I believe it's Peter Sterios, for Keith and Koya. How important is food combining, and how do we make sense out of different beliefs by different nutritionists?
Well, the part I'll speak to is like, you have to find out where you are and find out what's best for you. Food combining is probably similar to going raw vegan. I can't even imagine it. It's like at some point you got to find, okay, I'm gonna go here, I feel good here, and I can be okay here. It's like, but you know, again, there's so many levels to it. You just got to find your pick on it, you know, and that's my take on it. What is your take on it, Koya?
Well, I think food combining is very important for any diet. I feel that our body assimilates food in a specific way. And when it comes to fruits, they should be eaten solo by themselves because we have specific stomach enzymes in our stomach to help us digest that food. And when you mix it with other things, it makes it harder to digest. We digest sweets and fruits first, so we should eat those first. And we should eat the heavier things after, because they affect our digestion. Now, if you decide to combine things like fruits with your meats and with your other things, you could combine them with greens, but you can't combine them with meats and other denser foods, just because your body digests one thing at a time. So no matter what you're eating, I highly suggest eating your fruits in the morning. They're flushing, they're purifying. We start talking about intermittent fasting. Your body is detoxing in the morning. So that's when you want to eat your fruits, your smoothies, everything like that. And then eat your denser stuff in the middle of the day when your digestion is the highest. You're going to assimilate it a lot better. And then once you go to night, maybe if you want to have some like fruit ice cream by itself though, because it's not going to digest well if you mix it with your denser meats and your foods that you're eating in the center of the day. So food combining is actually really important, especially when it comes to fruits, especially when it comes about balancing the acidity and the alkalinity of your gut microbiome. So, you know, a lot of people right now, we should be taking a probiotic, a prebiotic, just because of all the toxins and contaminants on our food, and it's gonna help us digest them. So I think food combining is really important, and we have to pay attention to it, and mostly in the fact of eating fruits solo, so eating fruits by themselves, having mono meals of fruits, and usually we can do okay if we do that.
So going into it like a little bit deeper, I guess, with the people who eat meat and they say you have meat and then you have a green. Well, the body's like, I need to process one at a time, and it'll just let the green sit in the gut and, you know, petrify and all this type of things, because it has to process and produce insulin to process these things down and break these things down. So in that regard, yes. But again, find your niche, find where you're coming from. I think cleansing, drinking water, and also the next dynamic is getting in the sun. I think we miss that a lot, like getting in the sun, get your body in the sun, you know, take your clothes, shed the clothes. One of the things Sebi said, he's like, we began to get sick first when we start putting clothes on. And, you know, so get out in the sun. For women, you know, expose yourself to the sun. Men, put your prostate in the sun, get all that in the sun and like cleanse yourself. It's vitamin D that we need. Good stuff.
Cheers to vitamin D. And greens can go with any meal. So you can have greens in your smoothie with your fruit. You have greens with anything. It's mixing the fruit with denser things, just to be clear on that. Like, you want to be sure that the greens are like, think of greens as like an internal broom, and it's going to help you sweep out. But when it comes to the greens, like broccoli, your cruciferous vegetables, they are a lot harder to digest. When I was raw, you eat them raw, honey, your body doesn't have enough digestive enzymes to digest that. So usually when it comes to the harder vegetables, you want to saute them or steam them or make sure they're soft enough for your body to eat. Fruit is pure in nature. You can eat it right off the tree. But when it comes to vegetables, if it's not like a leafy green, like a lettuce or even kale, you see what I did this kale? I didn't cook it, but I massaged it because we have to break down the enzyme inhibitors in nuts, seeds, and grains, and we have to break down the cellulose walls of our greens in order for our body to digest them. So just think, whenever something is hard, you want to make sure you break it down with like either like a teaspoon or a tablespoon of fat, or you want to break it down by steaming it or cooking it just a little bit, and that's going to help with your digestion.
All right, Koya, I mentioned this, you know, a lot of times people overcook the greens. How long should they cook greens when they do cook them?
Just like 5 or 10, just so you can taste it and it tastes soft. Really, it depends on the person. If you have a really challenge with your digestion, you can cook it more. If you don't have a problem with your digestion, you can cook it lighter. It really is a personal thing. It depends on a person's digestion. You have to, and I feel like I wanted to say something, but it didn't come out. It's like, who do we trust with all of these different voices out there? You trust your gut. That's who you trust. That is your biggest, it will always tell you what, I don't like that. I like that. So you have to trust your gut and know that your gut and your body will speak to you. And me and Keith, we're both healthy, but we eat differently. We have different philosophies around food, but it's all, again, it's similar. It's in the same brain of like, we're eating healthy, high vibrational foods, alkaline foods, but what is for his constitution might go a little bit different than my constitution. So your biggest person that you listen to about your nutrition plan, your diet, is your gut, is your body, and then you get with specialists and we can help you break down what's happening, but you still have to listen to your body. And all my clients, one-on-one, how's this feeling in your body? I give them the protocol, but in order to educate them, I have to know how their body is assessing what the protocol that we give, because all my clients are on a similar diet, but not exactly the same, because it depends on how their body is absorbing, because it's not about what you eat, it's what you absorb. So it's how their body is absorbing the nutrients they're taking in.
Because what I would say is cleanse a couple times and then trust your gut. Because your gut will sometimes steer you wrong.
True. Because your gut can go bonkers if you're not cleansed. You're right. Absolutely. I'm going to have to agree with that.
When you're talking about cleansing, like, I know there's a million different kinds, and trust what you do, but like Keith, for example, do you do different cleanses? Is it the same? And Koya, every month, are you doing, talk to specifically, what is it?
Well, I think when you get on a regimen of proliferating new cells, you're going to cleanse automatically, because your immunity is your intelligence. You have an intelligence the body knows. It just needs the tools to build with. So just by putting these 102 minerals in your body every day, you will cleanse. Now we have radicals in our atmosphere. We got some of the chemicals that we take in here and there from whether it be something that we got washed or some of the foods, the water, and so in such cases. So the regimen of one herb that we use a lot of is Cascara Sagrada. It's a colon cleanse. I think also the lymphatic system, it filters the blood every 4 minutes. So you have to create a lymphatic cleansing mechanism as well, because it doesn't have a pump. So if you live a sedentary lifestyle, you need to get moving, shaking in the morning to get your body flowing, flushing. Our bodies are meant to move. We just kind of, for whatever reason, adapted to a sedentary lifestyle, and we don't move as much. So move the body so it can do what it needs to do. Give it the minerals, give it the water, give it the sun. And I think you have a great regimen to be on your way to a healthier you.
Hey, Keith and Koya, we have Monica who's watching live on Instagram, and she wants to know more about spirulina. Can you guys give us some information on that?
Yes, spirulina is.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Keith. Spirulina is great. Hawaiian spirulina. Keith might not be a spirulina person, but I know Dr. Sabia is not necessarily a spirulina person, but a good, better, and best. Let's go there, right? And spirulina is good. You're going to get your B12, and you're going to get different nutrients from the seed that you need. You want to make sure it's a good kind that doesn't have heavy metals and things like that in it. But spirulina is really going to help with your energy. It's going to help with your levels of chlorophyll. It's going to help detox heavy metals and cleanse out your body. So I like spirulina.
Okay. It makes my belly feel icky. I can't use spirulina.
It probably has heavy metals in it. If you make your belly feel icky or if it gives you a headache, either you're doing too much of it or it could be contaminated.
Okay. So how do you source so you gave a couple options, but how do you make sure that what you're eating is of the highest quality? Where do people source the best minerals and what is this is my other question, because we've got one more from our Q&A that we'll ask you after this, but mine, what is the difference between taking vitamins and taking minerals, and why is it, what would be if you could do one or the other or both? Does that make sense? It's kind of a all over the place question, but
well, sometimes the vitamins, they have like things that like fillers in them, and we can't process those fillers. Sometimes there's like 2,000 minerals on the planet, but we can only absorb 102. So sometimes they take the minerals from rocks. They're still minerals, they're still iron, they're still calcium, but our bodies can't process them. So the more dense it is, the more natural. So I guess the greatest solution is to grow your own food. That would be the greatest solution. Until you can actually go where it's planted, see it, and bring it back to the States, which that's hard to do. I mean, we would have to grow our own food to really, kind of have that opinion on it, or have that kind of, depth to seeing how pure and how authentic or organic it is.
That's good.
Okay, so we have one person that asked a question here. It's actually Kim that we did a workshop with. When in the day would you recommend taking pre and postbiotics to be most effective?
I would say it really depends on how you're eating, but you want to take it depending on the supplement, but usually you want to take it at least 30 minutes before an hour, 30 minutes before you eat, and then an hour, 30 minutes after. So, but if you're doing smoothie in the morning, you wouldn't take it then. You basically want it to wait until your lunch meal or your heavy meal, and then take it 30 minutes to an hour before, and then 30 minutes to an hour after.
And then check also on those where they're getting the enzymes. Sometimes they'll tell you it's vegan, but they're getting enzymes from like an animal or something. So you just really want to, check the details on the back of those probiotics and things like that.
It's a crazy world out there. I have my personal suggestions on my website. I've researched a lot. I know Keith has his too. I would say just go with someone you trust. Go with someone who's taking their product. Don't just go online and buy any supplement and think it's going to be good for you. No, find people who are actually taking it, that actually look like they're alive and thriving. Go that route.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
And thousands. I take all my own products. Whatever I put, I don't put anything on my site that I am not consuming. If I stop consuming it, I'll take it off. But you better believe that if I put it on there, I've consumed it. I think it's quality. And I try, if you look at my cabinets, I got 15, 16 different types of brands because I like trying it out because I'm empathic, so I can feel what feels good. And I feel like the more you do your meditation, your yoga, take care of yourself, you'll increase your sensitivity. So when you put things in your body and they don't resonate with you, okay, that's not for me. So Talia, that brand might not be for you. You might take another brand, or you might just do sea moss instead. Like I do more sea moss than I used to do spirulina because it has similar properties, but I resonate sea moss resonates better with me. But if I have a specific reason why I need to take spirulina, I'm going to look and find the quality that feels good in my body, or the brand that feels good in my body.
Thank you. That's really good.
I think we have time for that. Is good. And sea moss, by the way, it's not something you get at the grocery store. You have to source that as well. It's more complicated.
Oh my God, you have to source it from online, and I've been recommended it, and some people buy it and then put it in their smoothie. You have to soak it, y'all. You got to soak it first, and then you have to rinse it, soak it, pour it overnight, and then you have to blend it and then use the gel. So I just want to put that disclaimer in this video, just in case someone goes, because I've had people online go out and buy it and they're like, it tastes kind of fishy. Well, if you soak it and then rinse it, soak it, and then blend it, the gel, it shouldn't be fishy. It should have no flavor. So I just wanted to put that disclaimer out there since we were talking about it.
And blend it and blend it in the water you soak it in. Don't throw that water away because it's holding minerals too. You clean it, right? And then you soak it. But when you blend it to a gel, keep that water that you soaked it in overnight to blend it.
Awesome. Okay, I think we have time for one last question is, do you encourage people to get tested on what their vitamin and mineral deficiencies are? And if so, what panels are the best?
Yeah, as you go and do your regular checkup, always check your blood. I suggest you have at least a year regimen, just on checking and seeing where your body is. I think if you put, again, you make it an emphasis to commit to 102 minerals. Again, count the minerals per day, and bring in dense supplements like a sea moss and a sufficient iron component. Bladderwrack is one. Elderberry is one. The body will just, I don't know. It's like I used to have a scale, but I don't have a scale anymore. Why? Because I know I feel good. I look at myself. I feel a certain way. I know where I am. When you begin to build this rapport of relationship, I like to call it with yourself. I mean, you begin to, connect and feel what's happening with your body, to know when you're off and when you're on. I say that, but regularly you should definitely get your blood checked at least once a year, and if you have a pathology, even more regular than that.
And I agree. Once a year, you should get your full panel done. Check everything. Check where you're at, and then if you have a deficiency, go ahead and supplement wherever you have the deficiency, and then get it checked until you're back up to where you need to be, probably seasonally, until you feel like you feel good and your numbers are where you want them to be. But at least we all should get it done once a month, because we don't know what's coming at us from our environment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
when you have
once
a
a year.
strong immunity, you can defend yourself from these things. A strong immunity, meaning you got sufficient iron. That's the biggest thing that we can do to defend ourselves. The environment is going to constantly change. It's going to constantly put things in the air and the water and just the people we interact with. But when you build your immunity, and I think when we do that, we should be fine. As Sebi used to mention, viruses cannot sustain in an oxidized environment. That's why we have a 7.2 alkalinity in our system, and we build that up and to sustain ourselves.
Absolutely. And because we talked about digestion and water, this is coming up for me. Drinking water throughout the day, we're drinking our ounce in waters, right? But you don't want to drink that while you're eating, because we talked about food combining. And a lot of times people drinking water while they're eating their food, it actually washes out your digestive enzyme. It makes it harder for you to digest your food. So if you can see right now, I'm sipping tea, herbal tea. So if you want to have something to wet your whistle, or if you're out, go ahead and have some tea, but you don't want to have the water. If you are drinking water, make sure as soon as you get to the restaurant, you drink the water, you put the lime in it. And so you want to put the lime in it so it doesn't wash out your digestive enzymes. And usually, hopefully, it'll be 30 minutes at least before you eat your food. So water, don't drink water except for 30 minutes before, 30 minutes after, and make sure that water is diluted with some type of lemon or lime.
That's a great point. And yeah, warm water in the morning is good too. Don't you put like a lime in your water, Koya? What do you do?
I put lime in my water because it detoxes and flushes out your liver.
Yes, same. It's a great regimen.
And if you have mucus, put a little bit of cayenne in there, and it'll help break up that mucus.
Okay.
Awesome. That was super informative. Really, really great to have you both. It's awesome that you work with each other and supplement each other, one another as well. So like you said, it's like everyone's in the same vein, but everybody's got a little different, and it's kind of nice to hear just different perspectives on the same subject. So do you have anything else you'd just like to end with, or we have we're wrapping up here?
I'm just grateful to be here. I'm grateful to be here. I'm a resource for anyone who wants to reach out, ask me questions. Like, I love this work and I love what I do, but you know, I'm going to guide you to what works best for your body, your unique body. And I feel like we all have that journey. We have that responsibility that to do what works best for us. And I believe in crowding out. So the more you bring the good stuff in and crowd the not so good stuff out, the better you're going to feel. And then once you find that optimal nutrition plan for you, you're going to follow that mostly and then have some little fun on the side. So that's kind of my way to look at nutrition, to where it's not overwhelming, to where you're not doing 20, 30 different diet trends, right? But you're trying different things and you're keeping the things that feel the best in your body. So yeah, thank you for having me here today.
Thank you. And everybody will have Koya's book to download. I believe we posted it somewhere, but we'll send it as well in an e-blast to make sure that everybody has that. So thank you for sending that.
And it has a little nutrition plan in the back, so you'll get that in there.
Awesome, cool. And Keith, what's the word, my friend?
I would say, eat to live. Eat to live. We want to thrive. We want to be vibrant. We want to be expansive. So think living things 7.2 and above in alkalinity. Don't create the cemetery in the body and expect you to be energetic and like compassion and patient. It's not logical. So, right. So I believe food fuels consciousness. And again, we need to have the stamina to be able to fight this good fight in the world that we're in and the situations we find ourselves in today. So there is hope. We have a community of people of support that if you need to reference things, hey, we're here to answer any questions, to be here to support you on your way. We need the allies. We got work to do.
I know, it seems like an uphill battle, but it's really not. It's really swimming downstream and upstream. So that's awesome. If anybody would like to follow, Keith has a book that'll be coming out some point, the Mindfulness Playbook. And he also has supplements that I've been on for some time that really radically changed. I mean, if you notice the difference in taking supplements with minerals and not is quite substantial. So I definitely recommend that. And then if you follow his Instagram feed, he often puts little workout things that I'll try to follow every once in a while. And I love working out with Keith in some way because he spins things upside down. So if you follow him on Instagram, I suggest that. And I dare you to do things that he does in the gym. So good luck. And these guys will be back here in just a minute with our panel that's going to switch gears. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Thank you so much.
Hi. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. So I guess we all could just take a breath for a second. And that was super informative. Really, really great information. And just, I wanted to remind everybody that today is a benefit for Tree Sisters. These guys are doing, or women, I'm gonna, not guys, these ladies are doing some really incredible things for the environment. And as we know, the soil that we have, we just heard, is really depleted. We don't have trees. We're cutting down all these trees, fires, all this stuff. So Tree Sisters is based out of the UK. They have 11 different projects all over the world, in Brazil and Africa and India and a bunch of different really cool ones. And they empower villagers in remote places to plant these trees. And most of them are women, because the women that are in the villages are kind of running the show. So if they believe that if we address the mission from the female side of things, that they have power to change their environment. So they plant thousands of trees. Actually, we have a poll that we could pull up. They empower and employ thousands of people. It's like over 50,000 people in the world. So $1 equals 2 trees that are planted. And it's not a big commitment to make a big difference. So at Soldier, we're committed to the end of the year to grow a forest. And it's not going to be one forest in one place. It'll be all over the world. But again, every dollar that is contributed is helping grow our forest. We want to grow, our goal is to do, and I literally can't even say this word. It's 111, 111. That's how many trees we want to do. plant. So every dollar counts. Go on our website. The donation button is there, and we have a dedicated page. So when you donate through Soldier, it goes, all of the donations for today go to that. Nothing is going towards us. So it just goes towards this forest. So if we do it through the website, it tracks how many trees we're planting. So we really appreciate your help. Again, this is a form of currency, and you know, we're all giving information and giving our energy, and in return, we're planting these trees that are our lifeline, that are our lifeblood for future generations. All right, so that being said, our little plug right there. Coming up, we have Aaron Nigel Smith, a musician on Tough Gong Records. He is from Portland, Oregon, and oddly enough, I didn't know him. So he emailed me about a week ago. I was in a meditation in my own studio, and I had this, I really wanted to call in an African-American musician, somebody of color, somebody to come in and play music. And I'm not kidding, I went to my email like 30 minutes later, and oh, Aaron had emailed me out of the blue. And so I called in, this is who we called. So this is where we're going in the flow. So Aaron is here to play a little warm up before our panel. And Aaron, thank you so much for being here. It's really awesome to have, we're continuing the reggae thing, which is great. And I'm gonna make sure you're unmuted, hold on. I think Aaron, actually you might need to unmute your sound. Aaron, are you, yeah, okay. I think you have to unmute on your end. 1 second. All right, we're back.
Yo, yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm a one-man production studio here, so pardon that. We're gonna kick things off, but thank you so much for inviting me to participate. And I'm gonna sing a song called Fanga Alafia, which translates to welcome and we wish you peace. It's a Liberian folk song. How's the levels? Everything cool?
Can we get a little bit more volume?
You need more level?
Yeah.
Voice or guitar or both?
Both.
Okay, cool. Hold on one sec.
Great. Definitely a little bit more on guitar.
Got it. Hold on one sec.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. 1 2 1 2. Is that any better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Good. How about guitar?
Yeah.
Good. Cool. Sorry, I had another. We did a sound check, but I had a couple live streams yesterday with total different setups. So we'll get it back together. So yeah, what I was saying is we're gonna sing Fanga Alafia. It translates to welcome and we wish you peace from Liberia. Yeah. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Welcome, we wish you peace. Welcome to the village, share a song with me. Welcome to the dance, we love to move and be free. Welcome to the melody, now let's create some harmony. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Welcome, we wish you peace. Welcome to the village, share a song with me. Welcome to the dance, we love to move and be free. Welcome to the melody, now let's create some harmony. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Fanga Alafia, Ashe Ashe. Consider yourselves warmed up.
We're about to start our panel talk, if that works for everybody. Do we have all our panelists?
We have our Tyrone. Are you there? Can we get you on camera? And Thaddeus, can we get you on camera as well? Oh, there's Thaddeus coming on. Tyrone, are you with us?
Okay, we're just gonna do a little paneling update. Okay, nice, everybody. Tyrone, our ninja, I love it. Soldier ninja.
Awesome.
We have Peter, and then what about Sophie?
Sophie's here as well.
Great.
Hi.
Hi, Sophie. Just 1 sec, we're gonna get you going. Okay, we got everyone, Ash.
Amazing. So, so this is kind of the pinnacle of the day. It occurred to me again. I was in this same meditation last week, and I was in my studio, and I was thinking about the fact that, you know, reading the news was just a little bit heavy, and just so much going on aside from virus. Now we're moving into, you know, just this unrest that's happening simultaneously. And we had coincidentally had panelists. I'd had already Keith and Magati and Sapphire, and I had people of color that were already presenters for today. And I was really struggling with like what to do for our musicians. We were really butting up against, it wasn't working out. And the energy I felt was off. And I went into my studio last week, and I actually began chanting a Ganesh mantra. And in this practice, I let it all go, and I surrendered to the energy of the universe. And it was very clear that it was important to address what was happening in the world. And so the second I shifted that mindset to tune into what's going on, all these other people came into the mix. Like Erin literally emailed me 30 minutes later. Sophie, that I've known since she was 5, I took her to India, the first trip I ever went with a group. I was the leader, and she was 5 years old, meditating on the rooftop in Delhi. And I remember thinking, my gosh, this girl is an old soul. And here she is, 17. And yesterday she wrote something on Facebook that really touched me. And I thought, wow, I reached out to her mom, who I haven't talked to in 13 years. And so everything, it was really a lesson. The theme for today was surrender to source. And here I was writing about it, and I knew about it. And here I had to also go through a journey of surrendering to what is. And when that happened, the pieces started to come back together again. Tyrone showed up, like Reggie from Move On, Thaddeus, an old client of mine that I've known for years, voted most influential person of color in Boston, who, you know, just all the pieces came together. And so it's been a journey, and it just made me realize, like, Soldier is a platform, and we have this, what am I able to do in this time period? I have no idea, because I'm labeled white privilege. And in this lifetime, I came out with this white skin. I know I was not in white in a past lifetime. It's very clear to me. But what am I able to do in this situation? I don't know. So I was more curious than anything. And I really wanted to use this time as a time to bring together people of color, mixed. Sophie has a white mother or black mother and a white father. And I'm just so curious to hear from people who are growing up in this more than me. Like, what is your perspective? What do we do? I don't know. So for me, I just wanted to, as soldiers, the soul journey that we're all on collectively at this time is really a powerful journey. And I think there are so many lessons to be learned. And the only way that we're gonna learn them is if we put our listening ears on and hear from different perspectives and hear from everybody. and then make our opinions and then decide what we want to do. We have dollars we can vote with. We have words that we can use. We have, you know, protests we can attend to without maybe running off with Patagonia surfboards. Like, you know, so I think if we don't come from this place of reaction and more just listening and coming with beginner's mind and hearing lots of perspectives. I know from traveling the world, my favorite part about traveling is hearing different cultures and different people talking, and then, you know, and then forming an opinion and having this be like a bridge between all these different people. So I'm really, really grateful to have all you guys today. It's really super awesome. And it's really relevant to what's happening in the climate. And I just wanted to hear, Talea is going to moderate for the time. I feel like I want to take a step back, but I'm really happy that you guys are all here to take a step forward and figure out how, in moving forward, what are we going to do in the coming days, years, lifetime, help us out. So I'll let Talea take over, but thank you again.
Ashley, thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure to create this panel with you. It's been a real pleasure to be working with you on these events. I love that you constantly always lead with your heart, and you lead with that place of, I don't know, help me, show me, let's learn together. And you bring that to everything that you do. So I really do appreciate what we've created here, and I'm excited to go on this panel journey with all of you who have shown up. I have been able to have some pretty amazing conversations over the last week with each of you about being Black, really. Being Black and being on this planet and what that feels like right now in these current times is only, for me, I feel like there's been a microscope put on it. But this is what the life that a lot of us have been living, and our parents and our families have been living for many, 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 many generations. Sophie, so in getting able to have conversations with everybody on this panel, I was super moved. Sophie, I was really moved by, you're 17 years old and you have expressed your experiences that you've gone through in such a beautiful way. So I was really hoping that you would share with us what you wrote and start out this panel for us. So everyone, if you can just take a moment and just maybe even close your eyes and just, beyond the color of her skin, just listen to her words and what the 17-year-old person has to say to us about what she's experiencing in her life right now. Sophie, take it away.
Thank you so much for having me. And again, I'm just gonna read something that I was having a lot of trouble with current events and rationalizing what's happening in the world and around me, and especially in my community of mostly white people. So I just wrote this to kind of put my feelings into words. Today, I am thinking about the white boys who told me they liked me more than white girls because I had some flavor and a big butt. I think about those white girls who claim they love Black guys because they want a beautiful caramel mixed kid with blue eyes and loose curls. Where is your support of Blackness now that it is needed the most? Your comments disgusted me then, and your silence disgusts me now. Today, I am thinking about the white people that were so quick to mourn the death of Kobe, Juice WRLD, Pop Smoke, and all the other dead Black celebrities, but stay silent when yet another Black man is murdered. Why do you only honor Black life when it was spent entertaining you? Today, I think about the white girls who not long ago told me I would be a good slave, and if they were my master, they would be nice to me, who now post a Black square but do nothing else to support the movement. Do you think that was okay, and do you think I forgot? I have been waiting and watching, remembering every time you said the N-word, called me the N-word, or sang it loudly in a song. I have listened as you spoke, remembering every disgusting comment about Black people you made. Why are you now silent? I am not Black or white. I acknowledge my white passing privilege as a mixed girl every single day that I do not fear for my life. How dare you white people not do the same? Despite my experiences with racism that shaped most of my adolescence, I still acknowledge that it could have been so much worse. How dare you not do the same, especially when you have never been discriminated against? I am a child of immigrants and was not raised with an understanding of race in America. Over the years, I had to teach myself about the reality of this world because of my privilege. How dare you not do the same? I was not raised to hate the police because that is part of my privilege. I have had many positive experiences with the police because that is part of my privilege. I can walk down the street with no fear that I will be stopped and killed by a cop because that is part of my privilege. When you have never and will never know what it is like to be Black in America, how dare you speak on their experiences and invalidate their words just because you were raised in an ignorant little bubble. Do better.
Woo.
That
that.
was incredible. Do better, you know, and that's from the words of our youth. And I hear that from my own daughter. My daughter is 20 years old, living in Montreal, and she often tells me the same thing, like, do better, and how can we do better? So the panel is going to work like this. I've had some really great conversations with everybody on this panel, and because we have a full panel, I wrote some questions that are pretty straightforward to each one of the panelists. I'm going to ask each panelist to answer a question that I've curated for you, and then afterwards, I'll let anybody else on the panel who might have something to offer. We're just going to flow with this. This is new for me. I have never experienced this before either. So we're just going to see how it rolls. Are you guys ready? Thumbs up for. So keeping it in the line of our youth, Thaddeus, you're in Chicago, Thaddeus Miles, and you're creating protests, and you're working a lot with our youth and with these protests that you're creating. Can you talk to us a little bit about that experience and what you're hearing from our youth right now? And also, Thaddeus, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and the environment that you find yourself in right now?
Yeah, sure. So I'm not in Chicago. One of the groups I work with is based out of Chicago. I'm actually in Boston. So that's first. But I'm Thaddeus Miles. I'm the Director of Community Services for Mass Housing, which oversees 3 areas: housing stability, training and capacity building, and strengthening families and communities. That's really about 350,000 units of housing across the state of Massachusetts. I'm the chair of Becoming a Man, which is a youth-serving organization that's based in Chicago with 7,000 students, and I was able to bring it to Massachusetts or to Boston a couple of years ago. We have over 600 young men of color. I am the chair of several other organizations. I'm the founder of HoodFit, which really focuses on taking the lessons that you learned as a child growing up in the hood. We really focus on your physical, mental, spiritual, and financial health. And I could keep going. So that's a few things. But I would say the one thing is I'm a photographer, and I love to be able to capture the beauty of Black folks. And sometimes that beauty is pain, but it's still a beautiful source for me. So when I think about young people, like I just left a standout, which was 100 and some Black men with their kids standing. We're all dressed in suits, holding the names of those that have been murdered at the hands of the police. And so one of the things that I actually photographed a lot of it, but I stood in silence the first thing was to reconnect with my ancestors, to be able to pull their power, to reflect on my own stuff. And then the third thing is to renew, right? Because we have to renew our own spirits. And so when I'm talking to young people, they feel like there's 2 pandemics, right? Which I agree with them. So we've talked about that there are 2 pandemics. And why do we say that there are 2? One is COVID and the other is racism. Because they're both widespread. Neither one has a vaccine. And they can harm you and possibly kill you, right? As we saw with George Floyd. And I'm not even going to name all of the other names, because every time I start to name those names, my heart begins to cry. And so So young people, like when we're starting to think about COVID, they're struggling with the issue of no school, because a lot of them, school was their safe place, right? It was the place that they actually got to get out of the house, because a lot of their homes are levels of trauma. Those that believe in energy, right? When you can step out of that energy a little bit, it's different. Those that had parents that were, let's say, had some level of addiction, but was a working addict in some way, would go to work and come back and deal with something. Now they're home with them, so they have that challenge. They also have the challenge of how do they survive with food? You know, the food inequities that they're being challenged with. And so some of them are where both parents are, in some cultures, suffering COVID and don't want to eat, and the kids are told, don't tell anybody that we're struggling. So, right, they can't really go out and get resources. I'm also dealing with those that are not necessarily here legal, right? And so what does that really look like? Then young people that are also dealing with the financial crisis where nobody in the house is working. They may be on Section 8 rent, or so they can stay there for a minute, but they still are falling behind in rent. And those that are struggling with college. And what does that really look like? Those that were graduating high school thought they were going to go to college, but their families may not be in the financial position to do it. Those young people that have actually graduated college, but now found themselves that they no longer have the job that they were promised. And now that job may be 6 to 8 months away. And then you have the issue of racism, right? And so the struggle that they're dealing with internally and externally in that area, right? And the anger that they're dealing with. On last Sunday, we had 10,000 almost 20,000 young people march with us in Boston, and it was a beautiful scene. But when we got to one section, I will be honest, it was white people throwing things and starting to instigate stuff that created a certain levels of chaos in the evening after some of us had left, and that's all you saw on the news, right? So if you watched the news and you saw like people looting in Boston and some of that other stuff. That was interesting, but you didn't get to really capture the 10 to 20,000 protesting peacefully. Last Tuesday, we had 55,000 people march in one of our parks. No drama, no chaos, but we had to start with, the person that led it, Monica Cannon, had to start with and tell the white folks, look, we see you spray paint cans, we see all of the other issues that you have. If you come, we've got our own security. If you're coming in this community to start something, you're going to get yoked up. You're going to get yoked up and you're going to get escorted out of the community, She made it plain and simple. No problems, no drama, right? And so there was a difference about we're not tearing up our own stuff. And so there's this thing of like teaching young people how to tap into their warrior energy versus their savage energy, right? And so how do we have positive anger expression, right? And so that's the thing that we've really sort of been working on. You know, I had to sit back and call upon my ancestors, their own resilience, their own power, to keep my savage energy in check, right? And I just watched the previous session about food. I really needed some of that because I'm a big steak eater. So, but I was like, all right, I don't know about the vegan stuff, but I needed some of that energy. Right? I know I see my friends over there laughing, but it was, so we're really working on that, but we're also finding that we've got to be in a place that we actually give young people a voice, right? And so, we like to say that old heads have a lot of wisdom, have experienced a lot of things, and we can actually help them accomplish a lot of things. I understand that. I agree with that in some cases, because a lot of us are old and still doing the same stuff we were doing with 20. Right? A lot of us haven't really matured and changed. What I believe is we have to give young people the opportunity to fail, learn from that failure, and be able to move forward, right? Not to just tell them not to do it, but to give them the space to be empowered, to be able to lift their voice. It was a lot of people that were telling the young people on our first march of almost 20,000 people that one, nobody was going to show up. Two, that they shouldn't be doing it. Three, that they're too young to really be able to speak to it. They need adults there to be able to speak to it. And, you know, and a group of us black men that got together with some others was like, bump that. This is you. We coming out there with you. We're going to walk with you. We're going to make sure you're good. We're going to deal with the police ourselves. All you got to worry about is stepping and raising your voice in the way in which you want to raise it. We're not telling you what to say. We're not telling you anything to do. But we're going to make sure you're good. And the next thing you know, we went from nobody's going to show up to 10 to 20,000 people marching with us, right? And you know, and it's a challenge to get, you know, some of the city leaders didn't show up, right? And some of the black leaders didn't show up. So this isn't about white folks, right? This is about all of us coming together and really believing in our young people, believing in their voice, believing in their vision, and being able to move forward. Because some of them have faced a different set of challenges. Like, I've never been cyberbullied, right? I've never really thought about some of the gender issues that they're dealing with, right? The black community is not necessarily addressing the LGBTQIA issues. And so in a certain way, I'm not dealing, a lot of them are still dealing with the churches, I mean, and gender, right? And so there's this black and white issues, there's the pandemic, and there's identity issues, and then there's the aspect of voice. And so how we're dealing with that is really, I'm going back to, I'm focused with helping them understand their warrior anger, moving from that savage to warrior, and being able to really look at and create visionary goal setting for themselves, but to also work with men of color so that we stay in 4 different areas, right? That the kids need to look at us, you know, I'm saying kids, young people need to look at us in the sense of, as grown folks, in several areas that we're working with them on. One is, what's our integrity, right? And so we started to think about our integrity. Accountability, right? How are we accountable back to them? Positive anger expression, which is something that I've talked about. Self-determination, right? How do they actually move? And we can't be asking the kid to actually be determined, have grit and resilience when we don't actually have it. And then respect for womanhood. So we're trying to make sure that young brothers have respect for womanhood and that they actually understand that what that means, because you can't really move into manhood when you don't really understand womanhood. And so, working through those things, we're really starting to address the pandemic and what those issues are. But right now, it's the aspect of the racism. But with all of it, it's about giving them voice, giving them resources, letting them be part of the solution, driving and trying some of their ideas, adapting our own styles to theirs when it comes to whether it's social media or whatever type of media it is that there is, and just being able to sometimes just get the hell out of the way and let them run with it.
Thaddeus, I've just learned so much, and going from the warrior power to savage power, like if you were to give the youth that are listening right now how they can manage those emotions, can you give me like 3 things that you're telling them right now on how they can manage that savage energy that's coming out, that mass anger, and change it into more of a warrior energy?
So I think the first thing that I tell the young people right now is that they can do something that George Floyd couldn't do, and that's breathe, right? And to take deep breaths and to sort of move through that. The second thing is I think Keith said it earlier when I was listening to his session, is to move your body, right? Because the savage energy is always going to come out if you're not moving your body. And you're not, whether it doesn't have to be yoga or anything else, but move your body, whether that's walking, whether that's dancing, whatever it is, to be able to move your body. And the third thing is to be able to have real honest conversations. Find somebody that is okay to cry with, that can maybe that just can hold you, or just somebody you can have real conversations with, right? And so when I talk to young people, they ask me, what is the one thing that you've done through this process that's really been healthy for you. I'm like, I've allowed myself to cry tears that may flow like a river and not consider myself any less of a man. And that's really been a helpful piece for them to really think about that, you know, the crying and releasing of that energy and that pain is okay when you got a secure place to be able to, a secure and a safe space.
Yeah.
Be able to have real, honest conversation. And so we try to make sure that they have that.
That's incredible that you're one, that you are teaching that to our youth right now, and that you're able to give those tools. So what I hear you saying, like right now, what you would want to say to the youth in America and the youth all over the world that is struggling in these times is pause and take a breath, like breathe and get into your body, move the energy that you're feeling and allow that to move through you and feel it. And then also find someone to connect with that you can really let yourself be with. You can cry with, you can share your vulnerabilities with, and allow the feelings and emotions to be processed out with support. Did I get that?
You got it. You said it better than I did.
I'm just so, I mean, that there are men like you out there, elders like you out there who are so behind our youth and giving them the tools that they need to move forward, because we cannot do this alone. I can't do it alone. Our youth can't do it alone. And so that you're organizing in such a way that supports that. And really a lot of what you said about the feelings and the emotions kind of have me directly going to Koya. You know, Koya, I was listening to, and this is Koya Webb, everyone. And Koya's got a great story. She can tell you about her experience through coming through yoga and through dealing with trauma in her own body, trauma through injuries, working on being an Olympic athlete, through running, and just what she's experienced as a Black woman in her life. But one of the things, Koya, that I've heard you speak a lot about is how we own the trauma inside of our own bodies. And right now, the trauma of our planet and of our earth, just with what it's been going through, the trauma through COVID and having to stay at home and not being around people. And then just, like I said, the microscope that has been put on our whole planet with the trauma that we are dealing with with Black human lives right now. And so when you share with your clients and you share with your students and your community on how we can really deal with trauma inside of our own bodies, what are some of the things that you share, and what have been your experiences as you tell us a little bit about your own life and your story and who you are?
Thank you for that, Talia. And I first want to acknowledge Thaddeus. I loved and 100% in alignment with what he spoke about, being a leader for the children. Breathe, move, and communicate. I think that is so important and so impactful for all of us to remember that our breath is spirit moving throughout our bodies. And that's one thing that I've learned in my journey and dealing with trauma, that when you connect with the breath, you connect with your spiritual self, and then you can be divinely guided to the place of love, the place of peace, the place of union, so we can figure out the solution. And when you move your body, you're processing that toxicity that comes with anger, with rage, and all of that is valid, because all anger, rage, and fear is telling us is that something is wrong. And something's been wrong with our system for a long time. And it is, this is a result. It's like if someone steps on your foot, you're gonna say, ow. And so we're moving, and the protests are happening for a reason, because change needs to happen. And so what I've been telling my clients are similar things. Communicate. Let people know how you feel. And that's something, being a Black woman in mostly white spaces for most of my life, growing up in the South, I have had many times where I was abused and I was talked about and I was, shamed and put down. And I didn't say anything because I felt like, well, if I say something, no one's going to believe me. And when I did say something, I wasn't respected, or it was like, oh, it was just a miscommunication, or she didn't mean that, or, you're being too sensitive, and no one validating my experience as valid. And so it was very hurtful. And I feel like now, where I have an opportunity that I can communicate and people are actually listening, I'm not going to silence my voice. And so I've taken it upon me to take a stance and speak about self-care and social justice every single day. And knowing that that's how I heal through my trauma, is to first acknowledge, like I have 5 steps to mindfulness. And the first step is acknowledging the pain. And right now, collectively, on a worldwide level, we're acknowledging the pain. Something is wrong. Systematic oppression is wrong. White supremacy is wrong. Like these things that are ingrained in our culture and that we all learn, every color is learning this from birth, it is absolutely wrong. And so acknowledging the pain and acknowledging what's wrong. And then the step number 2 is, processing it. And so that movement, singing, dancing, crying, writing, however you got to get it out of your system. And it doesn't matter if you're the oppressed or the oppressor, because even when you're the oppressor, you feel guilt. Or if your ancestors were the oppressors, you still feel a lot of guilt and shame, and that's not healthy either. So I think on both sides, we can't look at it like a Black person problem or even a white person problem. We have to look at this as a world. It's all of our problem. We're all suffering because of systematic oppression, because of white supremacy, because of the corruptness in our healthcare system, in our judicial system, in our police system. We're all suffering because. So I think we first have to understand us as one. We're all suffering on both sides of the coin. And when we can acknowledge that, we can start to process that pain depending on what direction is coming to for us. And then we can start to heal together and set our intention. We don't have to be perfect. We don't have to, like Ashley said, like have it all figured out and know exactly what to do. We can do something. Each day we can do something. We can watch, 13 is a great documentary I've been telling my whole community watch. Me and White Supremacy is a great book for everyone listening today. It's a great book. It's on audiobook, so you can listen to it while you're cooking or when you're in shower, just listening to the book by Layla Said. And I would just say, do something each day and set an intention to do something. And then the last step is just be the change. Live your life, talk to your friends, talk to your community, talk to your children, and, just communicate. And just say how you feel and say how bad it hurts and say you don't know and say it's scary and just be honest about feelings. And so that's what I'm doing in my own life. I experienced police brutality when I was 8 years old, and 3 policemen jumped my brother after we were leaving a supermarket and slammed him on the ground. So when I saw that video of George Floyd, I saw my brother. And this is the first time I can actually talk about this situation without crying. And in his pain, and nothing was announced, nothing was said, just jump. And I was like, you're hurting him, let him go. And he comforted me, Koya, I'm okay. I'm okay. And that traumatized me so much that I'm having PTSD now. Like I wake up crying and I just see my brother not being able to breathe and being on the ground like that. And it's inhumane. And some people don't even care. They're like, oh, you're just making it about Black people. You just, and just to hear that from friends and people that you love, that's traumatizing. So there's so many levels of trauma happening. It's so important for us to practice self-care and move and breathe and just communicate that and realize that it is not a war. It's not a personal war. It's a worldwide war against Black people, and a war against Black people is a war against humanity, and a war against humanity affects each and every one of us. So if we all take responsibility for it, then we can all be part of the process of healing.
Koya, that was incredible, and it was really well said, really well stated. Thank you for sharing. And I just wanted to you had 5 steps, and I think I missed 2 of them. So you had acknowledge, just acknowledge what you're feeling in your body, acknowledge what other people are feeling, acknowledge the greater, the collective feeling, and just being aware of that first, and then process through on both sides, right? And I really heard that really stuck out to me, that the oppressor and the oppressed both have to process. And I think that that's a really powerful thing, because a lot of times it's not seen on both sides, that the oppressor is also going through things, also feeling guilt, also feeling shame, also feeling their own trauma of having to even just be the oppressor or not even knowing why they are oppressing, or that they are oppressing. So I loved that, and that's I think something to dive into more. 3 and 4, I think I was just so captivated that I missed those 2 steps. If we go over what would be after processing, what's another thing people can do?
Forgiveness. And that's what I didn't say. Like, we have to be able to forgive. And that's something that, you know, I've left it out for the moment in what I'm teaching because we're still in the acknowledging and processing part. So, but forgiveness is part of the process. Sometimes when you're in so much pain and you're very confused, it can't happen right away. But forgiveness is part of it. You have to forgive yourself if you've judged yourself. You have to forgive your ancestors for what they did. You have to forgive the system that we're set up in and just commit to changing it. So forgiveness is a big part of processing it. Like, we have to know, we have to empower ourselves by saying it's not our fault necessarily, but we can make a change, and we can make a change starting today. And each day we decide to make a change, we're part of the solution. Each day we decide to be silent, we're part of the problem.
Fantastic. What's 4? What's after forgiveness?
After forgiveness, then that is about setting an intention. So set an intention. What are you going to do? Everyone's not a protester. Everyone's not a writer. Everyone's not a singer. Everyone's not a musician. Everyone has a special way that, you know, writing a poem, you know, that was beautiful. That was such a beautiful process. So find out and set an intention on what you want to do is number 4. And number 5 is be the change. So do that thing, sing, write, play your instrument, talk to your family, maybe volunteer your time for something. And that's going to help us heal on a world level.
I love it. So awareness, processing, forgiveness, setting an intention, and being the change. And I think that, like, giving those 5 things and having, I like having things that I can really focus on and steps that I can really, because right now what you're probably all hearing on this panel is everybody asking questions. What do I do? How do I show up? How can I be of service? And so I like that you put these things back on the individual. Here you go. This is what you can do. Start with yourself. Start with yourself and acknowledge, process what you're feeling, find a place to forgive or who you need to forgive. Set an intention for yourself on how you want to show up in this time for yourself and for others, and then be that change. Not only set the intention, but take the action to actually be what you are setting yourself out to be. So Koya, thank you so much. And like, I love how this is flowing because everything that you're saying takes me right over to Tyrone Beverly, who very much, Tyrone is, from the very beginning, he really, when I started listening to him and learning from him, everything for him was on this humanitarian basis. Like it's humanity first. And I remember watching one of his videos. He was doing Give Back Tuesdays, or was it it's not Give Back Tuesdays. What is it that you do on Tuesdays? Service Tuesdays in Denver?
Karma Tuesday.
Yeah, and handing out toothbrushes and water bottles because it's every human's right to be able to have access to clean water. And so he really works on the basis of what supporting humanity at its core. And one of the interesting things, Tyrone, you and I were talking about recently is systems. So Koya, you were talking about how all of the systems are they're pretty much failing us. Like we're not being met in any of our systems for humanity. And what brought up for me, Tyrone, through our conversation was we upgrade so many systems. We've upgraded the systems of our phones. We've upgraded the systems of our computers. We've upgraded the systems so that we can all be here right now. But one thing that I feel like we haven't upgraded is our system of humanity. And I love your views on that, Tyrone. So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing in the world right now and what's showing up for you, how you're feeling, and then your thoughts around this, our humanitarian systems that we have right now?
So I'd just say, I just wanted to start off by saying thank you for this opportunity to speak on this platform, and thank you for all the folks who spoke before me. I agree with everything that was said. I run an organization by the name of I'm Unique out here in Denver, Colorado, and we travel around the country. And like Talea said, our whole mission is to cultivate a culture of health, individual growth, and social change. And how I'm feeling is how I've been feeling for quite some time. For me, this isn't new. This has been going on for a very long time. Now people are more exposed to it, or they're no longer denying it. I think a lot of people knew this, but they were denying that a lot of these atrocities were going on in this country, in this world. And I think one of the biggest crimes that's ever been committed is the falsification of history. So when we talk about changing systems, we can no longer tell lies and miseducate young people, old people. And I think that's where we start moving forward and changing systems. If we understand that the penal system is not created to rehabilitate, it's created to slave. There's a lot of political prisoners who fought these fights alone, and they're locked up today and they're innocent. And we're not talking anything about that. So I think the conversation needs to broaden. I actually like the energy. I know the term savage was used earlier. I think it's necessary. And I think it's a balance. I think these are the things that must take place for change to happen. So for me, I think a lot of the systems that are designed are very oppressive, and they've been oppressing people for far too long. And exposure is directly linked to learning. And we have to be exposed to new ideas and new ways of seeing the world. The way that we see the world is very sick, and it's very parasitic, and it lives in our brains. And that parasite sometimes doesn't know it's a parasite. And that's the scary thing about the issues that we have in our society, that some people don't know that they align with the parasitic thinking that has been harming the life of humanity. And those are the things that I feel like we can change and look at more innovative ways to approach being a human. When we look at our old systems, we're not really foreseeing a different vision on what the world can be. So I think we have to start asking more questions around our visions and what do we foresee the future being. As we talk about technology advance and we begin to think of things that we can see in the future and it can be tangible and it's something that we can actually achieve. So I think we should start broadening the conversation on what that looks like and stop holding on to outdated systems that oppress us all. So those are the things that I think are really important. Some of the work that we do is bring people together who don't agree on certain topics. We bring law enforcement and we bring people who had poor relationships with law enforcement, and we have conversations around what could be done. And sometimes it's helpful, and sometimes you look back and you say it was just a conversation, and sometimes it just feels empty. A lot of the conversations that we're having sometimes are just empty, unfortunately, because it's not followed with action. And that's why I say right now it's good that the world has woken up and as many places on fire. And hopefully after these ashes are blown away, then something new comes about. And that's what I'm looking forward to, because I think it's time, it's been time, it's overdue. And we need to start changing our systems and redesigning what that can be and what it can look like. Oftentimes we don't have the information, and that's on purpose. We're stuck in our own algorithms, and in that algorithm we're continuously fed the same information, and it reintroduces what we already believe to be true. So I think getting back to reading, touching a book, and reading some of the old texts and realize that these fights have been going on for quite some time. Reading some of Garvey and Huey P. and Malcolm X and a lot of the greats that came before us, as they begin to articulate their lived experience, and then you see the parallels that we are today. And I think that's where it starts, and that's where we begin to move forward as a collective, and not to recreate what they were working towards, but something that they've never even seen before. And I think that's what it's going to take for us to move forward as a human in this world we have, in the time that we have to do it.
So Tyrone, that's beautiful. Something that's come up a lot for me, a word or that phrase that I keep hearing through a lot of different conversations and things that I've been watching is radical imagination. And so, that what you're saying, imagining things that we haven't even seen yet. How do you go about, so when you go about your own imagining and you go about trying to research what other systems can be put in place, education and reading, I heard is really important. Like, where do people start to, because what I find is people just don't even know, like, great, how do I even start looking at something that's different? You spoke about our computer systems and the algorithms that are built. And one thing that I have found really interesting is that there's like a very small percentage of the planet that does the coding, and they're white and they are Asian. And so a lot of the things, like if you're looking for a party you're not necessarily going to see a party. You're Googling a party. You're not necessarily going to see a party come up with a lot of Black people. You're going to see a party that comes up with, you know, white men, white women, because that's the algorithm that is fed. That's the code that is fed into the computer. And so in some ways, our technology systems are, they are bred to be racist. They are coded to be racist. And so in choosing, like, how do we, when we're using the internet and we're using these computers to do all of our research, and I know you said pick up books, but what do people read? How do they start to teach themselves to have radical imagination when we have been so programmed to, you know, search on Google for our information? Is that clear? What I'm asking?
I didn't hear your question. It froze up.
Okay, you didn't hear my question. How do people start to have radical imagination? Where do they start to get their resources to learn beyond what they're Googling, to learn beyond the programming of our internet and the things that are pre-programmed for us to learn? Like, where do people start to see different things? I know that you gave me a resource to think differently. Do you have other resources, or can you tell people some resources?
To think differently, yeah, I think we have to look at the systems that create the most oppression. And we have to reevaluate our monetary system. Capitalism is a driving force of oppression. If we look at, you know, drugs and incarceration, all that's geared towards money. And when you're living in poverty, you're going to do everything that you can to survive. I know we just talked about George Floyd and his situation. What was his situation? What was his financial situation to even get him in that predicament in the first place? So those are the things that we have to look at and not blame the victim that is oppressed and trying to survive in this broken system. So if we're not talking about money and how money drives a lot of the problems that we have globally, then I feel like it is an empty conversation. And in years, I was researching what does a different world look like. So I met a guy by the name of Jacques Fresco, and he designed something called the Venus Project. And his whole system was based off of a resource-based economy. And I went and I got a chance to look at some of his innovations and some of his forward thinking and some of his ideas. And he was younger. When he was younger, he had conversations with people like Einstein. Him and Dick Gregory were good friends, and they had conversations around what the world could be. And he was an engineer. He designed cars that were smart cars early 1900s, and people weren't thinking about things like this. He was on Larry King and sharing his ideas, and he was outcasted. And they said, don't ever let that man back on this kind of platform, because instantly he started changing the way people were thinking. And I think, I know we were talking about Dr. Sebi earlier, and Dr. Sebi said we weren't designed to be sick. We weren't designed to be ignorant either. We weren't designed to be misinformed, but we are. But what Jacques Fresco brings to the table is a different way to see the world. You should Google the Venus Project, look at some of his designs, look at some of the things that he was working on and say, this could be a possibility. This might not be the answer to all of our issues and our problems in the world, but this is something that may be tangible in the future where we can move towards, where he's designing homes that erect in 8 hours. So now you're taking care of the homeless population. You no longer have people stuck in poverty because we have the resources. And if you look at a library and the design of a library, you take things out and you read things as you need them. And you turn them back in when you no longer need them. We have a society it's become a storage society where we store all of our things that we don't use. We have basements that are full of stuff that we no longer use. We have cars that sit for 23 hours in a day. And we just have stuff just piling up in our society, and we're just consuming so much and we don't even need to. And if we begin to restructure that, we actually set society up like a library. You just take it when you need it. And that's how we travel. That's how we move around. That's why some of these mountain towns across the world are doing so well. They don't have to pay for transportation. They don't have to pay for many things. And they move around freely, and they're free to express themselves. They're free to live. They're free. One thing he talks about is free education. Like, we need to have free education. We have to begin to reconsider our entire thinking and say, where does our thoughts come from, and who conditioned us to think this way, and who's planted seeds in us to believe certain ideologies that have been very oppressive, and we may not even know it. Oftentimes people don't know that they are being manipulated. I say one person that everyone should read or listen to some of his videos is a man by the name of Sigmund Freud's nephew. You might know who that is. Sigmund Freud's nephew is Edward Bernays. He's the godfather of propaganda. And he was paid to manipulate people's thinking and having them that they made that decision. And that was his job, to miseducate, to misinform, and make people believe that it was their thought in the first place. So those are the kind of psychological wars that we're battling. We don't even realize it's happening. And he did an assault on women in the early 1900s. And they thought they were smoking because they were fighting for their liberation. They held their cigarette, and it was a symbol. It was a symbol for the torch of freedom, not realizing they were being oppressed in the process, because that's what the cigarette companies told him to do. So where are we at in society right now? So sometimes you see things and then not realizing that we're being manipulated. And there's a lot of propaganda going on. We're being manipulated, misinformed, miseducated on purpose, and we continue to keep taking the bait and swallowing that pill, and in the process we're hurting ourselves because we're constantly misinformed. They told us this is what we should think and this is who we should be, and right back in that same little race, not realizing that they've been playing us mentally. So I think the things that we have to do is look for new ways of being human, because the way that we're doing it right now isn't working. It's not working for the many. There's more people in poverty than ever before. With so much money in the world, and they're making money out of thin air. It's not backed by anything. It's very obsolete. Everybody got a check, but there's no money to back it. That's interesting. So we have trillions of dollars coming from nowhere, and there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. And I think that's where we have to start, is reconsidering the systems that are designed and not holding on to the system that is corrupt and is plaguing our humanity.
Wow. If I interject, I like to just.
Yeah, I saw you. Pete.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing and we keep it flowing. But when we're talking about identifying the problem, there's a profound teacher, I call him. I met him through Francis Cress Welsing, who's an ancestor now, but Neely Fuller. Like if you do not know the meaning of racism and white supremacy, everything that you think you know will only confuse you. And he talks about the 9 areas of activity: education, economics, entertainment, law, labor, sex, war, politics, and he just goes through the whole dynamic. And the investigation aspect of ourselves is where we can actually start and realizing how we've created the dysfunction, how we've created these, the youth that we see from the broken relationships, because we didn't know how to create relationships. We didn't learn. We never were told how to do certain things. It's like we formed opinions about ourselves from making a lot of mistakes that we didn't know anything about anything, and then we say, well, this is how I am, you know? It's like we have to recalculate everything that we think we know, because that dissonance is what limits us from actually getting to the solution. So I just wanted to chime in. I don't want to stop the flow. I just wanted to get that out. Great words, Tyrone, man. That's great words, man.
It's a perfect part of the flow. I love that we can just, and you guys feel free, you know, I haven't given you a lot of space to comment back and forth just because you each have such valuable things to say, and I want to be able to hear you guys. So so that was Neely Fuller. Did you just say, Keith? Okay,
Neely
so
Fuller,
I've got
yes.
3 new educational references for everybody out there that will help to imagine radical change. Imagine something that is so different than what we have right now, and to imagine what humanity could be like and can be like, and actually how much more efficient and upgraded we will be if we start to do this. So we got offered a couple good resources. We got Neely Fuller. We have Tyrone, can you repeat your resources for us? Jack Franco?
His name is the Venus Project, the founder of the Venus Project. His name is Jack Fresco. He designed something for resource-based economy, redesigning our roads, our stores, our schools, our everything from on a global level.
And then Edwin?
You say Edwin.
Edward.
Bernays, yes.
Bernays is the nephew of Sigmund Freud, and they are doing a lot of mind work on the people. He was the godfather of propaganda, and you can see some of his work. There's probably a lot of videos on YouTube or some of the independent film channels that may still be it may still be in rotation. I'd seen it when I was in high school many years ago. That's the first time I was introduced to Edward Bernays, and just realizing the mental assault was really critical in thinking the next chapters of life.
Thank you both for offering those educational tools where we can start to think outside and see other ideas and other options. I appreciate that. And Reggie is the next person I want to go to. Reggie is an amazing yogi, and he works with Move On. He's in DC, and he's on the front lines. You know, he was on the front lines with trying to get Mr. Trump impeached. He's on the front lines every day.
We got him impeached.
What?
We got him impeached.
Got him impeached. So is impeached, what? Yeah?
So he wasn't removed, he was impeached. Like we did that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Reggie, how are you feeling today? How's it going over in DC, and what are you working on? And what do you and what are the questions you're being asked right now?
So before I go into that, Brother Aaron, blessings for the music. Like that just brought the biggest smile to my face. Sister Sophie, thank you for your wisdom, and my apologies on behalf of your ignorant classmates who don't understand your beauty and intellect. We see you and we hold you in your wisdom. So thank you for sharing that wisdom with us. Thank you, Sister Koya and Brother Keith, for the tidbits on nutrition. I was taking notes during your stuff and know that I will be doing some good shopping later. Thank you for that wisdom. Brother Thaddeus, thank you for your wisdom and for what you're doing in Boston. I'm an organizer, and I grew up in the Baptist church, so I gotta give props to whomever came before me. That's just wisdom and respect. Brother Tyrone, thank you for your wisdom. You are the only person, I lived in Denver off and on for 10 years and we never met. I don't understand how that happened. But next time I get to Denver, we have to break bread and connect on some real stuff. Sister Talea, Sister Ashley, thank you for this platform. What am I seeing? What am I feeling? So I work for MoveOn.org, progressive organization. I'm their director of congressional affairs and senior political strategist. Yes, this Black man helps lead progressive political strategy in the heart of the fight against Donald Trump. There's a lot of positivity out there. There's a lot of courage out there. There's a lot of, we ain't taking this no more out there. Like, you know, like my intellectual words escape me at the moment because I'm just caught up in the beauty of the moment. People, we are shaking the tree. The systems that have oppressed us for so long, there's a crack in that foundation. Like one of the things that I've been inspired by in this entire moment in commemoration of Brother Floyd is that the white supremacist system that killed him tried to take his dignity. But if you work in matters of spirit like I do, your dignity transcends this fleshly form. So you may have taken his life, but his spirit transcended it once he left the body, and the love with which he walked this earth has been demonstrated everywhere. There are Black Lives Matter protests in Damascus, Syria, in like Auckland, New Zealand. Like Black people ain't been this loved ever outside of our own communities. So like blessings on the memory of Brother Floyd. Thank you for living the way that you did, because the way that the system tried to erase you only made your relevance that much more profound. So blessings on your memory. I'm on the front lines on the political fight, but I'm also a 500-hour certified teacher. And one of the blessings that I have through my teaching practice is that I teach Hatha yoga, Hatha asana, and meditation to members of Congress, to their staff. So as we begin to line up in formation to take on the Orange Monster, we are doing so rooted in peace and positivity, as opposed to being caught up in the negativity of what I call scarcity mentality. Sister Koya said something about this being a fight. One of the wisdom gems that I've been given recently is that I study with Yoga Rupa Raj Strecker. He's one of my teachers. And before the pandemic hit, I was at the Himalayan Institute. So after the impeachment fight, just one quick segue. When Rashida Tlaib said, we're gonna go impeach the MF, that was my party. So I produced that event. If you look at that event, see this profile, that's me. So I was there from impeach the MF to the Senate vote. So like in it. So in my mind, like March was supposed to be convalescence. So I was like going to the Himalayan Institute to like be in an ashram and just pray and be barefoot for a while. the pandemic hits, right? And so like little did I know that that was finishing school for my spiritual warfare, right? I didn't know that, but you know, spirit works in these ways. I was getting an energy healing at the Himalayan Institute, and like they were working, like I couldn't walk. I just had so much tightness in my hips because I was carrying the weight of the world. And this one healer was just like, he was working on my leg, and he was just like, "You're pretty stubborn, huh?" And I just was like, "Yeah, of course I'm stubborn." I was like, "Whoa, man, my bad, homie. Sorry about that." I was just like, "Yes, I trend stubborn, but because I'm fighting systems of oppression." He was like, "Let me leave you with this wisdom." I'm like, "I'm all for it. I'm at an ashram. What you got?" He was like, "Rather than looking at your work as a fight, can you look at it as a dance of creation, creating beautiful things, giving life to things as opposed to looking at it from a position of scarcity. There are times when we must take up arms and protect ourselves, but rather than viewing it as a form of scarcity, what I do in my activism now is I seek to inspire. You know, spirit is infinite. So if I can touch your heart and give you clarity of mind, peace of mind, and ease in spirit, that is bountiful. That knows no limit. So I'm trying to, especially, and I've been inspired by the protests because they're rooted in peace, love, and service. That is beautiful. That's creation. That is the nation stages of the world that we want to see. We want to see people coming. I mean, I'd rather it not be in a pandemic. So I've done my fair share of protests. I'm not out there now, but I'll be out there soon enough. I'd rather it not be during a pandemic because we still have a public health crisis that is disproportionately affecting Black and brown communities. So I am sensitive to that. However, what we are seeing is people actually not having regard for their life, but willing to stand up for what is right. I think that's beautiful. That is in that energy of creation that I'm talking about, rather than being in a fight. We will fight to protect ourselves, but if we go forward, can we advocate from a position of creation, of beauty? In conclusion, I want to share some words. Like, this has been the most prolific week of my life. I produced a video for Move On that has like 200,000 views. Like, they were just, "How are you feeling?" I'm like, permission to speak freely. And I just, like, spirit came out and I just inspired the moment. If y'all want it, I can send it to you. Like, I can give you those resources. So that video, and I also penned an op-ed that appeared in The Hill. So The Hill is like the top rag for Capitol Hill. So yeah, during a week where we're mourning the loss of George Floyd, this Black man produced a op-ed that was featured on Blackout Tuesday that was prophetic. And I want to share some of those words. Said, "I'm sickened and disgusted and exhausted at seeing innocent Black lives extinguished at the hands of law enforcement and other vestiges of white supremacy. Now is the time for transparency and tough conversations, not obfuscation and avoidance. If this makes you uncomfortable, don't look away, look deeper, and ask yourself, why have we been silent about this as a society for so long? I know many around the country are feeling anger, pain, and despair, and there are some who would seek to use this pain to divide us. But even in this deep pain, we can feel a shift in our collective consciousness. Anger can either be a creative and catalytic force or one of destruction and distraction. To me, we must join together and forge a new multiracial, intergenerational majority that is represented in all levels of government and by the policies of said government. I welcome the opportunity to reimagine our future, leading us toward the better angels of our collective humanity and away from the dark echoes of our white supremacist past and present. We have a ways to go, yet I still hold hope that we will overcome these crises, all exacerbated by the Trump administration, and grow ever toward the more perfect union we deserve and are being called to create in this moment. This is a time of creation. That is inspiring to me. Like, so while some folks are dismayed, I'm very heartened to see Black and brown people come together in solidarity with white folks. I've had more requests by all white audiences to hear what Black people are saying than I have in my entire life. And that's on the political side and on the yogic side. And while some may view that as negative, like, why are you waking up now? I'm like, welcome, we've been waiting for you, homie. I've been waiting for 45 years to have these conversations. Like, my prayer has been answered. So I will continue. And for those of you in the audience, like, if you want to have a Black person talk to you, and I'm not a monolith, but I do have a unique perspective given my political work and my yoga work.
I'm willing to have these conversations because like most people have never asked Black men how we feel. And I want to be a resource. I'm only one resource, but I'd like to be a resource to help get our collective consciousness together to be in the spirit of creation as opposed to a spirit of scarcity. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Reggie, that's beautiful. And I'd like to probably offer that to all of these men on this panel. They all are incredible resources and are super open to having dialogue and conversation in the mindset of creation. I think every single person so far who's spoken about this in one way or another has said the same thing. Radical imagination. The system that we have right now no longer works. It's not only broken, but it needs to be replaced. It cannot be repaired. It needs to be created anew. And so I really love that in all of these different ways, because we all understand things in different ways. We hear things differently. I mean, there's 7 billion plus people with different brains and different taste buds. So we're all going to hear something different. But the one vein that speaks the truest from what everyone's saying right now is what we have right now does not work. And this is the time that we can write a new narrative for what will work through conversations and policy and politics to marching and showing demonstrations. The whole world wants something different, to educating ourselves. There are people out there who have been thinking about new ways of living our life, new ways of helping each other, how we can show up for humanity, and they're out there. So don't just go with what's right in front of you, but get curious and creative with how you are sourcing your information and what do you want for yourself? What do you want to see in the world? I'm very excited about this conversation that you guys are having and that we're all having. And one person who really just inspires me to think differently and to think about creation and how we can create and how we can start to narrate and tell our own stories is my good friend R.R. Shakti. R.R. Shakti is one of the most prolific, beautiful storytellers that I've ever come and encountered with, and her ability to meet people on such a human level with so much love and compassion, it's next to none. Shakti, really, my question, so coming from the yogic background, the word that keeps playing through my mind is ahimsa. And the fact that you're a mom and you're a teacher and you're affected by what is going on, being of mixed race yourself, and coming from living in, Shakti has primarily lived in a very white world and has recently just met her father, her African-American father, her Black dad, and that side of her family. So she's got a lot of wisdom and some fun stuff to share with us. And we'd love to hear from you, Shakti. How you feeling? What's going on? And yeah, let me unmute you though. Shakti, I think you have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. That's amazing. Yeah, I'm literally in the middle right now of filming a course on Tantra yoga psychology. And that is kind of my jam, is yoga and psychology, but through the stories and archetypes and symbols. That's my PhD work, is mythology and deep psychology. So man, the stories, thank you for all for being here. I'm really grateful. It's so nice to see some of your faces again and some new ones. So many amazing words I heard the word ahimsa, and right now, it's a tricky word, ahimsa, because it's impossible. And that was the whole thing, with the yoga, is like, yeah, we're taking breaths, little microorganisms are dying every single second. All the stuff in my gut is dying. So we're harming, it's all harm, it's happening. All these words, you start to hear so many words, you kind of start to be full of words. And, I've been keeping track of some of the words. Can I go off? Can I go off from ahimsa? I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling ahimsa.
Go.
I'm feeling some of these other words that I've been hearing people say. Keith said a word. Tyrone said it. Koya. Everybody, Reggie said a word. And I've been taking notes of these words. And I love these words. So I want to talk about, Keith talked about perspectives, and Talaya, so did you just now, how we all have different perspectives. And I have a story for that, because I believe there are no answers, only stories. And you probably have heard this story before. It's a folk tale from India, and it's about the 6 blind men and the elephant. Have you heard the story? So the 6 blind men, they hear that there's this elephant at the prince's house, and they go and they, you know, they want to know what an elephant is, and they're blind. So, you know, they help each other along to the palace, and they get there and they're introduced to the elephant, and they all take a different part of the elephant. Someone has the tail, someone has the side of the elephant, someone has an ear, right? And so when they get together after the experience, they all have a totally different take on what is an elephant. Someone had a tail, he said, well, an elephant's like a rope, right? And someone had the side of the elephant, he said, well, no, it's actually like a wall. Someone had an ear, it's actually like a fan. The leg, no, it's more like a tree. And they're arguing over what is an elephant, because they all had different pieces, right? And I think that's happening. I think we all have different pieces of the elephant. There's obvious elephant in the room. There's an obvious elephant in the culture, and we all have these different. So it leads me to Tyrone's word. Tyrone had a word, imagination. And Talaya, again, so did you bring in that idea of radical imagination? And in order to, I have this tail. It feels like a rope. I think this situation is a rope. How am I going to break free from that limited perspective? That's what we need to do, don't we? We need to broaden our scope to see the whole picture. We want to see the picture. We want to experience the whole elephant. So it takes imagination. Yeah. We could easily just say this reality is the reality. It is what it is, man. You know, we could just take this reality for, you know, for face value. So it is going to take imagination. It is the function of imagination actually that leads us into something bigger. It is because we can imagine something bigger, because we can imagine something that is, we can imagine peace. We can imagine love. We can imagine harmony. We can imagine equality. We can imagine these things. And because we can imagine them, even if they're not existent in the tangible plane, we can desire them. We can go for that. We can be, that's our soul's quest, is to follow that voice of imagination, right? What does that look like though? What does it look like? We go, what is the name of this summit? It's Surrender to Spirit, Surrender to Source?
Surrender to Source, yeah.
Yeah, so when I think of surrendering to Source, I think of listening. When I surrender, it is a turning inward and an opening of the eyes and a listening from within and from the Ma. And that is where this imagination brings us into this place of deep listening. And we've been talking about that. We've been talking about listening. We've been asking each other, how can I do better? We've been talking about, you know, tell me your story. I want to know more. And it really, I want to just talk about this word that Koya brought up, which is responsibility. Because I think that listening inward, you know, it's not enough, right? That's like the rhizome of spiritual bypassing, isn't it? When we listen inward, and what happens when we listen inward? Well, if we're really listening, we hear the voice of spirit. And at the voice of spirit, we all merge into one. And if we're all merged into one, then what's the problem, man? We're all one, right? All life matters. We're all one. So we have to also be listening from without. And what's happening from without is that we are called to responsibility. Every one of us. And I've been thinking about this word a lot because I was on the phone just last week with my sister. I also met my amazing, beautiful sister when I met my Black dad, Courtney. And I say Black dad because that was the thing, right? That was a thing. It's amazing. But anyway, Courtney said, responsibility is the ability to respond. Man, that hit me. It hit me more as I left the conversation. The ability to respond. What does that look like? And it started getting me asking the question, why don't people respond? Why doesn't everyone respond? Why doesn't everyone feel able to respond? And I think there are three main things that are coming at me, just the obvious stuff that's coming at me right off the bat is emotionality. The first one is that we're sad, man. We're sad. We're sad and we're angry and it's not just Black people, it's white people too. And I heard someone say, it was maybe a few people talking about the grief, or not the grief, the shame, right? The shame of the oppressor. But it's not just shame. It is not just shame, because I do feel as a Black person, white person, really neither, that I straddle this interesting line of kind of seeing and feeling a couple of different worlds. And like maybe a rope, maybe a tail and a fan, you know? I still am listening and feeling to see the whole elephant, you know? And it happens in community, it happens in relationship, I realize that. But anyway, I feel like the first one is emotionality, and that white people, all people, when you get into that kernel, the spiritual rhizome, the kernel that is at the spirit, we all feel afraid because it's a spiritual, it's not just a cultural issue, it's not just a global issue. Yes, it is. And also, this is a psycho-spiritual issue. And when we dive into that place where we all are one, namaste, we all face those things, the mortality, the fear stuff, the deep-seated stuff. And we all feel grief, real true grief. And those emotions, they make us vulnerable. And when we're vulnerable, we want to hide. We don't want to share. We don't want to speak. It's too raw. It's too hard. So I think people, they struggle with their ability to respond because of emotion. That's number one. Number two is just plain old Black or white privilege. Just not understanding white privilege. I know, I really believe that before I met my Black family, I would have said, I don't feel able to respond because I'm not Black. I don't go through, I don't suffer those injustices, so I don't feel comfortable to speak. It's interesting because I think that people still don't understand what white privilege actually is. We think about the overt vision of white privilege. We think the obvious injustice, the obvious discrepancy of opportunity and education and Tyrone money. But the insidious part, the quiet part of what white privilege is being unaffected, feeling like it doesn't belong to you. The privilege of not being involved. So that's number 2. And number 3, confusion. And I'm saying this I'm bringing this into the equation for the people who are wanting to step out from the ignorance, from the binds of white privilege. Because here's the thing, I feel like, no, I know that in that deeper space, in that spiritual space, when we surrender to source, that we all, humanity, wants what we can imagine. We want peace, we want love, we want connection. We all do. And so I think there are a lot of people who want to connect and they just don't know how. And they don't want to do it wrong. They don't want to do it wrong. There are so many ways to mess it up. And especially, that's what we get in the feed. I just want to, you know, I want to name that. We get a lot in the feed, or at least I do, the feed I've built. I get a lot of, don't say this, don't do it like that. Your white privilege is showing, like, you know, and that is so alienating to the people who want to do it right. So Reggie, dance, the last word I want to bring in, the dance. And for me, it's the listening that's the dance. Listening. So it goes both ways. That's a dance. A dance is both ways, right? It has to be two, the other. And I hear a lot of questions, you know, how do I get it right? How do I say that right? How do I know? I need to re-educate, unlearn. And all of that is true. And also, one of the most profound transformations occurs when you are asked what you think and why you think what you think. And so I believe, I just have this feeling that if we start asking both ways, when you encounter someone who is not doing it right, they're messing it up, it's obvious and it's embarrassing, and man, it sucks. There's this tendency to want to be like, do better, just do better, figure it out, do better. Which is true. Yeah, do better. The poem, your poem, Sophie, is so beautiful. Yes, do better. And we do love. Love doesn't always look sweet, does it? But some of the most transformational thing, one of the most transformational things that we can do for someone is ask them why. Why do you believe that? Why do you think that? How did you come to that idea? Turn the mirror back. And I think that's where there's some room for growth.
Shakti, there is so much there. There's so much there. There's so much compassion. There's so much understanding. There's so much, I don't necessarily like to use the word inclusive, because like for me, inclusive means like if I'm including, like I've always belonged. We've all always belonged. It's not because I'm in the room now that this is more diverse. It's not because, you know, like I don't need to be included anywhere in a place that I've always belonged. And we all have that right. We all have always belonged. And so, however, I think that there are ways to use words that are appropriate. And you included us all to make us all feel human, to make us all feel like everybody's voice, everybody's feelings mattered. And I think that that is one piece that ties this all together too, you know, is asking the questions, asking why, having the conversations on both sides, You so perfectly brought me to, so thank you for everything that you just said. Thank you for bringing connecting the dots between all the powerful words from what everybody has brought to the table thus far, and acknowledging their presence. And you're such a beautiful soul, and I'm grateful for what you have just shared with us and shared with all of us. I'm challenged with my words because I'm really moved by so much of what you had to say. So thank you for that. Tyrone Beverly has inspired that lesson in me a lot, with the asking why and bringing people from completely two different perspectives to the table, and having both of those people feel right, feel justified, and having them ask those questions. And so last year I put on a festival called Steamboat Movement Fest, and last year I wanted to bring that experience to the festival, and I really wanted to bring it to that experience for the teachers. We did these dinners, and they were for all of the teachers who presented at the festival. And I asked Tyrone to do a conversation on race. What is race? Is race really even a thing, right? And so Peter Sterios was at this dinner, and some of the things that he said were just were really beautiful about the listening. About listening. Peter has this really great practice called Levity Yoga, and it's really based on the principles of listening. It's also based on feeling uncomfortable and touching the edge of that uncomfort, not with shame, not with trying to work harder, but just acknowledging. And I forget how he says it. It's like, just kiss it. Like, just kiss the uncomfort. There's a lot of uncomfortable feelings going on for both sides, Shakti, like you were saying, for both sides. And I heard a lot of you say this, for the oppressor and for the oppressed, and for all of humanity. There is a lot of uncomfortable feelings, and sitting in those. And sometimes we sit, I don't know if you're white or black or whatever you're feeling, but I guarantee, at least for me, there's been a moment where I've sat in that uncomfort and I felt shame. I felt shame for being a Black woman and not using my voice appropriately. Am I going to say the right thing? Am I going to say the wrong thing? I need to show up and do it right. Are my questions that I have as a Black person valid questions themselves, right? And so we're all sitting in this place of shame, despair, fear, what's next? I don't know what to do. And one of the things that I really love about the way Peter teaches yoga, about the way he speaks about his philosophy in life, he just wrote a book as well, which I'll let him tell you about, is where we find that place to rest in discomfort, and then to use our natural surroundings, to use gravity, not our minds pushing us, not what somebody else is telling us or shaming us to do, but the environment, the gravity of our world, to settle us in and find comfort or find learning or find something in that discomfort that we can take out and learn. So Peter, I'd love for you to tell us about what that felt like, being in a conversation and discovering new selves about what you thought race was. And then since then, it's been almost a year, how have you sat with that? And what tools and tricks can you give to people out here right now on just a humanitarian level on how we can find the wisdom in the discomfort that we're feeling?
That experience that which I'm so grateful for, Talea, that you invited me in that panel back in Steamboat.
Peter?
Yes.
Your audio is a little echoey. Can we play with that a little bit?
Oh yes, I know why. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I had my Yeti mic was behind me, so here we go. You talk about discomfort. When you included me in that panel in Steamboat last year, I was catching myself insecure about the fact that I'm this old white guy sitting on this panel talking about race, and I've been up to that point everything that's been described here, I can see situations in my life where I was an observer, I was a bystander, I wasn't participating in the conversation. And yes, I felt somewhat disconnected until, in many ways, I started to reflect back, listening to what I heard in Steamboat, that panel that you assembled, and then really examining, self-examining, what is my role here? What experiences have I had in my life that can I take from, educate myself, and in my role as a yoga teacher, as a role now as an author, how can my contribution be healing for people, to be helpful? And when I look back, my grandparents' generation, half of the family from Germany, half of the family from northern Greece. During World War II, half of the families were murdered, either through war or through other situations, civil war in Greece, and obviously in Germany, fleeing. And they all ended up in America. And as this generational pattern of karma, I grew up in a family that was racist, that had, conservative principles that I grew up in, not knowing what was right or wrong in the situation. But even to this day, my family is politically, we couldn't be more diverse. And yet I'm in a powerful place because I had this grace, and the name of my book, Gravity and Grace, this word grace has such a powerful and visceral meaning for me. And when I was listening to Shakti talk about that elephant in the room, and also the elephant in the room for me, ironically, she also talked about ahimsa. We take this idea of ahimsa literally as nonviolence. And nonviolence, to me, is a worthy goal, a worthy cause, and yet it breaks down because of the way our universe has been designed. And that was curious to me. Why would this ancient sacred word that has been translated into English as nonviolence, why is it so important? And so the year that I lived in India, I did a lot of research, and I went to these old libraries that had these old multiple translations of books. And what I found in one of these books was a different definition of ahimsa. And the definition of ahimsa essentially was this: honoring the natural order of things. Now, that's a whole different way of looking at our universe, because when you really examine our universe, it's a predatory universe. This is hard for people to grasp, but when we think about species eating other species to survive, how do we make peace with that idea? And in a way, this discomfort on a yoga mat, let's look at that. How do we approach yoga? Because that's where I feel comfortable talking. And literally, and I've said this so many times, everything I've learned about life, I've learned on my yoga mat. And it applies to me as a person, it applies to my businesses that I've begun, it applies to my relationships with my wife, with my daughter, and with people. This is the important one, with people that I disagree with people that, like my own parents, that politically we don't agree at all. And yet the closeness that I feel, especially with my father now, my mother died 10 years ago, and my father's has a terminal disease right now and is in hospice. This is the time when I feel the closest to him in my entire life. And how is that even possible? We definitely don't talk anymore about politics because it's not important. But there's this realization, this connection, where we are all one, where we are the same. And this is what I've learned with the discomfort that I feel on my yoga mat. And this surrender to source, I want to bring this back to this brilliant title that that you guys came up with for this gathering. Surrender is such a powerful word. Culturally, though, the narrative around surrender is we give up. We give up, and usually under duress. You know, the man's got his finger on us, and we can't see an out. And this is where creativity comes in and where grace comes in. And what I feel this word surrender is actually a sign of strength. Surrender to things as they are in this present moment. And no matter the level of discomfort, can we manage our ability to sit with that discomfort? On a yoga mat, it's easy. On a yoga mat, we can use these tools that yogis developed over centuries. Our breath. How do we create this intimacy with our breath? Well, we have to look at our breath. We have to see what the qualities of the inhale are, what the qualities of the exhale are. And with science catching up in a way, we're starting to see how the inhalation is like a mental reset in a way. It's like rebooting our programming hard drive in a way in our minds. And the exhalation in a way is this access to deep calm. And that is also in a way this, I described it in class this morning as the inhalation is like the ebb cycle, where we allow the movement of our breath to fill us with possibility, let's call it. The exhalation is the flow cycle. And in the flow cycle is where we surrender to what is. We soften into it. And if it's too intense, we back off a little bit. The word Talea used, kiss it. I would say that we actually sit with it, be with it, and in that exhalation cycle, as we soften into what is, what enters. Surrender gives us the environment where grace enters. What is grace? Grace is this thing that we can't make happen. It enters where void, where emptiness is present. And source to me is this simultaneous emptiness and fullness. This realization that when we get free of the attachments of personality, our ego structure, who we see ourselves in the world, when we separate from that slightly or dramatically, we are filled in this experience of our oneness, this experience of intelligence that comes through intuition, also one of the senses. Beyond the five physical senses that we possess, we have these other senses, these non-physical senses, and intuition is one of them. They're beyond this sensory understanding of ourselves, and it's access to this source of intelligence that's greater than us, that's greater than the individual. And what Shakti was saying about creativity, this is where the creativity comes. This is where those answers to these unsolvable problems come from. And so how does our yoga practice create the opportunities to develop this process easily on a yoga mat? And then how does it magically transform into something that we can bring into our relationships? Relationships in our families, in our communities, in our countries, in our world. And it's all at the individual level, to be honest. It's taking this inspiration that we gain through these practices, and yoga is just one of the many practices that ancient cultures have developed to access this same creative space. So there's nothing magical about yoga in that it's all magical if we invest the time and the study and the commitment to look at ourselves. And at this point, you know, we are in that epoch. You know, this is an amazing time to be alive. I love what was said earlier about this opportunity that we have right now to create a future. This is not a time to be depressed. There's a time to grieve here, but ultimately it's a time to accept things as they are. And what is it creatively that my path, my role in life as an individual, and I'm speaking collectively here, our roles as individuals, what special skill set have I been gifted, and how do I apply that at these multiple levels in our lives? First, at the individual level, how can I heal these traumas that I've experienced, generational traumas in a way sometimes that have carried down through families and inhabited us psychologically? How do I heal from those? How do I take those setbacks as setups for my future? And how do I carry that forward? Find the language that's inclusive to help people where they're at. And that does involve listening. That does involve intimacy with others. And how does that expand? How do we create this momentum? And frankly, Ashley, what you've created here with Soldier is such a beautiful start to this. It's such a perfect vehicle that I hope just exponentially grows, because we're all, the people that I've seen you bring to this group, and especially this particular event, are all people that are doing their work and are all available to be vulnerable, to show up and learn if they say something wrong, or if I say something wrong, that I can take that situation as people communicate feedback to me. Here's a different way to see it. And that's where growth occurs. We have to understand that all these appearances on the news are really opportunities to grow. And we've tried many different things. And the momentum now seems to be in our favor in a way. Here's an example. I live in a town of 40,000 people. I think the percentage of black people in this community is 0.004. So there's so few black people in the community that I live in. And 2 nights ago, there was a protest here of, they estimate, between 12 and 15,000 people downtown. What is that saying to me, or to anyone that sees this? That over 25% of the population of our town are showing up and demanding change. And this wasn't just one event. This is like the 5th night of events that have consistently been building bigger and bigger and bigger. How is that possible in essentially an all-white town? I don't know. Is it change, real change happening? Are the conversations that we're having as a community changing? And the answer for me is yes. And this event that you've put together is another inspiration for me personally. We're capable, and we are all in a role to act. And the actions are going to look uniquely different. And I'm honored to be in the company of all of you. I'm in awe of all of you. And I think, hopefully, Talaya, that's addressed what you asked me to address.
You know, from all of you, from everyone that I connect with, and all of the teachers who I have spoken with and thought leaders, the one thing that you just said is the vulnerability, and I would like to add authenticity. And you can't program that. That is just one of the most natural things. So you showing up to share as you did in vulnerable, authentic, honest way is more powerful than you answering the question super specifically, you know, and dotting your I's. I think that we have to, not we have to, but we get the opportunity right now. Like when you said things are changing and things are progressing, and here I'm in Denver, Colorado right now, and it has been and I'm pretty much right next to the Capitol, and they're marching by Channel 4, and they're marching every single night, and they get bigger, and it's been really interesting. I have a view from above. I'm not down in it either. But I'm watching and I am supporting what's going on from all levels. And what this beautiful collective of people that we have on this panel is, it's demonstrating that every single one of you is showing up for what's going on right now in your way, in your unique, authentic, vulnerable way with your tools. And but all linking to the same message that we need change for humanity, that it's not working. And I keep seeing this, like, humanity on the Noah's Ark, like this ginormous boat, right? And the boat is about to capsize. And we all know that if everybody, doesn't matter if you're black, white, a squirrel, or a whatever, everybody has to choose a side. If you do not go over to the right side, that boat is gonna flip over. This is that time. This is that time where you're choosing a side, and every single person on this panel is choosing a side of humanity. And every protest that is happening right now is choosing the side of humanity. And it's so fantastic that it's happening all over the world. And the more that we build that energy, the more that we start to keep whatever you can do, whether it is posting a black square, like no judgment anymore, no shaming people. Celebrate whatever inch you can take to jump on that right side of the boat so we can start to right the ship for humanity, right? When everyone jumps over, it doesn't all of a sudden capsize to the right. No, it levels the boat. Sometimes choosing a side is all you can do to save us all. So this is the time. So I just want to implore and celebrate every single person out there right now who is choosing the side of humanity, who is, and as a Black woman and being a part of the devastation that is going on in our Black community, there's something, I just want to thank you. I want to thank you because you're strong. You're super strong. It is not by accident that, it's happening to us. We have been trained and bred and built for this. We have built a strength through having to survive and having to figure out how to use our words and how to figure out how to protect our children. And now we can take that voice that we have cultivated through pain and through tragedy and through trauma, and we can teach others. You are an example right now that it is time to choose a side. So when you are saying all Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter is humanity matters. Humanity matters, right? And so I just applaud every single person who is stepping out on the side of humanity right now. And I do think that we can take this momentum and use it in our financial district. We can use it in our voting. We can use it in raising our youth. We can use it in our families. We can use it in the food that we're putting in our bodies, how we spend our dollars. There's not one part of our systems that will not be affected if we all choose to stand on the side of humanity. I just trust that emphatically, and I'm so grateful for every single person who showed up here today to listen. Please reach out to any of our panelists. They are all speaking, follow them, ask questions. You can continue to ask questions. We are over in time right now, and I love that, but I do want to give anybody else out there an opportunity to ask a question. Panelists, if you have anything else you want to answer or want to say, please say it.
I seen in the comments that I think it's Eric wanted to say something.
Eric.
Yes.
Let me introduce Eric really quick. So Eric is a friend who was on the police force for 25 years and is retired as a white male policeman. So I think it's very fitting that he's here, and I'm really grateful that you are here, Eric. Thank you so much for being here, and fire away, please.
Thank you. First of all, it was just such a an amazing, moving experience to be sitting here and listening, and just to your panel was fantastic. And to being in that place, I know you guys spoke of listening, and just sitting there and go, okay, like I'm gonna sit and really listen, and being that, and I took notes from everyone. So, and just knowing who your audience sometimes is. So, you know, as you're talking, I think it's great to, and I mean, the talk of the elephant was beautiful. I've never heard that before. And so, of course, I'm holding on to a piece of the elephant that is different from your piece. So I was really trying to listen and trying to be in that listening of what's going on. Just one last thing I want to say is I am teaching a course already, and I know the breath came up a lot, and I hear you, man, when it's breathe, and George Floyd couldn't breathe, and it crushed me, crushed my soul. It's so against what I stand for and who I am. I have a class already that I've been teaching in law enforcement for the last 1.5 years in California called Mindful Breathing and the Art of Keeping the Peace. And I won't dive into that. I'm gonna let it go because I know we're already over time. But what I want to do is just share my poem that came from the class earlier. And this is how it goes. It says, I am called to let go of everything, to be reborn anew, to serve everyone unconditionally, to love myself, my family, my friends, my neighbor, my foe, my enemies, strangers, everyone. Yes, you. I am called to love. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric. Can I say one thing? This is Thaddeus. Is it okay?
Yeah, please.
So, Eric, I really appreciate what you just said. And so I just want to say, hey, man, love from me to you. And stay blessed. And so, but one thing I just want to say that today when we were doing Black Men Standout, there was 150 Black men there, and I'm the photographer. And it was a homeless, I wasn't, I'm not being paid for it. My contribution was my camera. It was a homeless guy sitting in the front, right? Sitting, nobody's paying him attention. Everybody's going by him to look at, and he's white, to look at the black guys because the black gentleman holding, like I said, was holding the signs. And the building behind us was actually a slave auction building. And so that's interesting too. But I found that I was the only one that took that gentleman's picture with the black man behind it, because his sign said, seeking human kindness. Right? And so when I think about what I learned on this panel, because I actually learned a lot, that to me sort of is that narrative that I walk away with when we talk about fear, vulnerability, love, and those other components, is just what that homeless gentleman had on his side, seeking human kindness. So I just want to say, Ashley, thank you. Talia, it was great to meet you. And to the other panelists, I'm going to be looking up. I'm still going to eat my red meat, but I do want to say thank you. I just want to go back to Eric and say thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Love to you. And this has been amazing, an amazing afternoon. Yeah.
Well, wrapping up, and just one more, if anybody else, any other panelists want to say anything really quickly?
Yeah, something quick. Like Eric, I see your pain and I feel that, and I just want to honor your vulnerability because that's something that I think we should celebrate, right? So thank you for feeling compelled to share, and I honor that, and that's all I really want to say. Like, I can see, I feel it. Like, I'm an empath. I feel that you are loved, you're held, you're appreciated, and your pain is our pain. Real talk. Because we have to create the human family by creating that connection with individuals in the moment. So in this moment, I hear you, I feel you. Be of good cheer. We're in this together, and what we don't like, we will create a new system. We have to, because the ancestors are calling us to do that. So be of good cheer, and thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Reggie, for sharing that. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of shame is coming up, but I'm feeling that this is where it's at. So thank you, guys.
Tyrone, do you have anything to add? before you head out to music?
I didn't have anything to add, but so many things came up for me as well. I definitely appreciate everyone's and courage to just step out and speak your truth. I think that's really important in these times, and it's always important. A lot of things came up for me listening. You know, Eric, you said you were in law enforcement, and I remember being in a conversation with an officer a couple of years ago, and he said something that was pretty profound. And he talked about the reason why he retired. And he was talking about one time he pulled over 3 underage girls that were drinking. So they didn't have a license, they were drinking, and he was with his partner, and he took the kids home, or his partner took the kids home and says, these children are too young to get in this kind of trouble. And then they drove off. And then they went to, a week before that, they had another experience where that didn't happen for a girl who looked different from those 3 little girls. And it constantly reminds me that we're at war with our identity. The biggest war on the planet is the war on identity. And everything that I've heard thus far is really addressing the identity of human beings and how we identify in this world. So I think one of the most important things that we can do as we talk about humanity is seeing the identities that we're at war with and trying to identify our blind spots and continue to converse with people that may make you feel uncomfortable. Oftentimes we rush to peace, and sometimes we have to sit in the things that are unpeaceful. There's no peace here. Let's sit in that and let's understand why I feel like there's no peace in someone telling the truth. And I think that's what needs to happen a lot more. And I don't want the momentum to just shift into just rushing towards let's just start the healing process. Let's just love and light, blessings, ahimsa. You know, I'm reminded of Gandhi. And Gandhi talked about ahimsa quite often. And I heard his quote used over 4 times, maybe 5 times today. Be the change that you want to see. And we must remember who Gandhi was in Africa and how he used derogatory terms towards Africans. And that ruined his legacy today. They removed a lot of the murals because of what he said, and that was his legacy. But when he said, be the change you want to see, that's what elevated him, is he made changes that he knew wasn't right in himself. And he continued to work on it for years to come. And I think that's what's really important, and that's important to remember as you go through your journey and you go through some of the pain and the shame and the trauma and all of the feelings that you're going to feel along the way. I just want to say it's an honor and a pleasure to be here and continue to inspire yourself every day you wake up knowing that you do have that breath, and this is a gift and this is life, and we must continue to celebrate our lives and other people's lives, but let's not run away from other people's pain. Let's sit in it with them.
Wow. That's actually was a perfect lead-in to Aaron Nigel Smith, and he has written a song. Tyrone, thank you for that. And I think it just brings it all together. You know, I mean, a lot of us are feeling really uncomfortable, and to not, what do they call that? Spiritual bypassing, to not bypass these feelings, that these feelings are information, this uncomfort is information, what we're going through is information, and unless we really understand that information, how can we then change when we don't even really know and understand what it is we're feeling that we need to change? So, and listen, and find compassion and understanding, or work towards understanding of what others may be experiencing. I think those are really beautiful thoughts to move into. Aaron, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you've been going through and how it has inspired you to create what you're creating right now in your work. And I know that you also work with families and children. You've done work with Ziggy Marley. You really support uplifting families with positivity and building a strong family unit, and really supporting children to find courage inside of themselves and use their voices. So I honor the work that you're doing out there, and I honor that it comes through music, and I would love for you to share with us.
Thanks so much. I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you to every voice that I've heard today. I hear you, and I've learned so much from each and every one of you, and I'm really grateful to have this type of wisdom, you know, in our space, in this moment, in this time, because it's definitely needed. I'm just, you know, I am Aaron Nigel Smith. I'm a musician, I'm an educator. I run a nonprofit, One World Chorus, with the mission of just promoting peace and empowering youth around the world through the arts. And you can learn more about that just visiting oneworldchorus.org. And you can learn more about me at aaronnigelsmith.com. I just use music as a tool for empowerment and for bringing peace to the planet, you know, or trying to bring peace to the planet. And so I'm a kind of man of few words, so I'll just let this song that that came up for me last weekend, you know, kind of speak for me. No, not again. Can't overstand another killing of a brother by a policeman. Watch the trend. It not going 400 years ago. It started. Here we go again. I can't breathe. Officer, please. I can't breathe. I'm not resisting. I can't breathe. Somebody help me, please. I can't breathe. You're killing me. Babylon won't quit when they might we in the grip. Rob we of our lives and won't even trip. No respect. What do you expect? Only for brothers them a slaughter. Now the knee on the neck. I can't breathe. Officer, please. I can't breathe. I'm not resisting. No, I can't breathe. Won't somebody help me, please? I can't breathe. You're killing me. No, I can't breathe. You're killing me. Yeah, man. So I can't breathe, you know? That's how I feel.
Everybody from our panelists to Instagram Live to Facebook Live to our Zoom participants, if we can all just take a moment and close our eyes and just feel your space, feel the body that you're in. How do you feel right now? Can we all breathe into our bodies? Breathe in through your nose, take a big breath in. And then slowly let it out and see if you can let your chest soften, your shoulders soften, your whole being soften. And breathe again, breathe in. And breathe out. Acknowledge what you're feeling right now. I'm grateful for everyone who has shown up today to be a part of the conversation. And my hope and my wish is that this is only the beginning of the conversation, and this conversation continues in your living rooms, it continues on your Zoom calls, it continues with yourself. I do believe that we are at a pivotal moment in time. And for the survival of all of us, things must change. We can no longer go on living this way. We can no longer walk down the street and see harm happening to someone and not say anything. We must take justice into our own hands and show up for each other like we have never shown up for each other before. Whether you're scared, whether you don't know the right thing to do, you know how to give somebody a glass of water. Sometimes showing up can be just as simple as offering a glass of water. That can be translated to anything. And the more little things we do to show up for each other in humanity, to make sure that everyone is okay, that everyone will continue to have the right to breathe. It requires radical imagination. It requires conscious dialogue with ourselves and with others. It requires taking a responsibility for our own actions and our own deeds. We can no longer stand by and wait for change. We must enact change. We must choose change beyond just being the change. I'm just really, really, really moved and grateful to be a part of this experience with all of you. I want to thank you one more time. I'm going to pass it over to Ashley, who has been my partner in creating this event, along with the rest of our incredible team on the back end, who has really showed up to make this event possible for all of us to be here. And I'm just, Aaron, thank you so much for sharing that song with us. That was really moving. And again, I'm just grateful for each and every one of you. That's it. Ashley, you need to unmute.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Talea. You did an unbelievable job. I can't even believe Talea and I came into each other's world like 2 months ago. Not even. This is our third time we've done this together, and I'm so glad to pass the reins off to her for something that's so important to all of us. But I don't even have words, honestly. But what I can say from my point of view is Soldier is a holistic yoga lifestyle brand dedicated to the seeker, sage, and warrior in us all. So we are all seekers, sages, and warriors. And I think after today, we really put our sage hat on and our warrior hat on. And then our seeker hat as well, as always from the soul point of view. But you know, as we go into the world, we just learned so many new tools. I learned so much new stuff, and that's why I wanted to do this, is because I really wanted to put on that sage hat and that seeker hat and understand better the situation and just how do we move forward. So, you know, we're also a steward of self-discovery, and that's really what we're doing here. I was thinking one of our taglines is rock your truth. And instead of speaking your truth, it's time for us to rock our truth. Like really, whatever your truth is, go into the world knowing that that is your truth And that's who you are. And it's time for you to just rock it. Who cares if you're right or wrong? It doesn't matter. It's just do it. Okay, so here's a list of organizations that we're supporting. We'll post this on social media because I want to keep moving, but we'll put this up. And, you know, again, it's such an important time right now. Tomorrow we have an event for, we have just a short one. If you liked Nikki, remember Nikki way back? Whoa, it feels like 2 days ago, but that's tomorrow morning with Noelani Love, who is my son's favorite musician. Literally every single night he listens to her to go to bed. And she is also from Hawaii. So we thought we'd lift up, let's have a soulful, spiritual Sunday with some Hawaiian vibes. I thought it'd be a little bit heavy today, not heavy, but you know what I mean? Like the other part is a soldier is somebody who transcends challenge and makes it into a positive, makes it into an opportunity, and then shares that light with the world. So you are all now soldiers. If you've watched any of this, you are now a soldier. Now it's our time to look at this with all the tools that we've had and move into the world with, you know, doing something. Like it's time to take action in whatever way that means for you. So, so tomorrow, anyway, that's a side tangent. Tomorrow we're gonna bring up the vibes. Noelani is such a dear soul, and Nikki is a master teacher of 35 years. We just traveled to India, and she is the real deal. So join us tomorrow morning, 9:30 to 11:30 PST. And then after that is our next like event similar to this is gonna be on August 8th. It's a portal of energy where it's like the highest vibration of the whole year. And so let's raise this vibration, and it's called Cultivating Courage. It's the name of the date is the Lion's Gate. And so when I thought about lions, I'm actually a graphic designer by day. So when I love doing these kind of things. So when I thought about a lion, it reminds me of courage. So this theme was surrender. The next one's courage, another big word, another big important subject. So just know that the lineup will be A+ as usual, and we know it's summer, and we're also going to be having some family things because we know kids are around for the summer too. So it's going to be a really great day of just transformation and awesome. So we hope you'll join for that. Details will be ready in the next probably week or two. We got to get rid of this one, and then we'll start with the next one. So hope you'll join us for that. And then thank you to our sponsors who have generously donated either a gift of some sort, or Tree Sisters and the Women's Golf and Point 3 Design, Taiga Sport Workwear. We really appreciate all that you're doing for us. If you're interested in being a sponsor on a future event, please let us know. And then I'm going to conclude with our duties as soldiers. We have 11 duties. And so now, like I said, we are all soldiers. And so you are, whether you like it or not, you're in the vortex. So the duties as soldiers are to love first, seek truth, lead with integrity, inspire with vitality, find relief from the noise, raise the vibration of everyone around us, spend quality time outside our comfort zone. We all know that's where the magic is. Work from the inside out, surrender to grace, protect Mother Earth, and leave a mark, but leave no trace. So that's it for today. If you have any photos of the day, please tag us, I Am Soldier, and then Surrender to Source. We really appreciate seeing what you're doing. Please share the word if you like what we've been doing. We really are just new, we're little, we're just the 4-person team. So thank you so much to Talea, Sarah, Charlotte, and Sophia. They're the home team working so hard behind the scenes, and much appreciated. So if you liked what you saw tonight, please share. And we really are just so thankful to have you today. So now we can go take a breath. Okay, let's go breathe. We actually can
I give one last shout out to Tree Sisters?
Yes, oh yes, and Tree Sisters. So yes, please go to our website. You heard what we had to say about them. We're growing a forest. Please help us grow a forest. We spent a lot of time today getting this organized. We hope you enjoyed, and it's really, we really appreciate any contribution you're able to make. And it's kind of cool. Well, your $1 plants 2 trees. So that's pretty awesome. So please do that on our website, iamsoldier.com. All right. Thank you. And
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Peace.
All right. Peace.